you, Bengaluru, for welcoming us with such a warmth but less energy. But I think at the end of the day, we're going to take a lot of key insights, memories, ideas, and implementation, definitely, because a vision without execution is just hallucination, ladies and gentlemen. Before we begin, I have few important announcements and few important stories to share with you. So, shall we do it? Okay, everyone. So, today's summit is proudly presented by Salesforce and powered by Atlassian. We are honored to have Cohesity as our cyber resilience partner, Snowflakes as our AI data cloud partner, and EquateMe as our engagement partner. This summit is brought to you by the Guild and the Guild Life. Now, something very important. Today's summit is being live streamed on the Guild TV on YouTube. If you have colleagues or peers who couldn't make it today, share the link with them. Let them watch the stories. Let them watch whatever happening is there on the stage. The link is up on the social media handles. It is also live on the LinkedIn. So everyone, we have a lucky draw also. The QR codes for the lucky draw contest are placed around the main ballroom, the pre-function area, and on the pillars through the venue. Scan the QR code, enter your details on the EquateMe platform, save your unique code on phone, and wait with bated breath for the prize reveal at the very end of the day. We have our 4 incredible prizes. The first one is a bumper prize, first prize, second prize, the third prize. I think you don't want to miss this. Stay with us until the last, and then we'll be announcing the lucky draw winners. We have come up with some exciting activity, and that is EquateMe puzzle activity. EquateMe, as our engagement partner, has set up an interactive puzzle activity in the pre-function area right outside. Visit their booth between the sessions throughout the day. The top 3 participants will win some special goodies announced on the stage before the close of the day. Well, ladies and gentlemen, how many of you are on social media? That's a very disaster question to ask this morning, but how many of you actually use social media? Well, when I said social media, well, it means you post, you comment on each other's stories or post, and you appreciate each other on LinkedIn, maybe. How many of you do that? Okay. So let's make today's summit more vibrant. Join the conversation on LinkedIn and Instagram using our official hashtag. What was the hashtag? Yes, AI can. And hashtag AIIS. That is AI Innovation Summit. AIIS. We are running the Bus Creator of the Day contest. Yes, we are going to have a contest today, and the contest is the Bus Creator of the Day. The participant driving the most engagement, the best post throughout the day will be announced on the stage and will win an air tag. That's amazing. So what you have to do is post on your LinkedIn. Let everybody know that you are attending the AI Innovation Summit 2026, the 7th edition. Let everybody like and comment on your post. The more insights you'll have, the more likes and the more engagement you have on the post will make you win something big on the stage. So that was all about the event. So shall we begin now? Can we just begin with a thunderous round of applause for all of you who made it on time? Thank you one more time. So without any further ado, let me invite Ms. Anu Shruti Singh, the assistant editor at the Guild, to the stage to deliver the welcome note for today's summit. Please put your hands together for Ms. Anu Shruti Singh.
Good morning, everyone. A very warm welcome to the AI Innovation Summit 2026 Bengaluru edition. It's wonderful to see such an energetic room filled with leaders, builders, and decision makers who are not just talking about AI, they are actively shaping the next future. But let me start with a simple question for all of you. How many of you are currently running AI pilots in your organization? Please raise your hand. Please raise your hand once again so I can see them. That's a lot. Really great. But here is the next question. How many of these pilots have scaled into core business operations? Can you please raise your hand? Now see around yourself and see the gap. And that is the gap, which is why exactly we are here today, because enterprise AI is no longer in its experimental phase. It is now entering its third wave, autonomy. Not just copilot, not just augmentation, but systems that execute, decide, and optimize workflows. Despite the optimism, the numbers tells a different story. Over 70% of organizations are still experimenting with it, but fewer than 25% are scaling. So the problem isn't innovation anymore. It is architecture, governance, and economics. That's exactly what today is about. Across sessions, we all unpack how to move from prototype to production, what AI native enterprises really look like, how humans and AI agents collaborate effectively, and how to scale AI without losing control or budget discipline. You all hear from leaders who are building this in real life. Not perfect playbooks, but practical realities. With this, I like to extend a quick thank you to our partners who are making this platform possible for us. Our presenting partner, Salesforce, a co-partner, Atlassian, a cyber resilience partner, Cohesity, Snowflake, our AI data cloud partner, and EquateMe, our engagement partner. Thank you for you. As you go through the day, please keep three things in mind. Challenge what worked before AI, focus on execution over experimentation, and make the most of the room, because the best insights often happen between the sessions. Because the shift to the autonomous enterprise isn't it coming, it's already here, and all of you are building it. And thank you so much, and let's begin.
Thank you so much, Anushruti. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is the first time I've seen a woman walked on the stage, delivered the keynote, and nobody clapped. Wow. Well, ladies and gentlemen, how many of you know that whom you are sitting up with? Ma'am, do you know this guy, by the way? Any chance? Do you know him? No. Do you know, sir? No, right? So I guess the main purpose of any such summit is the networking. So before we begin, formally, can we just say hi to each other, shake hands with each other? Can we just do it quickly? Yes, just introduce yourself. For example, I'm Rimshib Dubey. I'm the MC, the host, the compare for the show. Introduce yourself, what you do, what you're good at, what is your business all about. Quickly, come on, let's just, some energy, some interaction coming up. Yes. Some people are literally hugging each other. Wow, that's really great to see. Yeah. So Bengaluru now. So now you already know each other. You know each other now. So let me just put you on a test. And it's going to be a litmus test. Ma'am, can you please tell me sir's name? Sunil. Sir, is it right? Ma'am, can you please tell me his name? Prateek. Satish. Satish, are you confirming that your name is Satish? Definitely. Thank you, Satish, for confirmation, of course. Now, Aadhaar card even cannot verify your identity. But Satish have verified his identity. Thank you, Satish. Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, this is just to be on a lighter note. I can see now some of the people already bantering. The energy is back. So now we move to our opening address. The title is The Autonomous Enterprise, Engineering the Shift. Enterprise AI is entering its third wave. From experimentation and co-pilots to autonomous systems that are executing workflows and decisions in real time. Fewer than 25% of enterprise have scaled AI into mission-critical production. The real challenge is architecture, governance, and economic viability. And that is exactly why we have set this address. We have with us somebody who is very meticulous, very dynamic. Please put your hands together. Mr. Kunal Mehta, Chief Information Officer, Arvind Fashions, a technology leader who has been at the forefront of digital transformation across one of India's iconic retail enterprises. Can we resounding for Mr. Kunal? Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Over to you, Mr. Kanal.
Good morning, everyone. Again, can I see a show of hands of how many people are actually implementing AI? How many of you all have had successful implementations out of this? The hands have gone down. How many of you all have a clear roadmap in terms of what you're going to do in the next 5 years? Even lower hands, right? And that's exactly where this issue is, and that's exactly what we're going to try and resolve it today. So a few years ago, executives were asking, should we adopt AI? That question went away. Today, the questions are very different. What's happened when your competitors become autonomous before you do? Because the next wave of AI is not going to be about chatbots. It's not going to be about copilots or even productivity tools, right? It's an emergence of autonomous systems capable of executing workflows, orchestrating decisions, operating at an enterprise scale. Yet, despite billions of dollars that we are investing in all of this, how many of us are really, really successful in getting it done? Most of us are stuck in just in pilot stages. Some of them move to the next level, but do we really have a plan in hand? The challenge is not going to be about whether you have access to technology anymore. Everyone has access. Everyone's got whatever technology we need. It's the question is, how are you using it? How successfully are you able to create that environment within your organizations to really transform them? Do we have a roadmap in terms of our business users being able to understand what technology means to them? Are we able to create that environment with our HR or with our execs who understand what that technology is, make it more productive, make it more useful going forward? So this is where we really are. And this is the kind of things that we really, really need to address as we keep going ahead, right? As we enter into this autonomous area, one of the most important things that we're going to be looking at is how do we digitally capture the data and the repository around it. Now, most of the time when the organizations start working on AI, what they really forget is how clean your data is or how hygiene your data is, right? That's where the problem starts. And we all know that terminology, junk in, junk out, right? So you really need to focus on really cleaning up your data, having that business case very clearly defined in terms of what you're going to be executing, and then move forward. So we had rule-based RPAs, we did workflow engines. Now we moved more into predictive insights, decision support, and that's the place where most of the organizations are at this point of time, right? We're using a lot of data. There's a lot of reporting coming out of the business, right? For the business to use that. How intelligent are we using it? Well, maybe to a great extent, yes, we do know that. But have we moved to the next stage? And what is that? It's the autonomous AI part of it, which is self-executing, self-learning systems that we have. And you can take examples of companies like Zepto or Blinkit, Amazon, to be very honest, where these examples are really, really being used. These cases are really, really being used, right? So let's take an example of Mumbai. I mean, I'm a Mumbaikar by heart. It's a rainy season. It's beautifully raining in Mumbai. What do people need? Cutting chai, vada pav, right? Or a pav bhaji. What happens to your Zomato and your Swiggies at that point of time when you open up? All of a sudden, you'll start seeing these recommendations. Where are these recommendations coming from? It's exactly where it's coming from. You have your Rapidos in Mumbai, Bangalore, and your Olas over here. The moment it's the peak hours or it starts raining, what happens to your pricing? Starts shooting up, right? So that's exactly what we're talking about over here. Again, this is the third way of AI that we are looking at. We're moving away from analytics. We're moving away from automation on a day-to-day process. That's all done, dusted with, and over with. What we really need now is agentic workflows and independent executions. And you need to have systems that can reason, plan, and act by themselves, right? We're all talking about workforces becoming more and more productive on a day-to-day basis, right? How do you do that? The only way to do that is start having your processes well defined, start looking at those business cases and start small. I think the other big mistake that most of the organizations start making is, you're going to try and solve very, very big problems. The moment you do that, you're going to start failing. So it's very important that you define your business cases, make them smaller, have smaller teams really working and focus teams working on it, and you'll start seeing more better results around that. Uh, like I said before, also, technology is no longer the bottleneck. Enterprise engineering, which is the model capability, grows exponentially. Production deployments remain stagnant in pilot purgatory. So, again, coming back to the same point, move out of the pilot stages, right? And have a more focused look. What I have realized over the last few years is, you'll have your CEOs also talking about AI. You'll also have your CXOs coming and saying, oh, can I do this and can I do that? The question is, have we defined what that business case is, or what are we really, really trying to achieve at the end of it, right? So have that roadmap very clearly defined, and I assure you that every one of us are going to win over here. Most importantly, I think don't keep it at the top level. You need to have more design thinking workshops down the line, because it's those guys who are actually going to use the systems. We can sit in our boardrooms and say, we're going to achieve this by doing AI. But the question is, the guy down there, how aligned is he in terms of what are we trying to achieve? Again, this is where most of these AI initiatives stall. You'll have your models, you'll have your agents, you'll have your co-pilots. All of us have that, right? But this is what is really going to determine your success. Your architecture, most importantly, your data foundation. System integration is extremely important because most of us have a lot of legacy systems, right? We're stuck with hundreds of legacies. How many of y'all have more than 50 to 70 legacy systems in your organization? Let's see a show of hands. There you go. So many of y'all, right? How do you start getting rid of those legacy systems? How many of y'all think y'all have the budgets to start saying, I want to get out of this system? No, I don't see a single hand up now. And that's a problem for most of the CIOs over here. Organizations will come and tell you, I want to put AI. The next thing, when you go with your budgets, they'll say, oh, there's no money. Why do you need money for AI? It's all cheap. Everything is in the cloud, right? And well, cloud is not cheap nowadays anyways, right? So the question is, look at your system architecture, your data architecture. What are the systems that make sense for you? Which are the old legacy systems you need to get rid of? And how do you start planning new agentic systems around that and have a roadmap around it, right? Because at the end of the day, you still need to look at your operating costs. You still need to look at your CapExes. And no matter what the organization say, you're not going to get the money which the business is going to get. So you've got to balance it out somewhere over there. And the most important thing, which is right there in the end, which is the change management part of it, right? It's very important in an organization over a period of time to have a change management process in place, and which also means have an AI governance structure in place, right? Which really defines how the data is coming, where is the data going. I come from a retail environment. One of the things that's going to become very, very important for a lot of CPG players, retail players, etc., is going to be about the DPDP Act that the government has come up with, right? In terms of how your data is leaking, where is it moving out, and how responsibly are you managing all of that? So if you don't have a change management process in place, then you're in a big trouble over a period of time. This is where most of the organizations are. You start with initiations, so you have someone working on it, executives are helping it out. There's a lot of tasks which are happening in the organization, but the focus is really on individual productivity, right? What happens in the autonomous era or in the future is it's the AI which initiates the workflow. It executes things independently, but the humans still come into the picture for managing the outcomes, right? So it's not that, when people talk about is AI really going to take away jobs? I don't think so. I don't think that can ever happen, right? AI is never going to take away jobs. It's going to recalibrate a lot of jobs for us. And that is what people need to understand. So when organizations are scared about using I don't think that should be the worry. The worry should be how are we using it? How are we adapting it? And how are we changing the course of this organization with these technologies? And in the end, you'll see the enterprise yield, right? You will see a clear change in terms of how the organization grows in the future, right? So from doing the work to delivering outcomes is what the motivation really should be for every organization. Um, Again, if you look at the enterprise stack, let's start with the intelligence part. So you'll have multiple, models and layer foundations which are there. You've got your LLMs, you've got your SLMs, providing core restoring, reasoning capabilities in the organization. Then you start setting the context in terms of enterprise knowledge graphs and real-time data fabric providing, business context. And this is where we use a lot of our data for our day-to-day work, right? But again, you start having these runtime guardrails, policy enforcement becomes very, very important. And like I said, ethical alignment as far as infrastructure is concerned. And when I say infrastructure, I don't mean your servers and the cloud, but overall as an organization, what's the infrastructure setup that you have to start using these technologies? And the execution part of it across different transaction systems that you have. Another question that I want to ask over here is, how many of you all have actually implemented it well and then re-looked at what should be the success statement of that particular AI? Can I have a show of hands here? Just one. Which means you're implementing AI, but you don't know what the outcome is, right? Define that outcome. Define the success of what you're trying to do. Most of the implementations, we say we want to do this, we implement it, but then there's nobody really governing it. So what's going to be the next step after that? Nobody knows. We all go and talk about it and say, oh, what a great implementation I did. Were you clear in terms of how well that went? I doubt it, right? So have the readiness gap looked into. The industry survey really shows that the governance readiness lab in the AI deployment is one of those biggest loops that we have. And not just in terms of policy manuals, etc. So real-time policy enforcement and automated adaptability is what we're really, really looking at over here. So please make a note of that. Again, it's the economics which will decide the winners. If you look at the legacy ROI system that we had, the success ratio was 1.2 in terms of the ROI that we got. The AI adapters started getting 1.5x ROIs. But if you look at the autonomous leaders over here, it's 4.5x ROI against the technology investments that you make. So it's a huge leap in terms of the kind of output that the organizations are going to get by using such technology. And that's a huge scale. That's a huge paradigm shift in terms of the returns of investment that you get by putting money in these investments. Different native operating models that one needs to look at, right? To start adapting for the markets in the real-time shift. A big change. AI adapters, all you're going to do is end up deploying tools and pilots. You're going to be measuring activities, trying to look at seat counts, nothing more than that, and then isolated implementations and experiment groups that you have. But what an AI leader is really going to do is redesign enterprise architecture. And when I said that, I don't mean from the systems perspective, I mean from an organization perspective. You start measuring outcomes and unit margins and operationalize at scale. Very, very important for any large organization now to have those setups in the organization where you're not only talking AI, you're breathing AI within the system. Every system upgrade that you think about doing now, you need to start looking at is it AI enabled or is it not AI enabled? Because if you're just shifting from one tech to another and not really looking at AI, trust me, your competitor already is out there. And so by the time you finish your meetings in the office, someone's already taken actions, right? And that's a big shift that's going to happen now. We need to understand that. And with newer, smaller players coming into the market who don't have, legacy as, something to take care of, they're just going to use technology and move forward. This is the leadership playbook that I would recommend for everyone. Just consume this data from your perspective and take this forward, right? So a question everyone needs to ask is, will AI remain a technology initiative or will it become an operating model of the enterprise? That's the defining question of 2026 that all of us need to answer. And yes, again, the winners of the next decade will not simply use AI. They're going to be engineered to operate it and with it at that very core of the business. With that, I would try to close my opening statement today. I hope you guys have a great summit and you have a great day going forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Kunal. I want you to please stay back on the stage. Well, I request Anushruti to please present a token of appreciation on behalf of the Guild. Can I have Anushruti on the stage, please? Well, what an valuable and thought-provoking insights by Mr. Kunal. Thank you so much, Kunal, for setting the opening address. It was really informative. Now I request Anushruti to please walk on the stage to present the token of gratitude and appreciation to Mr. Kunal Mehta. Thank you, Anushruti.
Okay, Mr. Mehta said autonomous agentic enterprise, right? We already spoke about this. Does not know what your customers bought from them, does not know knowledge. The agent doesn't know how to operate within your company. No governance, no permission sets. That's where we're trying to see anywhere. That is the power that we are trying to give to that agent through. I am sorry. Yeah. If I look at it from the perspective of the systems that people, what do we do by bringing together all of these in a headless manner so that everything that the sales guy was able to that you're given them, right? So organization, but have the ability for your sellers to operate only. Imagine the amount of ease of adoption that this would bring of having an interface. The interface can be anything. Right? That's what Headless 360 is. Agents the ability to have all information in one place, right? We have the tools which allow us to do. Got a play pane of glass, which if you want it from us is Slack, right? You have our browser, taken that leap of faith, not just to use us for solving their business problems, but also for solving
that compelling vision of what the agentic enterprise looks like in a practice. So, well, I request you to kindly come at the center of the stage. Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, please.
For the charge of Bangalore. Thank you for that. So coming back to our agenda today, yes, Karnataka, as you all know, is the sea of the government of Karnataka, and hence we stand here today. At the same time, like now we are all, as we all know, we are at the, we are all in the next big revolution that we are seeing. The AI revolution, we are all in the midst of it, and Karnataka government paralleled talent that we have here. We are probably competitive globally. That is a kind of talent that we have here and we nurture here. This is also supported by the various other stakeholders and the elements of $60 billion annually. That is a kind of scale of the operations that is going on. These are not simply back offices, but a real world production, engineering, and then major strategic operations are being run out for very harmonious collaboration between our innovators, our academia, and industries too. Apart from that, government is also consistently seeing that we push all the the capacities which is developed in Bangalore so we are trying to nurture talent in these places so that these also become part of the next generation or the next technological transformation that is happening in the country and of course globally. The AI, like we just heard the vice president of, and this, I think we are all trying to leverage some way or the other. And of course, government is also putting its enough focus and energies and resources to see how we can harness it for enabling the ecosystem and at the same time improvement in the government citizen digital economy mission, which is anchoring this initiative, wherein we allow the industry to identify their skilling partner. We also allow them to identify whatever is the curriculum or the technology inputs which are required for upgrading their potential employee. You all to also see how you can partner, with the government on this initiative. Likewise, we also are enabling, like I mentioned about academic and research organization, most of our research organizations, like the world-class ones which we have here, the Indian Institute of Science, academic bodies, to develop centers of excellence. These centers of excellence are places where industry, the innovators and the research organizations come together and see how they can further develop technologies. So we have recent the quantum computers, 25-qubit computer is located physically in IIIT Dharwad, where the students and the young innovators get to hands-on learn quantum computing. And likewise, we also have associating with the industries because a lot of the centers of excellence have direct collaboration with industries. They take on the problems from the industries and work on these, and the innovators working there and the startups working there work on these solutions to come out with real world outcomes. And we are allowing startups from across the country to apply for it. And, if everything goes well and if they are deserving, they will get selected. Recently, the first round was launched. We got more than 900 applications. The second round of pitching just 2 days back, and then figured out about 30 to 35 startups are qualifying, and this will be shortly announced. These will be getting, the topmost will be getting 1 crore, and the rest will get about a lot of VCs, investors, family offices, etc., operating and have a lot of confidence in the startups and the companies based out of Karnataka and Bangalore. Likewise, government also has come up with serving startups. This is another initiative, not only AI, but of course, all the deserving startups will be benefited. So taking the queue forward, we are also further strengthening our skilling initiative. We are coming out with shortly going to launch a program, continuously monitored with a host of mentors. So the candidates get to acquire the skills which are really needed by the industry or the industry-ready skills as we call. So that is something which we are doing. Applications of AI. We have already constituted a committee called Responsible AI Committee, which is headed by the industry leaders and which sees good participation by industry leaders and headed by Mr. Chris Gopal Krishnan. Innovation in some innovations are difficult in the existing scenario. Maybe they don't have the legal backing or they may have a lot of regulatory hurdles. To overcome that, we have also created a sandbox environment by amending our existing Karnataka amended that, and it is going to be notified shortly. Also recently, you must have heard of the Greater Bangalore Integrated Township, which has been announced in the southern part of Bengaluru. Is something which we are seeing where we are going to be looking at bone or the the necessity of the AI infrastructure is something which we are again working on. We had a data center policy, but now we are revamping it so that it is in consonance with the requirements of the day. We see a lot of resistance, other surplus and power surplus can be identified. And also we are going to incentivize water use efficiency and power efficiency in the policy. That is what we are, contemplating, and the draft is almost ready, which will be probably. Therefore, we have always been serious about the inputs given by the industry partners, and I also request you, once the draft is released, to come back with all your feedback so that we can come out with a very efficient policy. With these words, I would like to digital AI future of India. Thank you. With these words, I thank you all for a patient hearing, and thank you also to Guild for having given me this opportunity to share what government's vision is with all of you. Thank you so much.
Her busy schedule, and thank you so much, ma'am, for blessing us with your esteemed presence. So can I have those invaluable insights and for gracing us with your presence? It is truly an honor to have you with us at the 10 points, the cookie, the browning points for remembering. There was some contest. Do you remember, sir? By Buzz Creator Contest. So, how many of you have already posted something on LinkedIn? A lot of connection requests pending. Why? Mr. Amit Atre, Senior VP and Global Chief Information Officer. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before I hand over the session for Mr. Gupta, we have the QR code. Yes. And then you will enter, fail to reach enterprise scale production. We have business value remains difficult to quantify. Please keep on voting. We'll have the next question meanwhile. Next question.
To be the challenge in terms of production scale up. You have data, you have people who are willing to perform, and so on. On the ground, it all changes. That is trusting the recommendations, the network being wonky, but as soon as we start hitting the real world, the challenges are supposed to be managed.
I think what's your insight? Here we understand that needs to be optimized. I was reading about it some time back because they are not deterministic. They are not API based. They are depending on several factors. The
model to control the costs. The other thing is when you are deploying a model.
So for employees or for our customers or as part of workflows, because now that is no
continuous effort, it can
bring AI into a day-to-day workflow situation.
Than chasing what's new out in the market and what's most flashy. So.
Right. So I think we've covered two actually very good, the right model for the right task, right? And therefore, what it feels is that you need to have not one but multiple models. And okay, sure, absolutely.
Okay, again, from an organization standpoint, we are not looking at getting investors. And we also try to see what is the accuracy that's coming out from a parallel model as well. And evolution is still happening around that. We are not overall, as I think multiple organizations, I can talk about multiple organizations.
Market very frequently. From the multi-dimensional point of view, like what we have done is we have a team which keeps on evaluating things. You can use particular models. So that's how multi-dimensional approach you have to take.
So two very the new versions of the model from the same provider, but how does the same output cost, right? That is one.
Your partners like Salesforce, Atlassian, they kind of, our agreement with them is to give a certain outcome to us, right?
Yeah.
Right. Tasks, jobs, which can actually be solved, which are more deterministic in nature.
In business problems, there's no AI strategy and AI problems, right? So what is the business outcome you want to achieve? And expectation, because you're beginning with the business problem, which could be a growth problem, which could be an efficiency problem, etc. And then you're kind of building.
Emphasize upon is that don't force fit an AI large language model into a solution. It's more about the top line, bottom line, efficiency
to scale AI.
Absolutely. You brought about a very, very interesting topic, Mr. Amrish, which was a platform shadow AI. Is it something that's going to stay? If yes, how do you still make that
users? And if a company is a listed organization, having the model to learn from contracts rather than having an open for all AI contract, which actually works really.
The demand supply mismatch between central IT functions and the business teams, right? Where, because all of these AI tools are, demand is there, but we are not able to cater to that demand. So
knowledge of your AI usage and other basic technologies.
One role that keeps on emerging out, which would be there maybe for the future as well, a typical AI agent operator role.
You first and then cycle back. You've all been in the, you would have invested it earlier and therefore reached your goals faster.
I think to the phase and going case by case, not like a generic technology platform, but use case by use case and finding the
comes out of how good the outcome is, and it's totally dependent on the kind of data you're feeding it. We default. So invest in getting your data clean. I think that will be the
I think
most important
that
thing.
is probably for me one of the key.
Be coming back and saying that my Excel has a better outcome than your analytics. And as soon as you rightly mentioned, Rajat, so another big pillar for maybe a success of an AI operation. The last one is
Just trying to just go through whatever I have learned, interacting with all of you today. And it's really, impact is, I think, very, very crucial. Great points. How do you roll out AI? So not putting the entire organization at risk. The core fundamental still remains data. The important education, understanding, helping organizations have trust in AI is the only true way in which we will be, from your experiment. So thank you all for your limited time. Do we have time for any questions? Okay, so no.
Senior VP and Global Chief Information Officer, Tata Consumer Products. Ms. Divya Kumar Bansal, seat. One more time, thank you so much to all the panelists. Early bird prize. Let's see how many of you have the maximum reach. How many of you got 10 likes on LinkedIn post? Social media, and you have got 10 more likes?
In general, are at a great inflection point where we can see and we know what AI can do. But that gap between what how many of your companies are investing heavily in AI right now? Show of hands, please. I'm going to wait. That a CFO will take. Any hands still up? See, 2. That's awesome. Good scale. And again, since I've been around in AI, when customers in certain segments, if they're outdone, if the outcomes are measured the right way, if we build products the right way. So we have seen outcomes at the level like, issues, like 25% more issues are being able to are resolved because of customers who are able to adopt AI well, who've integrated AI well into their systems. Or resolution time is faster. We've seen some customers who've actually got 10x improvement in end-to-end software deployment just because they were able to use that combination of AI and the teamwork graph together. So those are actual outcomes, and we've seen this. It is happening, not widespread, it's in pockets, but we know it's there. The possibility for making it real is very much production, and it's very real and true. So how does this apply for each of you as leaders? How do you take this back? I want to leave you with a framework to think about as you go back to work after this. 3 layers of AI proof, right? 1, we talked a little bit about this. It's individual productivity. That's where most people start and most people end, is at this individual productivity layer. It's fine. These are table stakes. These are important. They're necessary, but not sufficient. And the second, that's why we talked about all of the activity, right? The second layer is the team level, the unlock. And this is when you'll start seeing some outcomes. You'll start saying, okay, look, this is the boundary of my team. Here's my data governance. Here is my AI quality metrics. Here's the outcome that I want. And then let it do a little bit more assistive, human plus AI together, working together within a team. And that's when the team unlock happens and you start seeing some ROI in terms of outcomes. And the third layer, which is really hard to do, is when you actually get true business outcomes that hit P&L. And this is when you almost want to rethink your system to say, if you could completely look at your workflow and say, what is the one thing that I want to do proactively, end-to-end, autonomously? And how do I make that happen where the AI agent is the main operator and human is the guide? How do I set things up to make that happen? And a good example is just like, how do I, before anything goes to ship, how do I find what risks could be there in a piece of code, fix it, address it, ship it? Or even before a customer files a ticket or anything, identify a problem, solve the problem, all before a customer files a ticket or raises an issue. Right? Those are some examples where we actually know that this is possible, but how do you build the system around it to make that possible? And that's when you get to true organization level productivity. So start thinking about those 3 layers. And just because this is quick, so I want to leave you with 3 questions as you leave. So if you forget everything else, remember those 3 layers. But go back as an action item for you about how have you deployed AI today, right? With your teams. Go back, really ask some hard questions to yourself and your team. 1, do you have success metrics? Are you just measuring activity? What are your success metrics even? And have you defined them well? Take a hard look at them and make sure you have those before approval, before shipping. I've seen way too many teams who ship things without quality gates, without outcomes in mind. 2, invest in context. Look at actually what's happening on the ground in your AI projects today? Are they connected? Are they actually based on some layer of context? Or are they sitting in silos and islands which are not talking to each other? Ask that question, fix that problem. And number 3, rethink that layers that I told you about. Look at truly what problem are you solving. Most companies, most teams are stuck at layer 1. Think about what layer are you at today. Move from task to team to business. And really think about the big question. What is that one end-to-end workflow that you wish you could, that the true problem you're trying to solve, right? To do revenue unlock. What is that one end-to-end workflow that you wish you could have that could be proactive and autonomous end-to-end? And how do you work towards getting there? Those 3 questions are what I want to leave you with. With that, thank you. Think through this. I'm around if you want to talk. Reach out to me here, reach out to me at LinkedIn, on LinkedIn. And I'd love to hear more about what problems you're facing, especially what your level 3 looks like. Thank you.
Thanks, Tulsi. I request you to please be there on the stage itself. Well, I'll request Anushruti to please join us on the stage for felicitating Tulsi Menon. Well, once again, I'll thank Ms. Menon for those insights on Atlassian is enabling the autonomous enterprise in practice. Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving towards the second panel of the day. And meanwhile, I also have the winner. So meanwhile, anybody who wants to compete, Anu is here. Anu, are you still here at the moment? Yeah. So anybody who can claim that they have got more likes than Anu for the Buzz Creator Contest of Yes, AI Can at the AI Innovation Summit. Okay, so we'll have a prize for Anu. Anu, I request you to please walk down there. Can we have the prize, please? Anu, can you please come? So we have the very first winner for Buzz Creator Contest with maximum engagement, well-used hashtags, well-written captions, and uploaded on LinkedIn. Anu, I request you to please be here. Just come. Ritika, can you help me with the prize, please? Come here. So I want to just see your LinkedIn one more time and everybody to be reassured of. So Anu Agalya from what is the name of the company? IQVIA. Okay. That's really amazing. And now it got 20 likes. So yeah, can we have the prize please for Anu? And ladies and gentlemen, please be ready as we're going to have the next panel discussion. And I hope you all are already participating in the lucky draw. As you already know, there are a lot of QR code you can see displaying at the pre-function areas. You can scan the QR code, get yourself registered for the lucky draw also. I request all the people who are at the back, they can also come at the front as we can see some vacant seats from the front row. I request Anu, can you please collect it from the backstage? Yeah. Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to our second session of the morning. And this one I know many of you are looking forward to. Session 2 is titled AI X the Future of Work, Redesigning the Engineering Organization. AI copilots can boost developer productivity by 20 to 55% and reduce enterprise workflow handling time up to by 30%. As AI becomes embedded in our daily work, organization must rethink decision layers, oversights, accountability, and the very nature of human AI collaboration. Moderating this conversation, I have with me Ms. Shreya George, Managing Director and Partner, BCG. Please put your hands together for Ms. Shreya. Very less energy in the room, ladies and gentlemen. Can we bring back the energy? Mr. Sambit Sarangi, CTO, Tech Platform, Make My Trip.
Mr. Krishnendu Majumdar, CPTOUB Group. Mr. Rajesh Ramachandran, Global Chief Digital Officer, ABB Automation. Mr. Sumit Sharma, Director of Solution Engineering, Salesforce. And Mr. Sudeep Dey, CIOs and CISO, Aster DM Healthcare. So the panel looks quite informative, distinguished, and forward-thinking. So let's just have a very fruitful conversation. Over to you, Ms. Resha.
So good morning, everyone. I see everyone's a little low on energy. Let me start with a question. Who spent 5x of what they spent last month on AI? Raise your hands. Okay, I can see 1, 2. Really? Because your costs have gone up by 5x. So either you've not looked at the bill or you've not realized. Okay, it looks like no one's looked at the bill yet. Okay, so on that note, let me get this panel started. Last year, as a globe, we've spent $250 billion on AI. So I would request all of you to have a look at your tech spend when you get back. But $250 billion is a very large number. We asked a lot of CIOs and CXOs on what they've seen as return. 60% have gotten nothing other than the spend. There's about 40% who's starting to see some value. And today I actually have, I think, the right tech team here who's in the 40%. And hopefully we'll get to hear from them on what they're doing right in terms of their teams, their organizations, and what they're actually shipping. So let me start with, one of the biggest questions everybody has on their mind. What have we actually shipped? And maybe I will start, Krishna, with you. On you shipped in the last 6 months that's exciting for the audience out here.
Okay. Well, I know, there are always, it seems like it is also getting polarized, where people say AI works versus AI does not work, and I saw this batch, yes, AI can work. So I'm in the camp on that side, so please pardon my enthusiasm around that. But a couple of things I will tell you how we approach, because we have the luxury of being a startup and not enough money. So we are constrained, and so we know that how to operate within a constraint. We actually put a goal within the organization that whatever is our 1-year roadmap, we have to finish in 1 quarter. And I can tell you, we are 70% there. And that's what has taught us something very, very interesting in this AI world. And what we could see is that when you are adopting AI, if you sort of keep measuring that from last time, how am I doing, which we typically do in a rear view planning, right? Like last year I did this much, I will do 10% more, 5% more, and all those things. That just does not work with AI, right? And we were able to achieve that because we went through, the entire organization went through you can call it a creative destruction, right? We eliminated sprint planning, we eliminated hierarchies, we dismantled teams, everybody became an IC, everybody is sort of coded. And it was like all hands on deck in a very different form. Because we are chasing that 1 year, because we are a startup, we have to move fast. We know that if we don't move fast, we will not exist. So from that existential fear, we actually look at this tool, which is allowing us to move that fast with extreme constraints. So for us, actually the token spend and all those things doesn't matter that much, right? And while we have put the guardrails, but the time to market that we are gaining is so humongous and so outrageously good, we are okay with that.
Excellent, okay.
Yeah.
I think very much in the space of everyone needs to upskill to AI.
Yeah.
I think the point you made, which is, speed to market, I'm sure we'll hear it from many of the others. But Sudeep, maybe to you, you're in healthcare, where the stakes are quite high on, the product that is shipped can have pretty significant impact. How are you thinking about shipping things, and is this the same metric you're thinking about, speed to market?
No, it's slightly different. When I say AI, and my name is Sudeep, I represent Aster DM Healthcare. We are a chain of hospitals. We have to take our time from curating data. We have a lot of data, but that data is not normalized in normal senses, if I may put it that way. So if I say pure play AI, which was understood as LLMs we were all talking about LLMs about a few quarters ago. It took us 9 to 12 months to create the LLM and perfect it, and then again we failed. So we reached a level of around 92% to 93% accuracy in one part of the country, and we failed miserably when we took it to the other part of the country. And it took us another 5-6 months to figure out what went wrong. So that was pure play LLM. But if I refer back to my AI journey in the organization, it is not just in clinical. We are an enterprise also. So last couple of months has been, apart from those LLMs and those things which are in clinical, we also have a journey which was just curated by the lady before us from Atlas, and wonderful presentation if she's listening. And we are trying to do something similar, completely manual, with the help of AI tools, not in terms of the governance piece, but in terms of percolating AI for productivity amongst various functions within the organization. So we are first enabling, because all of us know that everybody who is smart enough is using AI in some way or the other in the work. I get presentations myself. My legal head is getting proofreads from Claude or somewhere. Most of it is from ChatGPT or Perplexity. So we felt that we should make it more structured. So we are running some trainings. We are running what to do and what you can do. We have identified use cases the way she was mentioning. And then we have said for these use cases, you should use these productivity tools and use them as productivity tools only. And there are certain no's also which we have curated, and it has been very well accepted within the organization. So that has been our journey.
Excellent. No, it's great to hear fintech to healthcare, how the scaling is happening. I think, Samit, I'll go with you next. I loved what we were discussing before we came on stage, the paranoia on how quickly do we get the whole organization into the AI journey. And you've launched quite a few agentic journeys now at scale. What has changed in the engineering organization for you?
Okay. You can hear me? Okay. So I think if I individually ask everybody, is AI made them more productive? Answer is yes, right? Everybody, right? 50%, 80%, 30%, you will get to see all the numbers. At org level, if I ask that question, you will get mixed reactions, right? Somebody will say, yeah, we get to see something, and we are in the journey, we are not looking at ROI and all of those kind of things. But the fundamental difference is organizational productivity is not equal to individual task productivity. Organizational productivity is directly proportional to decision velocity, right? So it is at a design systems level, not at a task level. So when we initially started and we start putting our numbers, just to give you numbers, 82% of our code getting kind of checked in is generated by AI. If you ask my engineers, they will say, feature development velocity is roughly about 45%, right? So those are the numbers. Those are very high numbers. I keep asking them why it is not 100%. But taking that out, right, fundamentally what we observe, right, the human ego, when we talk about, human in the loop, right, when you define a process, there are multiple steps and then you have a human in the loop, right? That's fundamentally human ego. If you can take that out, right now we are all thinking about how do I put AI on top of my process flow, right? Suddenly we realize, can I build a process flow around AI? That's the fundamental change that we have done around last 2 years. And that has kind of helped us accelerate at least major product build. If you talk about on the post-sales side of it, where is the customer service side of it, right now 55% of our ticket, or when you call the call centers, is basically AI resolved, right? So that it means there is no second level of interaction is happening or anything like that. If you talk about travel booking, which is basically Myra, if you haven't really played it out, which handles, this is probably the first AI agent in travel industry in the world which manages end-to-end travel booking. From your intent to actual checkout and getting a ticket. Right now, 7% of our DAU, Delhi active traffic is actually flowing through the agent, right? So those are the milestones that we are really looking at it, right? So fundamentally, what has changed in the organization structure itself? One is we were organized around functions, right? When we realized, fundamentally we need to organize around semantics or around network, right? That's because your semantic questions is fundamentally changing from functions to broadly to network. That's how we have changed. And we have built a lot of guardrails, evaluations at the edge, right? And that means I can take the human out of the loop. Human get in when there is an exception handled rather than human in the loop part of it, right? So we have built simulation tools, right? You want to deploy something, it will actually get into a simulation environment, and then the gradual deployment happens. So there is a lot of tools actually happened. We have built a lot of tools just to manage this whole velocity side of it, right? How can I take human out of the loop and make it autonomous, and human only comes in when there is basically exception. And the key is how quickly you can identify the exceptions. Right? Previously also we used to identify exception. Right now, can I identify the exception the moment it happens, right? Because we are a B2C company. If the site is down for a minute, we lose business, right? Everybody is paranoid about it, right? So that means, can I really, and these are all probabilistic systems, things will go wrong. We have to figure it out how quickly we can recover. There is a lot of system has been built when you are talking about AI. To facilitate AI, there is a lot of org structure has changed. There is a lot of new system has been built so that, AI is meaningful.
Excellent. No, that's some real reorganization of the engineering teams. Maybe Rajesh, I'll come to you. Very different industry. I think you were saying 140 years, seen many ups.
Still a startup in my mind.
Right. So, how are you seeing this play out? Because yours is a lot of physical AI as well, just not the product shipping elements and software elements that we've been talking about.
Yeah, for us, clearly in the industry space, ABB as a leader for last 140 years, as you mentioned, we also the one first brought the industrial AI 2023 with the generative AI. You talked about what we shipped. We shipped ABB Genix, which is our industrial AI and copilot. But the opportunity for us on the industries which we serve, which is the energy, manufacturing, utilities, transportation, and all the critical infrastructure, it's humongous because here, from automation to autonomous towards autonomous, every step the customer makes, there's a huge impact on ROI. So that obviously reflects also in terms of how our engineering teams, our R&D teams are driving the innovations. All of a sudden, the personas that are using our products and offerings is completely changing. So the AI is now going to the shop floor and field operations, not only the specialists and the CXOs who are making decisions. So that has changed in terms of in what the value that we bring it to our customers. I will give some examples the next time when you go the second round. But it has also changed the mindset of how we build and provide value to customers. Just for your data point, so when as an overall ABB business of $35 billion, we roughly make about software products about 50%. The rest is on providing solution and services to the customer. Imagine that both efficiency, productivity, and reliability that we bring it to the customers through our engineering innovation can make a big difference for both customers and us. The change for us has been in our organization, AI for people, AI for business value chain, including services, sales excellence, but also AI for customer offerings, all the three. Just on a software engineering side, AI for product management, which is actually defining what we bring the value to customers, AI for how do we build the product, as well as how do we operate. All the three has a transformative impact. So for me, as a company, ABB for 440 years, we always take a percentage of our revenue for R&D. And R&D, today we spend significant amount for AI because we see that is bringing a value for directly the impact to the customers. Yeah.
No, that's great to hear, and I'll come back to you on what has moved from pilots to scale. Sumit, you talk to a large range of CXOs in India. And, I think we have a very positive panel here. Everyone's seeing a lot of change. But what are you seeing is keeping enterprises back? When I ask the question on, how much people are spending, I think this room is representative of the AI maturity, right? 20% are at it, and I think we have that group on the stage, but a large proportion is not. So give us some thoughts on what's not working.
Sure. Hi, morning everyone. So I guess one of the thing that whenever we are having these boardroom meetings, the CXO presentations, one of the key aspect coming is that we have the data, we have the tech teams, we have the AI, but somehow it is not resonating or not giving us the value proposition, be at a business level or be at an outcome level. So AI is not a problem from our perspective. How we are observing is that problem is not with an AI. Problem is before AI, which is basically the data. Fortunately, unfortunately, from last 2 decades, India enterprise has evolved as a Lego block of systems, where systems started with a warehouse, then we moved to our lakehouse architectures, then in the pandemics, we started off building up the cloud infrastructure, and now we have started getting entry into the agentic. Most of the enterprise, I would not say from the audience on this stage, but most of the enterprise that we interact with, they have a challenge with data not being ready for AI. Their data is primarily built for the purpose of reporting and analytics. And that's where we all have established or understood data that it's an analytics, right? And that's where Salesforce try to bring in a value proposition of bringing everything together. We bring data as a single platform strategy where we have data 360 coming in. It is bringing data, unifying data, bringing all the real-time insights into the same platform. This makes the ground clear for AI to operate. AI can only operate at scale and in, I would say, with full power and a full outcome driven once we have the data, underlying data is being sorted. And that's where the Salesforce value proposition comes in, that we bring data and AI together, where we sort first the data problem and not the AI problem. When we are now discussing with customers, with stakeholders, there are ambitions on the CEO side that we need our organizations to be an agentic organization, while the engineering problem lies with an underlying system. And that's where we are trying to solve it, sitting with the customer, saying that let's not start looking just directly at the agents. Let's first try to solve the data problem. Are you data ready? Is your organization having a right context of the data for agent to operate at scale? And then we are starting off with an agentic conversation. That's how we are seeing the world, and most of the conversations are alluding towards that only, that AI readiness can only be done once we have the data readiness.
So data challenge remains, every cycle when we go through digital, when we go through AI, it remains. Maybe Krish, I'll come to you. You are 5 years into the making, so hopefully much more advanced in terms of some of the data structures, but keen to understand as a fintech built, hopefully tech native, is this a challenge for you, and how are you getting structural enterprise productivity, not individual productivity?
It's a brilliant question, okay? And let's also understand that while we are a startup, we are not a regulated entity, but we work with every single regulated entity in India, okay? So while we can fly as high as we can, but we are still serving the regulated entities in India. So couple of things, let us look at it this way, like I will just take the example of like what is happening on credit in India, right? All of us are talking about that, how MSME sector has to be like really given a boost. Government is also taking an action on all that. How do you think like these companies or new to credit people get underwritten today? There's hardly any data, right? Like for example, on all of those. I'll give you a thing like how people were using extreme heuristic thing, right? Like if a Kirana store guy is living in the same house on the first floor and the shop is in downstairs, they're credit worthy. Right? So these are the type of heuristic how banking has evolved in India. Now imagine when we are working with all these banks, they are saying that I need to take my credit underwriting at 100x more efficiency and less cost. Look at it this way, right? Why is UPI so successful? Because the cost of transaction is so low. And if the cost of giving credit is low, right, then the credit will automatically flow. So where we are working with a lot of leading PSU, in fact like PSU and also private banks in India, is we are working with them that how we can make sure that the data that you are talking about, right? Obviously, as a regulatory entity, they can't deal with any breaches of the data. And that data is, in a lot of cases, their core IP, right? Like, for example, what you know about your customer from a transaction perspective, which helps you credit underwrite better, right? So we are coming up with very, very interesting hybrid solutions where a lot of their data, the quality of data, the access of data, and one very interesting part which is coming along, see, all these companies, banks and everything, they always had something called role-based access control, right? What is role-based access control for agents? Is an agent allowed to take, look at every data that is there? Or is it to be limited with respect to what they can see, what they cannot see, how they handle PIA and all that? So a completely new software development, what I should say, paradigm is coming along, right? Where you don't differentiate between that, whether data is being accessed by an AI agent or an individual. The question is that, is it happening in a compliant fashion without sort of leaking the data or any PIA? So it's a very, very challenging, what I said, software architecture problem. And imagine, nobody's putting an LLM on their local machine, right? So how do you sort of do that? While take the advantage of the LLM, but still keep all the data private. And that is the engineering complexity which we are sort of dealing with most of the financial institutions in India. Okay?
No, great. And I think, Sudeep, maybe you highlighted this as well, that you're rolling out to every part of the organization some access. Yeah. So how are you making sure, the right people have access, but also people who don't have access, to Krish's point, is not just throwing all your data into some free available tools? How are you thinking about your privacy?
Majumdar, you summarized really well. And we just go from a role-based access control, which is for applications and usage of data. We are a significant data fiduciary as far as DPDP is concerned. We are dealing with a hell lot of confidential data, which is PII also. Yeah. So we anonymize and use. And most of the clinical usage of our clinical data has been anonymized and then used. And we have done first level of consent and all those things. But when it comes to usage of tools, which is for productivity, we have set guardrails saying that these are the set of information and these are the tools where you can put up the data. Else, it is not just role-based. For us, it is also risk analysis. So RBAC is both ways. RBAC is for role-based also. RBAC is for risk-based also. So we have not gone ahead and done that for our patients yet, but we have done it for our enterprise where we are. That is why we are a bit slow also. We, in a way, when he said that we have to go to market in 3 months, our third-party risk assessment itself takes 3 months. So we have to be very, very, and we do not have a marketplace where we can say that these are the set of providers or these are the set of people who are adhering to it, and we do not have such standards which have evolved, though DPDP has come out as an act. So we rely heavily on third-party risk assessment, not just for this. In every aspect, we are now bringing in third-party risk assessment. Secondly, we are using a lot of tech for treatment. And all that tech is cloud-driven. All that tech is using a lot of AI. If I tell you, everybody has come across the term called genomics. And to draw out a genomics report which will predict that there is a propensity of a particular kind of ailment which can come into you, you have to compare it with some data which is public data. So that we are guardrailing even the ingestion points. We are making sure that there is no rogue data or synthetic data which is making sure, which is getting into this model. So these are the sites. There are various if I may say, there are various measures for various kinds of AI usage in our organization. So 3 of them is what I quoted here.
Oh, interesting. I had not thought that you would also think about your patients as being part of the enterprise AI rollout, right? Yeah, that's...
Of course, the law is threatening. Otherwise, also, the organizations I have worked for, they foster for trust in some way, in some vision document or the other. They are all very, very cautious about their image. And these are both negative connotations. Otherwise, also, the entire enterprise from top to bottom is very, very sensitized. No, we don't get questioned, why did you take 3.5 months to just clear a third-party risk assessment? Sometimes some models are not onboarded just for 2 VAPT observations not being closed by the vendor. So those are also examples with us.
No, very, very grounded in terms of certain industries, I can imagine, and glad you're taking your time on all our behalf as well. Maybe I will pivot a little. I know there's a lot of folks in here who are thinking about building their engineering teams, and Samvid, I'll come to you. I think we are all now well aware that our roles are changing. What our roles look like a year back is not what future look like. What is a good engineer in this era? What's the definition, or what are you looking for in a good engineer?
Okay. Yeah.
I have to ask some tough questions, right?
If I have to take a bit, what are the engineering metrics that today we are measuring for people, right? We are measuring number of line of codes, sprint velocity, and some defect metrics, probably, right? So that's how we are, and that's how we kind of measuring the effectiveness of technology organization, right? And that's where the Jira, Atlassian, all of those people come into play. I believe fundamentally those metrics are going to be irrelevant in a year's time. If agent is going the heavy lifting of code generation piece of it, so all of those metrics doesn't really matter. So what metrics matters fundamentally is at an engineering level, how many design decision has been validated, how many iterations has been done, how many escape defects has been come, right? So a lot of good engineers will be around, augmentation to AI, governance, right? And at an architecture and design thinking level, not necessarily on their depth of the coding side of it, right? So now also we have changed the hiring policy a little bit of it. Right now, if you had somebody at a junior level, we don't ask them to write a code. We actually give them a piece of code and say, can you critique the code? Can you evaluate the code and critique the code? I usually give, if little bit of senior, I will give them a problem statement or a business statement. Usually ask them, can you generate, generate design ideas based on this, right? So fundamentally, the way I look at, you're not going to be coding engineers, you are going to be business context engineers. So your narrow depth doesn't really matter, design thinking matters. Your ability to synthesize problems and judgment matters, right? So those are the fundamental skills that we are looking at it. We may be completely wrong, but I think we are on that journey now.
Great. And maybe Sumit, to you, what are you looking for in an enterprise when you're looking at a rollout, right? What's the foundational pieces that have to be in place? You spoke about data, but what from the organization perspective, whether it's the org design, the engineering teams, what does it take to make the agents or the deployment a success?
I guess in today's era, things have changed drastically. Every organization is now looking at a thin layer of the tech teams, more of driven towards the builder organizations where everybody, like you mentioned, that everybody is now expected to be an IC. There are no one who is just managing set of people. They have been given a business problem, they need to solve it, and they have data which is in a state. What we are targeting organizations is that they built up a foundation as a strong foundation with a data platform, and then let their systems of engagement, systems of agents work on that foundation layer, so that none of the builders are getting hallucinated with a wrong set of data or with different set of data, so that it is an outcome driven organization rather than just a deliverable driven, which erstwhile used to happen with tech heavy organizations, where we have a lot of developers, senior developers, leads, and then the testers and business analysts. So I guess that is going away. Everybody is moving towards an IC contributors and a builder contributions.
And IC is individual contributor.
Individual contributor. Sorry for, I come from a tech background, so.
No, great.
That, like we sort of, just to take inspiration, we put together and make IC great again, you know.
Yeah, of course. I guess it's not just for the business teams, but not just for the tech organizations, but also for the business organizations also, because at the end, they are also driven towards a purpose. Absolutely. They are also given with the fundamental of building something which is an outcome driven. So it needs
we are talking about 1 billion by one person unicorns, right?
Yeah. No, I think the number of CEOs I meet today who start with, I built something last week. I think it's the era of I built something, right? I built my 3 agents, even if it's to order Swiggy automatically for dinner. So I think we're seeing a lot of that. Before I ask maybe my final round of questions, any questions from the audience? You've been all patiently listening. Any questions? Either we've cracked it and you've got all your answers, or you're all quite distracted. Any questions from your side? Otherwise, I can do another round. Yes, please go ahead.
Give somebody a mic.
Are there mics for? Yeah, okay, thank
you. Okay. So I just wanted to ask, nowadays the major problem we are facing about this, how we'll build our AI guardrails, right, across the different industry layers, not only the single part and all.
Could you increase the volume, please, of the mic?
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, so how we implement or how we plan to kind of engage with the AI guardrail system across the different AI layers, AI systems, AI enterprise, all the layers, right? So that we can implement AI governance across the different layers and all these things, right? Is there any single strategy, or there are multiple strategies out there? Because definitely for banking and other places, I see the regulatory is the important part, right, here.
Yeah.
For banking, and industry-specific regulatory will be there. For banking, for insurance, for retail, CPG, all they have the different governance model or governance guardrails. So how are you planning to do it?
Yeah. So the guardrails, maybe you can go.
Yeah, I think just also collecting a couple of thoughts here. So at least in the industrial context, how we also build products for customers. We see the way it's changing is, like mentioned on, first there's a data strategy. There's clearly an AI strategy and governance. And third, clearly in terms of that, how the customer is going to see what we call as a value engineering strategy. There's 3 different frameworks. In the context of industrial AI, we always solve the problem of connecting a lot of systems and bringing the OT, operations, IT, and ET, engineering data, in an industrial IoT wave, which was like last 10 years in the digital wave. As you mentioned, that level of contextualization is good enough when you are going to build advanced analytics using machine learning, deep learning, whatnot. The moment we are talking about now LLMs and AI agents to really access the data, the contextualization is very different. What is needed, the readiness. So we have just clearly 3 different layers and strategy, roadmap, products around it. One is we call it industrial data ops, which is fundamentally bringing the contextualization need and also the self-declarative tools for making the contextualization of the data. The data contextualization could mean that take a critical assets, how it's doing from the process side, how it's doing the energy side, how it is doing in terms of the efficiency, reliability, and sustainability. That could be different for your industry. The second is that AI strategy, is it going to be human in the loop or human is using that as a productivity tool? That kind of a governance, we bring it in based on the different use cases. highly safety critical use cases, we still have human in the loop, the last end mile, but the human uses agents a lot as a productivity. And the third is clearly in terms of customers seeing the benefit. As I mentioned earlier, who is seeing the value of AI is completely changing in the industry. A field technician, a person sitting on the offshore platform on oil and gas is now seeing the value. I will give a quick example. A large single-site solar plant, which is like 3.8 million solar panels, 2.2 kilometers radius, and giving a 2 gigawatt power, it's the largest site, is having just 2 people in the control room using the AI agent supporting it. So it is possible to get that kind of the level if you are using the right use cases. Just to end with thoughts on the way that we reshaped our organization or reshaping our organization engineering teams, there is always a data contextualization engineering, which we call. It's no more like full stack engineer, QE engineer, that's all gone. We have a data ops engineer. We have an AI agent creator because you need to build AI agent. We have an AI agent orchestrator or governor who's fundamentally defining the governing rules, RBACs and so on. And we call as the AI agent consumer. So I think this literally, and we call this as the overall as a system architects and product engineer. This is literally the 6 roles, I believe, will redefine the shape of your organization.
Excellent. Thanks, Rajesh. I know we are on time's up. I'll do one rapid fire with the panel I have on stage, and maybe I'll start with you. What's one big bet you are taking in your engineering organization? You know, one good idea for our group here.
I would answer the question differently.
No,
for
this
us,
is rapid fire and she's staring at me.
No. My answer is crisp because for clinical, anything in AI, if you want to develop, there is an SAMD standard which you have to go through. Secondly, we put the use case first and don't put the technology first. So it is never that how do we plan to use AI. It is like how do we plan to solve a problem. And so that's how it is.
Yeah. Krish, one big bet.
One big bet we are taking is that we know that with Claude and all those things coming, 6 months down the line, 1 year down the line, most people will forget how to program, okay? They will forget coding. And so that how much of that context we are able to capture, both the code context, design context, and the business context, into and create a IP for the organization, right? Irrespective of the people. That's what we are betting on.
Excellent. Sambit, one big bet.
Yeah, I think we all talk about 2x engineer, 10x engineer. In AI world, it is 100x engineers. Just hold on to your best people because their ability to validate decision and move forward is unmatched.
Great. Sumit, one big bet.
I guess for us at Salesforce, we are helping organizations to build their data foundation strong so that it becomes more contextual for AI to work at scale.
Yeah, for us, it's about building products which are sustainable AI because AI is also consuming a lot of energy. But how do you also use AI to also optimize energy for data centers, for industries, and so on? That's the biggest bet we are working on as well.
Great. I think I'll go with what Krish said, the number of digital twins that organizations are building for themselves to not forget everything we knew. I think that's a big bet I'm at least seeing. Thank you again, panel. It was a pleasure. And thank you, audience.
Well, thank you so much, panelists. Can we resounding applause, ladies and gentlemen? What an informative and insightful panel we just had. Thank you, Ms. George. You have conducted it very beautifully. Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, this time to felicitate our panelists. I request Ms. George to please do the honors. Can I request you to please step forward, our moderator? So, Ms. Shresha George, our moderator, will going to felicitate the panelists. So I request Shresha to please felicitate Mr. Sambit Sarangi, CTO Tech Platform Make My Trip, Mr. Krishnendu Majumdar, CPTO UV Group, Rajesh Ramachandran, Global Chief Digital Officer, ABB Automation, Mr. Sumit Sharma, Director of Solution Engineering, Salesforce, and Mr. Sudeep Dey, CIO and CISO, Aster DM Healthcare. special thanks to our moderator, Ms. Shresha George. You're absolutely amazing. Yeah. So, well, now, ladies and gentlemen, this time for the another Mentimeter quiz. Before we hop into the next session will be the executive panel. So please be ready. So meanwhile, we are doing the setup on the stage. Can we have the Mentimeter QR code? So everyone, can you please take your phones out? The question is going to be very interesting, by the way. Please scan the QR code for the Mentimeter quiz. And you can also scan, like it's there at the back of your badges. Just see behind your badges, it's already there. The Mentimeter quiz QR code is already there. Perfect, so can I have the question please now? Be ready, it's going to be a poll. So it's going to be a live poll. So let's see what is the question. As AI copilots become mainstream, what will be the most valuable human capability inside enterprises? There are 37% who are agreeing to the point of critical thinking and decision making. That's great. But domain expertise and business context is also giving the equal competition. So critical thinking and decision making, many of the people, 38% live poll. We can see the 38% people are saying critical thinking and decision making. That's absolutely amazing. Thank you so much, people, for your valuable feedbacks. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before we hop into the next session, Miss Anu is here. She is the winner of Bus Creator Contest, and she have just won AirTag. Can you please stand, Anu, and show everybody your AirTag so everybody can also do the same? Yes. She's there, right there, yes. We have just given her an AirTag, so please be ready. Upload as much as you can on your LinkedIn or your social media profiles. Use the hashtag YesAI can and hashtag AIIS. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we now move into a focused executive panel titled The Connected Intelligence Gap. What separates AI that demos well from AI that delivers? Every enterprise deploys AI agents, but those producing measurable ROI aren't the ones with the most agents. They architect how humans and agents collaborate with shared context across teams. So it's going to be a very informative panel, ladies and gentlemen. Moderating this session, I have with me Ms. Jessica Gilroy, APAC GTM lead at Atlassian. Can we have her on the stage, please? Jessica Gilroy. Hi, Jessica. How are you doing? So Jessica is here, ladies and gentlemen. Can we resounding applause to women walking onto the stage? Thank you. Now we have with us the panelist, Mr. Rohit Keelam, Chief Technology Officer, HDFC Life, and Ms. Tulsi Menon, AI Evangelist and Strategist at Atlassian. That's amazing to see such a distinguished panelist and the moderator joining on the stage. Is going to be the executive panel, the Connected Intelligence Gap. So over to you, Jessica.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, and welcome, Rohit. And I think we can all agree that your keynote today was exceptional. Thank you so much for being here. In the audience today, we have got a lot of people on different journeys, different stages of their AI journey. And I think the one thing that probably unites us is we're all pretty much working this out as we go along at the moment. In fact, maybe quick show of hands. Does anyone feel that their organization has nailed their AI strategy yet? Thought so. I was going to say, if there is someone, please come up to me afterwards. I'd love to speak to you. So on our panel today, we have Tulsi, we have Rohit, we have two sides of the AI coin. We have Tulsi representing the viewpoint of someone who creates AI for enterprises in order to solve very complex problems. And we have Rohit representing the customer and a company that is a huge adopter of AI to drive their business outcomes. So I'm personally really excited to get this opportunity to interview both. So Tulsi, maybe we start with you.
Sure.
I think besides the word sorry, It feels like AI is probably the most used word in the English dictionary right now. But what is the one question that everyone in the audience should really be asking themselves right now when it comes to AI?
Yeah, I agree, and how much AI is almost overused, and it's a bit sad because I sometimes cringe at it, and I've been in AI for such a long time, and so I went from when I said, oh, I work at AI, it was like, oh, cool, who's this weird person, to now, don't we all work in AI? And so yeah, it is super obvious. But I think the most important question, I think I sort of covered this in my talk earlier, was what's the ROI, right? What is, yes, you're working on AI, but how do you measure it? What's the impact? And how do you actually make sure it is doing what you want it to do? So measuring outcomes, not activity, measuring outcomes, that are at not just at individual level, but at organizational level. And so I think that's the biggest question I would just ask is, are you measuring outcomes at all? Do you measure them well? And are you succeeding at those outcome metrics that you have in place? So those are, I think, the top questions to think about.
Yeah, because without that goal, without knowing what you're trying to strive towards, how do you know if you get there? Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. And Rohit, how are you using AI as a true differentiator inside your organization? And maybe what have been some of the challenges in implementing those ideas?
Right. So we started experimenting with this technology almost 5-6 years ago. We started with smaller proof of concepts, scaling them up to a journey where we've actually bought our own GPUs and we are hosting our models. We're trying to build on the data sets as we move forward. Primarily, use cases are underwriting, claims, servicing. Those are the specific areas which we are going after as we speak. We're still on the journey. We're on the path. I cannot say that we've solved it. We are encountering milestone after milestone, newer set of problems that we came up with. Earlier was actually proving that it works. Second was proving it works, the accuracy at level of scale that we wanted it to. Third was getting onto the economics right. Then to a current stage where we are now looking at actually making the full stack work. And when I say full stack, I mean the hardware, the data, the model, the use cases, and embedding them into our existing work processes. So the full stack work has to be done. And it's a longest journey from our standpoint.
Thank you. So Tulsi mentioned the fact that the number one thing that we need to be thinking about is kind of where we're headed. And so Rohit, maybe another question for you. As many companies are moving past that sort of experimenting with AI phase and are now focused on proving AI outcomes and success, how are you personally defining and measuring the outcomes of your AI investments?
That's a tricky one because outcomes are defined by people and people are changing. Right. So over a period of years, we've identified a set methodology of building a business case. We are trying to move and fine-tune a business case for AI as we speak. And it traverses down all the full stack that we just spoke about from a technology standpoint. Second, we look at it from at least a 5-year horizon, not just a 1-year, 2-year horizon. We look at it from a longer-term perspective, how this is going to change, what we are going to do. The last part of it is never underestimate the organization change required to do this. So those are the key things that we are working on currently.
And maybe Tulsi, anything that you would add to that, maybe at Atlassian, how we're thinking about measuring success?
Outcomes, yeah. And I think it's different for each team, but I think what Rohit said is very, very relevant, right? I think looking at not activity and not that, like don't look at token maxing, don't look at just adoption, but say, okay, what's the actual outcome? In some cases, the outcome is, can we have a good outcome, for example, is are we ensuring that there's fewer incidents and fewer outages? That's a good outcome. So with all of the stuff that we do, instead of just saying, okay, are people using it for ops and life cycle or to help improve when an incident does happen, can we just say, okay, look, are we actually saying that there's fewer incidents? Or are tickets getting closed faster or fewer tickets being created at all. So those are some good examples of outcomes, which skips past the activity steps and goes straight into like things that we can sort of map back to business goals. So.
Wonderful, thank you.
I think outcomes have to be very customer-centric. Yeah, so most of the outcomes that we look at are very specific customer metrics that we look at. I'm just adding this piece because how many customers do you service digitally? How many customers turnaround time for servicing is there? What is the turnaround time? How you can draw that down? What is the additional value that you can give to a sales process going forward? By what percentage will you bring the fraud down? How do you bring down your early claims process? How much percentage point you will increase your persistency? Those are the key metrics that we would go after.
Thank you. Maybe we change gears a little bit and we talk about, wider use cases. So it seems that the majority of companies, have put the majority of their initial focus on AI within coding, within debugging. But Tulsi, where do you see AI having the greatest impact outside of development?
It's a very good question. I think for example, even Microsoft, we felt like the reason that I think also that people have been so excited about coding and actually seeing tangible outcomes there is, one, it's easier because it's all like everything is online. There's no offline thing that it feels like, at least it's not that it's not true, but it feels much easier to show end-to-end outcomes there, and it's also exciting for people to do it themselves. But I think we're seeing that coding is just a small part of how the entire business operations work, and I think the impact will come when the biggest impact will be in rewiring how businesses actually work and how they operate. And so a few examples would be like one, business operations, literally BizOps. So supply chain is a good example, right? It would literally proactively or autonomously doing end-to-end workflows that are able to predict, react, adapt, and resolve anything. Like, for example, supply chain is one example, right? But rewiring and rethinking BizOps is huge impact. And with the right context, with the right pieces in place, I think the impact there is phenomenal because margin-wise, cost-wise, and stability, it directly impacts the bottom line. Another one is customer engagement. I think that people are seeing also a lot, like customer engagement, resolution, ticket resolution, those sort of things. But also because you can now do extreme hyper-personalization of everything. And so it goes beyond just solving a problem for a customer, but really, really adapting and being super personalized. So I think that's another one where we've seen impact already beyond coding and debugging, but I think we can do so much more, right? And I think those are, two sort of big ones, but I think overall it's just how do you, and also just decisions being faster, better decisions being done, and transforming the way decisions are being done, because that's when it hits the second level, again, going back to ROI, right? Coding is one part of the whole, even for tech companies. It's a small part of how we operate. It's very important. But there's a lot of decision-making that now becomes the blocker. And I think having AI that does, finding gaps, doing analysis, closing loops, making decisions, looking at what goes out and learning and coming back and doing feedback loops. So I feel like those three, but underlying it will change the fundamental way businesses are wired with these three impacts, I think.
Yeah, thank you. And Rohit, have you got anything to add to that? Any other insights from a practical perspective?
No, I think tech for tech will work, definitely, because it's this audience itself. But what we are looking at tech for society, we're looking at tech for environment, we're looking for more humane tech. That is where the challenges are. I'll give you a very simple story, right? Build a voice agent. I've heard voice agents, right? So all of us have done that. Voice agents, it talks beautifully. It will tell you exactly, converse with you. If you're trying to solve a problem, sell something, get more information, it's just giving you everything. In between, you're giving him some information as a human being that hey, I'm not well today and probably, can I do this tomorrow? He's not programmed to be empathetic. You're missing out that vital clue. That's the vital clue of making our machines more humane. If we do not make our machines humane, we'll end up living in Mars because machines will live here and we'll live in Mars.
I don't want to live in Mars, to be honest. Rohit, I'll stick with you actually. When it comes to AI model selection, and it really does feel like at the moment it's the majority of companies that have been experimenting with AI have just sort of gone with all of the big four LLMs simultaneously as well. But as we're discovering, different models do excel at different things. So how are you thinking about optimizing for different tasks and use cases?
Yeah, so we learned it the hard way. There are different nails and different hammers. You have to use the right nail and the right hammer. You can't use a large LLM, 100 billion parameter LLM each time to solve a simple query. There are times RAG works, there are times a tiny LLM will work, a SLM will work if it's very domain specific. We'll have to identify the specific query, the right tech behind it to be solved economically. A lot of people started using a very large LLM to create a knowledge base and create a chatbot on a knowledge base. How do you get an ROI out of it? How do you get an ROI out of, if I put all the policies for my customer service agents into an LLM and it keeps asking questions if this policy is okay, if this condition will work or not. Will I get an ROI for that? I will not. We have to identify the right set of technology for it to scale at a level. That is extremely important. That's why most of the AI projects are not able to scale. We all learned it the hard way.
And absolutely feed it with the right context as well. Yeah, absolutely. And Tulsi, what about you? Anything you'd add there in terms of best practices for model selection?
I think, plus one to everything Rohit said. I think that's very critical. But sometimes, again, you won't know what's the right model to use. Whether, again, to use, small models or large. And again, given I've been around for a while, I've seen that this craze happening, like in AI, because back when I started, linear regression was cool. I'm sure nobody knows or uses linear regression or thinks about it anymore, right? That's what we were building. That's what I was training. And so the biggest key to figuring out what works, because it will change. There is no one answer that works now. There's no cheat sheet of use this model for this. The only way to know that is invest in metrics. In evals, in quality metrics that are robust, and most people do not do this, or they do it at a very it's one of the things I'm really passionate about. And it's like once people don't do this and they don't spend enough time building it in the right way without bias, in a concrete way. And so if you have a hardened metric that you can trust, then all you can do, it's free. You can just every single time have this small set, run it on every model, run it on everything, keep changing it. It's fine because you have a thing you can trust that tells you which is working best. And then you can look, and then you have cost. So you can say, okay, for this scale, for this quality, look at your cost, look at your quality, and say, what's an acceptable number for me? What's the trade-off? But if you know cost, you know your own scale, but what most people don't have is the quality to do that trade-off. And so if you spend and invest in quality, and lots of very experienced teams don't do this, by the way. It's not a small problem, but it's a very, very, very solvable problem. And I'm glad people are talking about it more now. So you look at cost, quality, do the trade-off. And that's how you choose models, because models will keep changing. And I agree with what Rohit said. Sometimes you really need to be able to decide for things which are at scale. And if you're just choosing some classification, do not put an LLM on that. You don't need that. For every single search query that comes in, if you need to choose, does it go to this desk or that desk? Putting an LLM on that, and people do it. It's insane. So that is just a bad example of of a model fit. And if you had, the cost, but if you had a quality benchmark that says, okay, this very simple 3-layer model can almost meet the quality, you would make that decision.
Thank you. I think let's talk about supercharging your AI investment. And, I think we can kind of all agree, and we're working this out right now, that intelligence isn't the differentiator anymore. Everyone's got access to intelligence, and it really is around context. So what does connected organizational context actually mean? And how do you make AI useful through it? And how maybe did you move from AI that generates generic outputs to AI that actually understands how your teams are working, you know, the tribal context?
Yeah, and that is critical. I think like that is actually why most things fail. Like when most AI projects also fail, apart from the quality issue, but because it's disconnected with how the team works. It doesn't have context. And yes, with RAG and stuff, you can build that in, but it's so hard to keep doing it on the fly. And so again, I said this in my previous talk, but the Atlassian CEO Mike Cannon-Brookes, he said that really, really well. Like intelligence is the engine, context is the fuel that powers it, and so having that really like up-to-date context graph as just always sitting there as a layer for the intelligence to use for grounding is super critical. Just like, again, we've seen that even in personal uses, right? Like grounding on search data is so critical. Like everybody is realizing that that's the crux of it. So again, for enterprise, grounding is even more important, not less. And so without that context and without grounding, and we've seen that with data that, with grounding, answers are like 40-50% more accurate, and it has lower cost because it knows exactly what to pull out. It is so much cheaper and it's better. So context is not optional anymore, because anything else that you're doing without context is just AI slop at this point. And we don't need more AI slop in the world at this point. So.
I completely agree, because if we don't know why we made a certain decision 3 years ago, how do we make sure we don't make a bad decision now or the same decision and we don't learn from it? Rohit, have you got anything else to add to that in terms of what you're doing to really ensure context
is your data. Yeah. Context is your process. Context is your business rules, right? We need to keep them clean. That's the most important thing from a context standpoint. What technology to apply is incidental. Right? There'll be multiple technologies to apply to create that context layer. But 3 things, your data. If it is federated, if it is thrown all over, if there are issues from your data standpoint, you'll not get your context right. Your work processes clean, straight, documented. Your business rules documented, straightforward, right? Well-written business rules. That becomes your context. And that becomes your superpower to enhance and build onto the LLM going forward. Yeah, I've known cases where a lot of SLM models are available straight out of GitHub. You can just download and start using, but you will never have the context because that's with you. But that is the grunt work that needs to be done.
I completely agree. Thank you. Okay, maybe a final question for you, Rohit, if you don't mind. I'd love to finish by addressing the change management required in everything that we've just discussed. So what are you thinking about when it comes to the changes you need to make to your processes and et cetera in order to support your AI strategy?
AI is not incremental. If we start thinking of AI as an incremental technology, we will not be able to harness it. I think what's important is to have a complete mindset change when we are implementing a technology like AI. For that, our organization structures need to be rethought of. How do we rethink our organization structures in terms of the way we are designed? We are designed still in Henry Ford T model, if most of the organizations, right? We're still in that era where the T model is getting built. We have a process, we have an input, we have process, output, decision, yes, no. That does not work in an AI era. AI era learns on its own patterns. We have to identify organization structure best fit to that so that we can harness that. Underlying data will decide the process. Process cannot be set. That's a very fundamental shift in AI. The underlying data itself will decide the process. Process will not be set like we used to build a production line. How do we build organizations to support this kind of a structure is a challenge. We don't have a right fit answer. There is no right fit answer for this. But it is an immense change from a skill standpoint. It is a big change from the way of working standpoint. It's a big change for organizations with structure work as well. How do you structure your work across? So those are the pieces. And finally, JD, earlier panel was talking about new roles coming in. New roles is just the tip of the iceberg. Actually, the ways of working has to be changed from that standpoint. Yeah.
It's also an incredible opportunity, right? To think about what got us here is not going to get us where we need to go. It's that moment to rewrite the history of how you've done things. So, I mean, it's a challenge to take on, isn't it? And anything that you would add to finalize that?
I agree so completely. I think the biggest issue, even in like how we build products with AI, is if you're starting to think about bolting it on, which most people do. It's very common to say, all of this works. Like, that we're all wired to say, if it's not broken, don't fix it, or don't try to, change it. And so because we're wired that way, we're like, all of this stuff works. I don't want to throw it away because I spent 2 years or 3 years or 10 years building this system and it makes me money today. Great. Keep that and do some bolted on stuff there. But have somebody and some set of people literally saying, let's start ground up. And that's why a lot of these AI disruptor startups are doing really well. They may not be able to do the whole mile. Obviously, they won't be able to do everything unless they have the context and they have the depth. But they're able to do that first big disruption because they're just saying, imagine I know nothing, and how do I start from scratch? Because now I just focus on what is the problem, and I have this incredible set of tools that I can go through at this problem in the right way. So I think just having the audacity to almost throw everything out and then rebuild it back up is very critical. So.
Within the regulation.
Yes. Yes, with governance.
I'm from fintech, right? So.
Absolutely, yeah.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much, both of you. Incredible insights. I personally have got a lot to take away, and I'm sure the audience do too. So, yeah, quick round of applause. Thank you.
Thanks, Jessie.
Well, thank you so much. What an informative and knowledge-driven panel that was. Can you have resounding applause? So we have with us Ms. Gilroy, our moderator. I want Ms. Gilroy to please do the honors for felicitating our panelists on the stage. I request Ms. Gilroy to please felicitate Mr. Rohit Kelam, Chief Technology Officer, HDFC Life. Ms. Tulsi Menon, AI Evangelist and Strategist, Atlassian. And now I'll take the privilege to felicitate Ms. Gilroy. Thank you all the panelists and our moderator, Ms. Gilroy, for joining us. Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving forward. It is going to be a fireside chat, CEO x CTO leadership dialogue. It's going to be very informative panel. Well, everyone, I have a very pertinent announcement to make. I hope you all are engaging at the booths, and we also have the activities going on, the puzzle game. How many of you have just participated in any of those? Yes, I can see the raised hands. Okay, that's perfect. So I request everyone to please keep on participating as we have a lot of prizes and gifts for all of you. And we have also placed the feedback QR codes, which is placed inside this hall, also in the pre-function area. Please take a moment to scan and submit your feedback before you leave today. Once the summit concludes, show your feedback submission screenshot at the registration desk and collect your exclusive attendee gift as a token of appreciation from our side. So please do not leave without giving your feedback in case you're planning to leave post the lunch. Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, moving further, we have the fireside chat, as I mentioned. Autonomous systems are reshaping budget allocation, risk exposure, compliance, talent models, and competitive positioning. Leaders must determine the right balance between human oversight and AI-driven decisions. So let's just move forward as we have two of the very dynamic people joining us on the stage. Mr. Kumar Nitesh, CEO of AGO Business and Trends Footwear, Reliance Retail, one of the India's most dynamic business leaders, scaling technology and commerce at an extraordinary pace. Please put your hands together for Mr. Kumar Nitesh, ladies and gentlemen, from AGO Business. And joining him on the stage, we have Mr. Narendra Babu, Chief Technology Officer, PayU, a technology leader building the infrastructure of India's digital payment future. Can we have a resounding applause for Mr. Kumar Nitesh and Mr. Narendra Babu? Well, in my 6 years of career, I've particularly seen first time a CEO and CTO coming together on stage. I think it's going to be a very fruitful, forward-thinking and growth-driven panel. So over to you.
Can you guys hear me? Okay. So from what I gather, lunch is much later, so it's always a challenge to run a session right before lunch. We'll try to keep it as light as possible. So it's a pleasure to welcome Mr. Nitesh with his background in retail. We're going to learn a lot. Luckily, we are CEO and CTO of different companies, so we can speak a little bit more freely. So, Nitesh, I'm very curious to know, coming from mostly the digital world, we all know, at least I'm fully aware of the impact of AI and how you can use it for the digital systems, but you are somebody who has an oversight of both digital and physical systems. So can you give us a perspective on how India is doing when it comes to autonomous systems, especially in the physical world?
So, Mr. Babu, thank you. Thank you for discussion. So look, India, with the population and the size of economy, whatever happens in India happens big. Mm-hmm. So first of all, I would like to say that India has an immense opportunity because we are very good in adapting digital transformation. We can scale, and we have a nice technology ecosystem. Mm-hmm. So whole world is watching that whatever we do in a sizes. Yeah. Even a normal digital payments, we are number one and all. So first of all, that the big what can happen in India is attracting everybody. And I feel India is already past the experimental timeline. Mm-hmm. So in companies, already AI is taking a shape, taking a decision. So if you ask me, we are doing a lot of things with the AI, especially in terms of demand planning, mm-hmm. forecasting, inventory management, mm-hmm. new customer acquisition. Digitally, the marketing, the specialized or exclusive advertisement for the exclusive customers. Mm-hmm. So these kind of things in retail is happening very, very aggressively. The timeline of making decision. Earlier, we used to waste a lot of time to find the data. Our 90% time used to go in a collection of data, mm-hmm. and then make decision. Now the accurate collection of data is coming, and we are giving more time on making decisions. Mm-hmm. So these kind of things are helping us, and I believe is very aggressively it's penetrating everywhere and helping to enhance the business. Mm-hmm.
Do you see any progress in robots in supply chain and so on? Or?
Yes, in warehouse especially, the robotic system has been already implementing, and it's again the accuracy of the warehouse system is helping us. Mm-hmm. Manually, 5%, 10%, always there is a chance of error, of picking something else, dispatching something else. But with the robotic system, it's a bit expensive, but as I will say, is not the cost, is not doing that. What is costing to the companies is more important than what today we have to invest and all. So is warehouse system, because earlier sometimes 5%, 10% stock, sometimes you are not getting, you are not finding, you keep to make investment little high in terms of merchandise and all product. So now what is happening that since accuracy is coming in the warehouse system, so even the last piece of the product we are able to get and dispatch to the consumer.
Right.
So this is definitely helping us. We are saving timeline especially, I will say.
Right. And a customer is happy because you're able to find the item.
Yeah, because out of 10 times, even one time you have to return, you got a bad product or wrong product at your home, definitely the dispatch satisfaction is very, very high for the consumer. So we are 99.5% accuracy we have today.
Right, right. So for many of the CEOs who have to oversee this change in the way industry is operating today, right? So, and in light of the AI progress that has happened, how do you think CEOs should run their businesses more effectively? What change do you think that the CEOs need to embrace?
Look, there is 3-4 important changes are happening. The earlier there used to be intuition-led or gut feel-led decision used to happen. Now it's happening a data-led. There was a data before also available, but after coming AI, as I said, that suppose we are now, the market is going on the discounting USS, end of season sale in mid-June, July. So buyer has to manually look each line item, what is the sell-through, what is selling, what is not selling, and it start the whole work 1 month in advance. With AI, we are in 1 day, we are taking 1 day, few hours to understand. We give commands to the AI that these are the parameters, whatever the sell-through of the merchandise. If happening this much monthly, we are able to sell is okay, it should be core product. Otherwise, if it is not selling this way, it can be go in discount. So these kind of prompts are helping, and basically the timeline is helping us too much to execute anything.
Right.
Number 3, as a CEO or as a business, we are investing a lot in the people to understand AI. It's not because any leader will lose job because of AI, but for sure, leader who is adapting AI will outperform the people who are not adapting AI.
Right.
So we have a focus on trainings. We have a focus on AI. One more thing we are doing, we are not treating AI as a separate project. We are trying to bring AI in our daily routine work. Right? Earlier, whatever you used to do manually, we do manually, and then we check through AI. We put in systems to check how is the work and all. And slowly, AI is also understanding our requirement. Every time when AI gives us the result, is more accurate and they are understanding our also psyche.
Right, right.
So I feel these are few things is what we are doing as a business.
Right. So I think this is fascinating to know that that change is a lot more deeper in the organization. And I just want to pick on the point that you said about it's not about reducing the number of people that are required to do. I think within our own organization, we have seen that it's about empowering people to do more. So there is so much debt that every organization needs to catch up on, because you always want to do so many things, but you don't have enough people at your disposal. But with the power of AI, now what we are seeing is that so many engineering tools that people wanted to build, they're able to build it because they have a lot of powerful tools. So is it fair to say that in your organization also you're seeing that now you're more empowered? You don't have to, for example, earlier you would have gone and reached out to, say, your engineering teams to get something done, right? Or whether if you're running a marketing campaign and so on, now maybe your business folks can self-serve that and do it themselves more effectively.
So are you saying technology people job is in danger because business people are learning how to make technology?
So that's good. So we can do more tech work.
Yes, for sure. What you were saying is happening. I am seeing now marketing team is making a campaign in few minutes without taking help of anybody. Digitally, they are giving a prompts, and we are creating a nice promos. now also we are able to make a special promo for the exclusive customers. So customers are getting the personalized promos or so company customer acquisition cost definitely is reducing.
Right, right. So there is always a question on ROI, right? So as we embrace AI and especially the token usage is going up, now people are really starting to see that, hey, that's coming at a cost, right? So in your experience, how do you view this, right? So do you view this as, hey, look, I'm spending so much. What is the ROI for me? Or do you think it's too early? Let's embrace, let's see, what comes out of it. And then we start assessing that where is the right balance that, where do you think something human should do versus AI should do? Any thoughts on that?
So look, more than ROI, I believe more than thinking of cost of implementing AI or using AI, than we should bother for cost of not using it or not implementing it.
Right.
Definitely, you have to invest today for the future competition to be ahead than your competition. I think it's giving a huge edge on the competition size. If you are doing that, you are going ahead than your competitor. So I think we should not bother today for the ROI and all. It's a future investment. And definitely, whatever we are using, we are seeing the accuracy and timeline. These both things are becoming very, very helping for the business. If I see the actually financial terms in ROI and the biggest two biggest help is happening because you invest a lot in the product, in merchandise. Sometimes you don't know what is the consumer demand, where demands are going up, in product, which design, where. So the AI is helping us to demand forecast very, very heavily.
Accurately.
And that is helping us to reduce the inventory cost. As I earlier said, in warehouse also and in the demand supply chain also. So with the history of buying behavior, again, it was all there in the Excel. We used to use all that. But the way AI is calculating and giving, even I want one region, how suppose Telangana behave, how J&K behave, exclusive consumer, how is behaving, what is your last 1 year behavior of buying, all that. So is helping. New customer acquisition cost has reduced. Earlier it used to happen a lot. So that is also helping us. So that is also ROI, which is we are getting a return on all that. I think one of the biggest win for is getting a consumer. The consumer is now connected 24 hours. Earlier you used to have 10 to 7, you have to call to the call center. You are on a queue, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. Now with this all agentic AI, the consumer is getting so much help. 70% queries are helped then and there. It is Sunday, Monday, whatever timeline. So I think AI is helping consumer to get their all grievances, all their call center calls are little, I will believe, is cutting. And above that, if something is not resolved, there is a human for sure is there. But I think consumer is getting good service with 24 hours, this agentic AI and all.
So you're saying that even as of today, there are second order, third order benefits that you're actually seeing in embracing some of these. So
100%. I think we are a fashion lifestyle company. We are a product company. The planning tools is the number one usage or number one our requirement to do forecast planning, right? And that is one thing which we are gaining a lot of advantage out of that. And consumer-centric decisions, which used to take long time, lot of data we have to fetch, a lot of study we have to do, and there are error of chances are the error and all. But I think is becoming now more accurate. Like I exactly know what Narendra Babu is buying pizza from where he's going, what he's doing. So a lot of information around you we have, and we can exclusive offer you something for you. So and that is more accurate in a low cost,
Right.
and the conversion, which is the retail, is the biggest, either is offline or online. The biggest requirement is conversion. There is a footfall you have to generate, and then there is a conversion has to happen. So in both things, I think we are getting huge advantage through AI.
The question I want to ask you is that you run a large organization. Any suggestion you have in terms of bringing about this mindset shift, because it's harder for people to embrace change, right? So especially it's harder for an entire organization to start looking at tools differently, to start looking at their ways of working differently. Any suggestions you might have for the audience that how do we bring about this change?
So again, I said before also, I mean, it's not like AI is going to take some jobs, or AI is going to reduce manpower in the industry, which is a huge discussion is happening, Mr. Babu. I think the AI, I remember 2012-13 when online started, we were big offline company. I used to work in offline, and we thought that online is coming, it will kill offline. Now there's a Zepto and Blinkit world is there. So in 12-13 also we thought that online is something which will kill offline, but it never happened. Earlier the 100% business was maybe offline, now 25% business is online of any company, and 75% business is still offline. So I think there is a shift of technology, there is a shift of consumer behavior. Because of that, there is a shift of the approach, the way you do business. Mm-hmm. It doesn't mean that we are going to lose something. There is a new way of doing the business, which always enhance year on year. Every 20 years, things changed. So I say that we should not be worried about the AI and all. But what we should do, we should invest in our team to do how to use AI properly, which we are doing, to be honest, and use very, very efficiently. Mm-hmm. Right. So I have one question in between, since I'm only talking. I also said, so a lot of discussion among the common people or the people like us, we are not technology guy, but thanks to AI, we are learning a lot of things. A lot of discussion happening that the job will cut, people will lose their job, the AI will take place. So how do you see the technology versus the human aspect of doing business? I have my own experience versus AI. So how you see the difference, and how you feel after next 5 years, what will happen?
So a year back, the view that I had to now, we have seen AI a lot more closely, has changed a lot, right? So initially the anxiety most people had is that, hey, this is probably the first time, where a machine is crossing that barrier of human intelligence, right? So what does it do then, It certainly was a very pertinent question, right? However, after spending 12 months very deeply in embracing AI and using this within our own organization, what we find is that this is again another force multiplier, right? So we see that now people are able to do so much more, which opens up your avenues for doing businesses more effectively, for bringing in cost efficiency, for chasing new consumer segment, and so on and so forth. At least as of today, I don't see that. When shift happens, there is always disruption, right? So that's bound to happen. That's the law of nature. There's nothing much you can do about it. But I think, for me, I see this as a force multiplier. So this allows people to do more creative things than they were getting caught up earlier of, okay, if I had to do this feature, an engineer would take so many weeks and so on, and you have this even like when people moved from waterfall to agile, there was thing that you have to deliver every 2 weeks and your consumer is expecting a change, right? Now maybe we need to move much faster, right? So we do this thing of one-day working sessions within the organization. And we are expecting folks to take certain features live within a single day, right? Now, what does that do? It changes the rate at which you're moving. Doesn't mean that you will reduce the work. You experiment more, you will see that consumers give you feedback, you will try more, and like you said, how do you... So a lot of things are coming together, right? So increasingly, the need for people to be on digital media. The need, like I think you mentioned in our offline conversation, that Gen Zs are changing, like, how they live, right? So, like, you're giving me an example of how people want to buy a lot more clothes than we were ever buying in, we were buying something we use for 2 years. Maybe they want like something for 3 usage.
Yeah, they're changing wardrobe very fast.
Right? Yeah. So now you have to cater to that demand. The world is changing, and I think AI is that force multiplier that helps you to meet that demand. So that's really how I see it. I think it's an efficiency play.
As a business guy, I'm seeing a lot of consumer behavior changing because of AI. They are looking for a very fast response, and they are looking for a very accurate response also. What is your opinion? I mean, for you, we are the customer. For me, end consumer is a customer. So what you are seeing, your expectation of your customer in the industry?
Right. So I'll talk a little bit about payment, right? So payment is certainly a very data-heavy kind of an industry. Because payment today is combined with payment plus also affordability, right? So when somebody is buying something like you're buying a laptop, it's important that you also empower them with the right credit line, right? So for you to do that, it is important you understand, like you said, your consumer base, and how do you in real time give them all the possible options that you can get to, and so they can easily do their shopping, right? So it is really empowering companies like ourselves to understand our consumer base and meet their requirements. So I think that's, with that, I think our time is up. We don't want to hold up.
Both red flags are here. Here also, red. Here also.
It was a pleasure talking to you, Mr.
Same here,
Nitesh.
Mr. Babu. Same here. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ma'am?
Sir just called me a red flag. Yeah, they said there are 2 red flags. One is this and one is the timer. Yes. So everybody, can we have a warm round of applause for the 2 extraordinary guests we just have on the stage? Thank you so much for such an insightful fireside chat. It was quite fiery, by the way.
Thank you.
Can we have the token of appreciation, the token of gratitude for 2 of our wonderful guests, Mr. Kumar Nitesh, the CEO of Agio Business and Trends Footwear, and Mr. Narendra Babu, Chief Technology Officer, PayU. Thank you so much. Well, now everybody, the last panel discussion before we hop into the lunch. And I think some people already went for lunch. Where are the rest of the people? Why the seats are vacant? Can I have everybody inside, please? All the people who are at the pre-function area, I can see some of them. I guess that's the best way of networking Bangalore. Well, now, many of you were asking what are the activities which we have planned today. First is a lucky draw, which we are going to do at the end of the event. I hope you all have scanned the QR code and got yourself registered for the lucky draw. If you haven't, we have displayed the QR codes outside the venue, the pre-function area. You'll find some of them here at the venue itself, inside the hall. Well, we also have Equate Me puzzle activity. How many of you participated in the same activity? Okay, let's see. We'll see who is going to win this. And we also have this feedback form where you have to fill the feedback form. And why you will be making an exit from this AI Innovation Summit, you can show that feedback to the registration desk for collecting your giveaway. Well, now, thank you. Now we hop into this panel discussion for the day. Yes. So before that, can we have Mentimeter? Yes. Please.
Please scan the QR code. It is a Mentimeter live audience poll, which we are going to do. Please scan the QR code to get yourself registered in the Mentimeter quest for this next poll. Can we have the poll question now? Everybody is ready to participate in the live poll. Let's see. Okay, if you could fix only one data challenge today to improve AI outcomes, what would it be? That's a very good question, I guess. Data quality and trust, fragmented data silos, real-time data availability, and data governance and ownership. Let's see. I think people are quite puzzled. No, everybody wants to improve the data quality and trust. That's something very important, yes. So 50% people, like half of the audience here, are saying data quality and trust. 51%. That's the Shagunga number we say. 52%, okay, that's perfect. Only 7% people are saying real-time data availability. So let's just have more discussion on that. Moving on to the fourth session of the day, data plus AI architecture, turning enterprise data into strategic infrastructure. AI performance depends on the quality of the data beneath it. So enterprises are moving towards lakehouse models, unified data platforms, and interoperable AI stacks. Moderating this session, I have with me Mr. Sundar Ram, and partner and leader, Cloud Engineering and Data Analytics, PwC India. Mr. Sundar Ram, please put your hands together for Mr. Sundar Ram. Can I have him on the stage, please? We welcome you, sir. Mr. Chandan Vijay, Global Chief Data Officer, ABB Energy Industries. Mr. Bishwajit Biswas, Chief Data Scientist, Tata. Alexei, can I have him on the stage, please? Mr. Mishta Chatterjee, Vice President, Data and AI Shared Capabilities, American Express. Mr. Sudeep Chatterjee, Global Head of AI Data Science, MLOps Signify. So everybody who are at the back, can I request everyone to please come at the front so we can have some seats filled of the front seats. All the people at the back, if you are comfortable, you can come at the front. So looking forward for a brainstorming panel. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for being here, and thanks to the panelists. Let me just kick this off by asking a question which, I am from PwC, and every time I'm with clients, I get this question, that how do you decide where to invest your AI dollars, which are obviously precious, whether you should go for improvements in finance, whether it's procurement, whether it's legal, whether it is supply chain, etc. So let me start with Sudeep, maybe based on your experience, how are you making those decisions?
Sure, I think that's a very interesting question and very relevant in today's world. Everyone wants to do AI, but prioritization is key, right? So probably, I think there are 3 points that I would like to bring on the table today on this topic. One is, obviously, as everyone expects, there has to be some kind of a top-down roadmap in place, right? Where there is an executive buy-in, which is the first cornerstone on any kind of prioritization around AI use cases. So it's basically typically an impact versus feasibility metrics based on which it's decided, right? But one of the things that I would want to talk about is on the adoption plan, because that's where typically I have seen, based on my experience, some of the companies, there are gaps in terms of they decide a roadmap without having a clear adoption plan in place, where they have to ensure that the AI solutions and the components are actually embedded as part of the business processes. Unless and until you do that, the expected business impact will always be an expected number rather than a realized number. So that is one point I would say would be the most important aspect to take into account while we decide prioritization, a roadmap, and budget estimation around any kind of AI capability development within a Fortune 500 company. So that would be my 2 cents on this topic.
Okay. Chandan, what's your view on this?
If I look at last year, I think when a lot of functions started asking for AI initiatives and projects, the last year was like, if you have the funding, just go figure it out and do it. This year, I think we have kind of shifted a little bit. We started the first quarter with identifying all the functional roadmaps. When I say roadmaps, doesn't mean the roadmap for AI, We ask them, look at your process. What is your process? How does it work through? What is the repeatable areas? Which are those areas which are going to get impacted most or benefited most by repeatability, by bringing in AI? Collected all the functional roadmaps. The next step was, okay, look at the entire end-to-end business process. Look at prioritization of what ideas are more relevant, which are easy to do, but which are connected in the long-term roadmaps. Because you don't want to create AI solutions which are in silos, which in 24 to 36 months now doesn't make sense. The other aspect was value realization. How fast can I get the value out of it? And then the other piece which also came in was, again, I think which you mentioned, what is the usability of that initiative? So we started those projects last year. We are evaluating them. Are they actually turning out those benefits? And looking at those, we started putting up, I would say, processes and structures in place where we can evaluate what is the way we can check for usage and what are the benefits and metrics. Looking at those are the ones which are actually giving us those prioritized use cases for 2026. And then the long-term roadmap gives us a 36-month view.
Wonderful. Actually, a couple of points there. I mean, the top-down that you mentioned, Shivdeep, I see that. I mean, there was a famous study that, by MIT, I think it was that 85% of POCs die out. And the 15% are typically top-down. So that's something we saw. And Chandan, to your point about, looking at the functional change and then working backwards from there, rather than saying, here's a technology in which case everything looks like a nail to you because you're roaming around with a hammer. Absolutely valid points. Now, coming to you, Bishwa, in terms of, we were just talking about, the impact of some of the AI work, the AI POCs, etc. How are you evaluating the impact of these, given that there isn't a body of knowledge like we have for ERP or CRM where we know automotive company, you implement ERP, this is the kind of benefit you're likely to get. Here, we are literally figuring out things along day by day, not even like week by week or month by month. One of my team members just texted me saying, did you just see what Anthropic did? I was like, wait till the event gets over, I'll check it. So in such a dynamic situation, how are you estimating the impact?
Yeah, I think the most important part in any of these AI activities, especially when you are investing quite a lot on these tools and things, so how do you evaluate, or what is your structured process for evaluating the AI POCs? So, I mean, in the industry, it is a kind of given, like you have to do a lot of AI POCs to prove your customers that it works, to prove your management it works, and most importantly, your CFO. Your CFO should, foot the bill, and he has to get convinced. So what we have done, or what we suggest doing, is create a structure for how do you evaluate your innovation process? Because today, most of the POCs are done through a crux team who knows how to do things and who are very well trained. And you just don't throw the tools to somebody else and some other team. So you have people who are already knowledgeable how to do that. So there is a process and structure which is created for evaluating these innovations. And in our Tata Group, we have a corporate-wise, we also have company group level, also have a innovate structure, very well defined. And there are several metrics defined, KPIs defined. We have an yearly event to participate mandatorily in some of those, works we have done on every POCs, and it gets evaluated at multiple level, tier level, at group level. So there is it has a very high visibility at a leadership level. So all the POC works being done, all the innovations being done are very high visibility programs, and very meticulously they are evaluated. And also, many of it is also measured how much of business value it is bringing in. And there is a function where actually it does that, like every quarter, how much of R&D investment has been done, how much of POCs and MVPs actually succeeded. So we talked about 95% MIT report and all. So surprisingly, we kind of try to cultivate at least more than 50% of success rate. For most of the POCs, and make sure, and we are a service company, and we have to report to all these numbers and things, and that's why showing those ROIs are extremely important. Through a structured process, we have curated this, and it kind of giving values. And today, most of it has, in fact, our POC to production percentage also is pretty high.
Got it.
So we are able to do that. Of course, there are many POCs still go through or false flat because of wrong applications or a perceived value is not, though you have done a good job, but the perceived value is not really seen. So
Okay.
yes, we see both the side of the coin.
Just if I could ask an extension on that, I mean, I hadn't planned on this question, but while you were answering, I thought of it. You are in an industry where AI applies not just in back office functions like finance, procurement, etc., but you are embedding technology into products that you're selling. Are you seeing a difference in the way AI projects are evaluated for back office vis-a-vis where it goes as part of the core product itself?
Yes, so there are two areas where AI gets embedded. So one is this back office process. So our IT functions, HR functions, legals, every functions are getting AI-fied. So that's the enterprise processes which are getting redefined, and we see there is a separate way to evaluate that. So, and then there are AI-ification which is happening on the projects or on the products we are delivering. So there is a separate evaluation metric. So as you said rightly, so these two are different. One is there is a lot of internal focus and internal metrics, whereas what we are doing for customers and products, that is there is a lot of stakeholdership from customer also.
Right.
We also work, or our team get embedded with the customer programs, where they come and validate very, very critically at every aspect of it. So it's a slightly different, where customer is the control, whereas for the enterprise functions, it is mostly internally defined and internal actions.
Okay. So Sharmishta, coming to you, we were talking about agentic in the speaker room. And one of the things that I am seeing when I go talk to clients is IT normally explains these things in a very technical language, whereas business people, in the past, they used to ignore it, right? Because it didn't really impinge on their lives, whatever IT was talking. But now agentic is impinging on everybody's life, so everybody wants to understand it, but they may or may not have the background to understand. So how are you bridging this gap, both in terms of bringing your technical teams, which have been using older technology, up to speed, as well as for non-technical users who don't have the background and therefore may struggle to figure out what you're talking about?
So one of the foremost things we have seen is doing workshops, bringing non-technical folks along in the journey, like product managers, if they're not hands-on or it's the agentic space is very new. And how the data they are giving, because they are the main data stakeholders. So how their meaningful data can give them the insights, how they can benefit. So bringing them all along in the journey, putting them together in the workshops, knowledge sharing sessions, and helping them to understand what's the true value they are getting if you automate something. So previously they used to spend some time, like from morning to day, doing some manual hours, spend manual hours doing something very, in a very unconventional and older legacy style. How we can bring them those flows, agentic workflows, or even deterministic paths, and checking that they are the benefits of this utilization. So that also they get away with the fear that AI is going to replace. So they are well encompassed within the process. They feel quite adopted, and they feel that they can do much more value-added stuff if they adopt this. So also kind of pair programming, where where new grads come into the ecosystem, how we can help with experienced developers that this is what you can do, bringing them along in the journey. Testers. The testing space is another area where you can get a lot of productivity boost, and all the stakeholders, and then coming to business together, that we have all achieved together as a team, and how business can get the ROI just through very interpretable dashboards. It should not be that business is going to think that, am I getting the value? So from day one, if we can put interpretable dashboards, natural language-based search, so that it becomes quite obvious for them to look at those metrics, not they have to juggle through the metrics, where is my metric, what I am looking, but from a CXO standpoint, I go at and find it what I am looking for. So that, I think, has added value, and it's going to be much more easy and convenient for people to adopt who are not at that techie from AI standpoint.
If I could just extend on that, right? I mean, you talked about non-technical people, workshops for them, and so on. One of the challenges there that we are seeing is people at the top, they like what they see in some of these POCs and so on, but there is this concern that they read about things like hallucination, They read about things like bots misbehaving and so on. So there is also a worry that, look, this is all very nice because you're turning around things very rapidly, but how do I know I can trust it? So how are you helping to engender that trust?
Yeah, so we have a lot of guardrails also in place where we show them that this is the boundary that the agent will respond. And we are beyond that boundary, the agent will give a response that it says that I am not allowed to respond beyond this. Any PII information you ask, the agent would say that I am not allowed to answer or you should not give this PII information. And more about when we roll out something, we have to be very skeptical that what it can do the damage on the pessimist side. So we have to measure constantly the boundary like an A/B testing, canary releases, like very skeptic what the human was doing versus what the agent is doing. Am I actually getting the benefit by rolling out an agent? It should not be like I'm too fascinated just rolling out an agent because it looks very showy in the business. Not like that. Looking at if I'm rolling out an agent, is it adding value? And how do I convince that, yes, it is adding value with a small percentage of traffic? And then you incrementally increase the traffic and showcase the guardrails that all the false positives are well captured.
Okay, thank you. So coming to Shovik, clearly you and I are in the same age bracket looking at each other. So, we've been in the bad old days when people used to be worried that there were like literally hundreds of apps floating around and people didn't know what was what. Now, to Chandan's point earlier about what you build today may not be relevant 24 months from now, we've already started to hear the term agent sprawl. I'm sure you come across this. So how are you preventing something like that? I mean, how are you controlling the life cycle very tightly?
Again, a very, I would say, technical as well as probably the most important question in today's agentic world that everybody is talking about. For me, the first thought that comes in my mind whenever anyone talks about any agent is, whenever you are talking about an agent, it's a solution that you're talking about. It's not a problem that you're talking about. So my always first question to the conversation on the table is, what is the problem that you're trying to solve? What is the business problem that you're trying to solve? Unless and until that is clear, there is no point in kind of discussing and whether it's an agentic solution, whether it's a GenAI solution, whether it's a traditional level solution. And probably once we start the discussion, 50% of the conversation ends there. Because when business leader comes to a functional leader like us and try to ask for solutions, the conversation should not be starting with let's have an agent in place. That's one of the most important learning that I have seen through my journey. Second is coming to your exact point on how are we preventing agent sprawl, hallucination, duplication. One of the initiatives that has worked for me in some of the companies that I have worked in is augmenting the central build model with some kind of a federated model. You cannot be dependent on a central team. It can be a 50-member team, it can be a 100-member team, it can be a 10-member team. But you cannot be dependent on that core group if you are part of a Fortune 500 company and ensuring that you are an AI-first company. It is practically not possible. What has worked to address this problem is identifying key users. We can call them champions, we can call them adopters of the technology within the business, enable them with tools and technologies, and they will be the, I would say, the front runner and try to adopt that technology within their business through central enablement. Obviously, there will not be MLOps engineers, there will not be expertise, there will not be SMEs within the business. The functional support has to be provided to the central team, but the driving force, the adoption, I would say the drive for adoption has to come from the nominees within the business. That is something that has worked in few of the companies. Okay. The other part, coming to the technical aspect, I would say before enabling any big company with, let's say, ChatGPTs of the world, copilots of the world, the important thing, probably the most important thing to put in place is the data loss prevention policies. You cannot you cannot roll out any tool, any technology without putting the guardrails in place. Just to give an example, you might have Copilot in your teams, you might have Copilot in your edge. You have to ensure that the sensitivity level of the documents that you're uploading in Copilot is defined before the model or before the tool tries to analyze those documents. So having some of the DLPs, having some of the guardrails in place will help, obviously. Adherence to the policies is obviously very important. There are lawyers within the companies for specific regions which ensures all this policy enablement. So the governance has to also be in place at 3 levels. Level 1, at an organization level, which takes care of the processes. Level 2 is at the system level. Level 3 is at the architecture level. It has to go through each of the architectural policies, each of the architecture guardrails that we have to place at an enterprise level. So those 3 levels of governance is utmost importance in any kind of, I would say, NI enablement drive that we do in a company.
Thank you. So Chandan, coming to you, I mean, you are in an industry where you're building equipment which is going to go into nationally important equipment, or sometimes, even potentially being used in very distant areas which are not very well connected and so on. But at the same time, you're also having to embed a lot of technology into some of your equipment. So getting security and any regulatory concerns addressed at the root. So when you're developing software which is going to go into your equipment and is going to be used at the edge and sometimes in locations where it's not easily accessible, how do you plan for that? How do you control that? How do you monitor that?
Very interesting question. I think when we look at OTs and IoTs, so we are pretty much in the automation business, and our solutions go into refineries and like renewable energy sources and all. And these places can be offshore, some of these can be onshore, like oil and gas fields.
Yeah.
When you have to embed AI solutions or technologies like that, I think the very first principle is zero trust. That how do you make devices in such a way that they are either operating within the realms of the area where there's, when I say area, it doesn't mean the geographical, but in the basically network in which it's operating.
Okay.
Couple of rules could be one-way talking only. So the OT devices can only talk to a controller, a DCS, in a distributed control systems. It cannot basically take any action by themselves, except for what it's already provisioned within the model, which is in the OT layer. So when you look at devices which are remote and which are susceptible to cyber threats and all, I think that the logics have to be applied in a very, very unique ways, that they are talking to the respective systems only, they are one-way communicating, they are taking actions on which they are only allowed to. Then the other piece is the data resiliency, because that's where the most loss can happen, encryption enabling between the controllers. So there are certain ways through which we control these systems to interoperate within the realms of, let's say, a plant or a vicinity of an object, and not take any actions besides the guardrails that have already been prior to themselves.
Interesting. If I could just extend that a bit, right? I mean, it's tough enough to do explainability of an AI decision when it's sitting in your data center. It's a lot tougher when it is sitting at the edge, right? I mean, some decision was made there by an AI at the time of drilling. Later, there was an oil spill, and now there is going to be hundreds of questions being asked. How do you visualize explainability happening in such situations where human observation is going to be virtually impossible? Because one is just the sheer spread geographically. Second is the huge volumes. Third is you are in a multinational where your equipment is going to be all over the globe, where language and time zone, everything is so different. How do you see that evolving?
I think that is the most unique situation about where we say the human in the loop concept.
Yeah.
Because you can't have these devices taking autonomous decisions completely, which can alter a plant's operations.
Yes.
Although that's the end game, most of the automation companies are looking at that how can we have systems which are autonomous, which can make decisions themselves at the remote locations. However, even in all those scenarios, there is typically always a human in the loop scenario, because all of these controllers, for example, if I talk about DCS, for example, distributed control systems, they are not supposed to make all decisions by themselves. The logic in the devices are set up for a certain parameters. If it goes beyond those thresholds, a typical alert is usually sent to a distributed control systems, which is also being monitored by the humans, which is like where the human in the loop comes up.
Sure.
That is the DCS system kind of gives a recommendation to the controller that should I take this action?
Interesting. Okay.
If the human gives an input that this is okay to take, that input is sent back to the OT device.
Got it.
And that is how they can take those decisions. So it's not 100% autonomous options. You still have human in the loop. They are still able to take decisions based on understanding of the conditions, the thresholds, and what the parameter system is giving to them. So there's a recommendation engine, and then there is a human in the loop above it.
Wonderful. Okay. So, Vishwa, coming to you. See, you are in a company which has been there for a while, right? So there is legacy systems. That's inevitable. And, I used to work in Maruti where I started my career on mainframes. So getting those systems and the data architecture ready for an AI world, it's not a very well understood subject because most people just slap on something on what is already there and hope that it will somehow magically work. And usually down the line, you realize the volumes are too high or some security is being compromised or whatever. So how do you think about getting your existing systems and your data architectures ready for a agentic world?
Yeah, I think it's a very, very, very interesting questions you asked. And pretty often we see this problem coming from our customers. I mean, recently I was in a workshop with one of our customers who has been running, this is in the energy segment. So they're running this, filling stations of petrols and things. So there are a lot of these sessions where you have very old petrol filling, diesel filling and all things. But they want to know the real-time situations, how things are happening. And then they have to do their fleet management to refill those petrol bunks and things at the right time. And today, because of the energy crisis, how critical it is. You can't have running fleets all over the place and where it is not needed. It should be right on time and all that. So you need a lot of these AI decisions and AI visibility, observability to come in. So I think one of the key process for such a thing is like you have to find out what is your overall architecture and then build that layer which is the most crucial for collecting data, wear it down, and send it to the data processing place, and then rest all. So typically what happens, it is the bottommost layer of the architecture which gets to be addressed.
Yeah.
And the top layers usually is very well architected, and you already have dashboards, you already have other things developed. So to connecting from these, typically this is a 5-layer architecture. The first layer 1 and 2, which needs a lot of work. And that is where you have a strategy to kind of replace. You can actually replace them, or you can do some kind of a bridge solutions and so on. So this is how we see you break it down to the smallest possible level and then fix those in a step-by-step process. But the question you asked is very relevant. And we are seeing this like modifying a legacy system for a agentic AI systems. And that's a practice which is getting developed and which is getting a lot of traction and attention. And there are many ways, but I think the time is, I can keep on.
I noticed. I just realized we are on time. But Sharmishta, I do want to ask you one last question before I let us all go. See, I'm sure you're all reading about tokenomics, which seems to be the latest term, and how token maxing, costs going out of whack and whatnot. And you obviously belong to an organization which is a global giant, where while yes, obviously pockets are deeper, but no pockets are endless. So how do you and your organization think in terms of how to control AI costs? Because on the one side, you want people to experiment. You want them to learn by dirtying their hands. But at the same time, you don't want people using a hammer to kill a fly. So getting to be a little more thoughtful about where to use AI, to what extent it should be used, who should use it. What are your thoughts there?
Yeah, so we have to consolidate first the enterprise strategy. What are the tools we are looking at? We cannot have like a isolated vendor silos platform, like doing the same tool and duplicating across BUs. So what's your enterprise strategy you may want to look at? Copilot, ChatGPT, Gemini. The second thing is, how do you monitor the token cost per BU at an end user level? So what is the request that is going in, and per user, how much limit you are giving? You're building certain tools and frameworks, are you allowing prompt compression? some ways how you can democratize more precise answers by giving more generic prompt templates, few shots learning, and educating your colleagues or employees that this is the way, best practices of using an external API call. Also look at caching, so that most of the requests that you are doing redundant may not be needed, and you can cache it and well utilize it later. And also have the enterprise guardrails that if any unfiltered requests are coming in, it means a lot of PII information or something people are not allowed to, you are just blocking it first without they going out and exhausting tokens, and which is of no use, and you are not allowed to do that. I think putting all these guardrails in practice and having a monitoring dashboard to look at it and track it monthly, putting budgets, alerts will at least help you to control at a certain extent, 25 to 30% maybe.
Wonderful. And thank you, everybody. Thanks for being patiently waiting with us while lunch was being served. So thank you, panelists, as well.
I think the special round of applause deserves the audience. Our audience deserves a special round of applause, because you people are still sitting here. I know it's the lunchtime, but thank you so much. Special appreciation to all the audience who are still sitting here. Well, I request Mr. Sundaram to please do the honors of felicitating our panelists. I request Mr. Sundaram to felicitate our panelists. And that's wonderful to see all of you here till now. Truly appreciate it. We have with us Mr. Chandan Vijay, Mr. Bishwajit Biswas, Ms. Sarmishta Chatterjee, and Mr. Suvadeep Chatterjee. And I would like to take this privilege to felicitate Mr. Sundaram, our partner in leader and the moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are breaking for a lunch, and the lunch will be only of 30 minutes. Yeah. So we have to cut down the timing for the lunch. Please go and do the most out of it. We have a lot of zones. Visit the booths, do some networking, have some scrumptious meal, and come back in another 30 minutes. Please do not forget to get yourself registered for the lucky draw. We have displayed the QR codes at the pre-function area. I request all of you, please don't leave your bags here. We are going to change the alignment and the arrangements. I request all of you, please don't leave your bags here. Take care of your belongings. Take them along with you. We are going to change the setup.
Well, everyone, before we start the event, I have a major announcement to make. So now we are going to have a parallel tracks. We'll be moving on to the spotlight parallel tracks. Please check your badge. Your assigned track is mentioned on it. So can you please check your badges? Are you not sitting in the wrong hall? Please check your badges. If you haven't registered on a track, or visit the registration the desk right now. So track A is on BFSI and FinTech. Autonomous financial systems will be held right here in the main ballroom, which is where you are sitting right now. Track B on customer experience, autonomous customer platforms, which will be held in the junior ballroom. Our crew with signage will be outside to guide you. And track C will be on the manufacturing and digital twins. Autonomous industrial systems will also be held in the part 2 of the main ballroom. So please look for your signage. Is everybody in the right hall? Yes? Okay, perfect. Anybody, can I have the sound on the mic? Okay, everyone, do you know what is this? What does it look like? Have you got any chance to visit the Equate Me booth? There was a puzzle activity going on. How many of you already played that and have your name on the leaderboard? Your name is there on the leaderboard? At what position? Oh my God, second position. It means your name is Janam Jain and you did it in 15 seconds. That's great. And how many attempts, by the way, Janam? How many attempts did... You haven't counted it. Multiple attempts. Okay, everybody. But what me and Jatin thought to give you one more fair chance to participate in this. So this is Equate Me Puzzle Challenge, where you can actually scan the QR code, get yourself registered if you haven't, and play the live puzzle. And we are going to have 3 winners, and we are going to reward them on the stage. So is it fine, everybody? We have the QR code right on the main screen. Please scan the QR code. Everybody is doing it, Riz. Everyone is so excited to be the part of Equate Me puzzle activity. That's really great. Okay, everyone. So tell me whenever you are ready, we'll start. So everyone, we'll see to it. So I think everybody is inside the game. Everybody got yourself registered? Yes, right. So this was the leaderboard earlier, and everybody started doing the puzzle. And I think, let me just go into the crowd. I want to see like how, so I'm going to be a disturbing element. Very good, sir. People are trying very hard to find it, right? Yeah, you move things around and you have to make a puzzle, like the right puzzle. Yes. We are giving you 3 minutes. I guess 3 minutes is more than enough. Somebody was going to... Done, sir? You have done it in 52 seconds. We'll see the name on the leaderboard. We'll start doing it. We have 3 minutes, I guess. And that is more than enough. But still, we have a record of 15 seconds. And 10 seconds as well. So let's see who breaks the record. Start solving the puzzle. And don't get puzzled while solving the puzzle. Okay, everyone, how many of you got it? See, these are some people who have done it on time, like Ramapriya, Jainam, Sumit. They have done it in like 10, 15, and 17 seconds. Mm-hmm. The timer is already being started. 1 minute 30 seconds are up. Buckle up, we are only giving you 3 minutes. You can do it in multiple attempts as well. So you already got it, but your name is there in the leaderboard in top 3. Is it there? So there are a lot of people who played multiple times. I'm telling you this very honestly. So you can also try the same. to decode. There should be a fair competition, so that's why I want everyone, if you think that you are able to decode this, you can join again and again, play this. So 2 minutes, 15 seconds are up. Be fast. Two minutes, 30 seconds are up. 30 seconds more to go. 30 seconds more to go, ladies and gentlemen. And let's see who wins the Equate Me Puzzle Challenge. Anita Chandrasekhar, Sumit, Janam, and I can see Ramapriya Haravu on the... There is no change in the leaderboard. 5 seconds left. Says 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And can we stop it, Jatin? Okay. So can we have the fresh leaderboard? Everybody, now time is over. Stop your phones and let's see the leaderboard who gets this prize. So on the third position we have Sumit Kumar Agarwal. Did it in 17 seconds. Is Sumit here? Sumit, please walk on the stage. We have a prize for you. Can we have resounding applause for Sumit? The second position we have Janam Jan. Did it in 15 seconds. I request Janam Jan to also join us on the stage. And we have on the very first position on the leaderboard, doing it in merely 10 seconds, Ramapriya Haravu. Ramapriya is here? I think Ramapriya is not here. Ramapriya Haravu is here or not? Not promoted, sir. But I guess then we're going to take top 4. Okay. Then we're going to have Sumit Kumar Agarwal. Sumit Kumar Agarwal is here. Janki Sankaran. Janki Sankaran is here. This is a fresh leaderboard. 1 second. Let me just go it one by one again. Ramapriya is not here. Janki is here. Janki is also not here. Janam is already there on the stage. Sumit is there on the stage. Anita Chandrasekhar is here. I think we can wait for the first winner. Like, we'll just do it in a while. Because we have already next 2 winners. We have. Can we have the prize, please? Resounding applause. I want you to please open this. This is a special prize from Equate Me for both of you. So congratulations. And keep on participating. But by the way, I think people must be thinking that this is the only game we have, but there is something more coming up. Thank you, Jen, and thank you, Sumit, for joining us on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, we talked about luck a lot lately. That is lucky draw. So how many of you have already registered yourself for the lucky draw? If you haven't, can we have the QR code, please? Yeah. So this is the QR code for getting yourself registered for the lucky draw. We have mega prizes coming up. You must have seen the board outside. What are the prizes we are coming up with? We have 1 bumper prize. And of course, we have first prize, second prize, and third prize. And the lucky winners are going to get rewarded. Ladies and gentlemen, while you're going to register yourself, you're going to get a code. There is a code. There's like an OTP-like code. Please keep that code handy with you because we are going to have a live lucky draw with that codes on the screen. Right? So now, everyone, we are moving further. And let's start the session. So everyone, how are you feeling right now? Are you feeling energetic? I don't think so. I didn't back then, like I keep on doing that. How many of you are very good at maths? How many of you think that you're very good at maths? Yeah. So you really think that you're very good at maths? Let's just prove it. So everyone, what is odd number? What are odd numbers? 1, 3, 5, 7, okay. Can I have a definition of odd numbers? Odd digits or some, okay. Or the numbers which are not multiplied by 2, a very basic definition. And even numbers are the numbers which are multiplied by 2. Divided by 2, yes, yeah, divided by 2. I'm really sorry. I think I am bad at maths, but I'll make sure at the end of the day you'll end up as disaster as I am in maths. Okay, so whenever I say any odd number, you have to thump on your thighs. And whenever I say any even number, you have to clap. Shall we do it? Yes. 2. Everybody, come back together. Come back. Just have your focus here on the stage. 2, 8, 9, 10, 11, 2000, 1999. That's great, yeah? You people are getting there. Okay. Now just make it little quick. 27, 32, 37, 33, 1. You people said that you are very good at maths. But 1 is a prime number. Is 1 is a prime number or odd number? Search it. What are prime numbers, by the way? What are the prime numbers, sir? Non-divisibility. Yes, exactly. So 1 is a prime number. So why you clapped? When did I clap? You didn't? No. I saw you. You are being caught red-handed. Because you're wearing red, he said, that's the reason I caught red-handed. That's a distraction. But yes. So 1 is what number? 1 is like what number? Neither are prime. Why? Like, can you prove that point, please?
Prime numbers are numbers which are divisible by itself and by 1. So prime numbers start by 2.
It's going to be a big debate right now. I think it's going to be as disaster, I guess. It's going to be a debate. Is there 1 is a prime number or not? Or either prime 1 is an integer. We'll just talk about this. Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start with the next session. I request everyone to please put your electronics gadgets one more time on the silent mode so we can start. So good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. I hope lunch gave you a moment to recharge. Yes. So let me start a quick show of hands. How many of you work in partner with or build solution for financial services organizations? How many of you do that? Okay. Exactly. This is a room that understands risk, trust, scale, and governance, and what it means to get AI right in a regulated environment. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. And this is going to be a Track A, BFSI, and FinTech Autonomous Financial Systems. Moderating this conversation, we have Mr. Akbar Ali Sheikh, Partner Autonomous Finance, Deloitte. Please put your hands together as we invite on stage Mr. Akbar Ali Sheikh. Is Mr. Akbar Ali is here? Even our panelists are finding the way better out. So Mr. Akbar Ali Sheikh, I wanted to join us on the stage for moderating the panel. He brings a deep expertise in AI-led transformation across financial services and regulated sectors. And joining him, we have our panelists, Mr. Krishnendu Majumdar, CPTO UV Group, Mr. Nishant Chandra, SVP Engineering Angel One, Ms. Jyoti Kodankiri, Cloud Engineering Deutsche Bank, and Mr. Anil Yadav, VP Engineering SDFC Securities. So I think it's going to be a very insightful and thought-provoking panel. It's the conversation rooted in real-world deployment, regulatory complexity, and the hard choices that comes with scaling AI in BFSI. I request Mr. Akbar to please take it forward.
Hello. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Very warm welcome on behalf of entire Guild TV and on behalf of my panelists. Thank you so much for taking time and coming for this event. Today we'll be having a very interesting conversation called autonomous finance. Autonomous, I think be it any trading floor, any desk, or any debt conversation, right? This is the term which have taken a center stage called autonomous finance. whether autonomous is a buzzword or it is becoming reality, right? If it's a reality, how are we navigating the challenges like data privacy, audit, governance, responsibility, right? So these are few challenges to make the transaction autonomous. So we have some of the sharpest minds in the country with whom we will understand their AI journey, their experiences, right? I'll do a quick brief introduction of our colleagues on the panel. So today we have Krishnendu Majumdar. We call him Krish from UB, the AI-powered debt infrastructure platform, recognized as the FinTech Startup of the Year at GFF event. Nishan Chandra from Angel One, building one of the India's most ambitious AI-first financial super app. We have Jyoti from Deutsche Bank India GCC, driving AI forward program and rethinking how a 150-year-old institution innovates at speed. We have Anil Yadav from SDFC Securities, embedding AI into one of the India's most trusted brokerage platform. And I come from a finance transformation and accounting outsourcing practice, where autonomous is no more a business of tomorrow. It has become a business of today. Right? So that's the interesting conversation we'll start with our panelists. So maybe I'll start first with Krish.
Hello.
So Krish, UB is an AI-driven debt infrastructure platform recognized as a fintech startup and is building a financial operating system powered by AI, processing some 3.2 lakh crore debt transaction, right? It's crazy. So the question is, how does AI fundamentally reshape trust in credit ecosystems?
Hello, everyone. I think post-lunch, I think people are feeling sleepy, so we'll try to keep the answers short, and then maybe we'll have some interactions. Couple of things on the credit in India, if you see, is that to answer the short answer to whatever you are saying, is that no matter how much autonomy we are putting in, everything has to have explainability, right? So we are already connected almost like 95% of financial institutions in India, including public sector banks, private banks, NBFCs, and even all the marketplaces, right? Like say Google, all the payment apps, all of these are connected to us. But the point is that whenever there is a consideration of a decision, there has to be a explainability part of it, right? The second part which comes into play is that what we are trying to build is that let us look at the problem space what India is facing, right? India's today is what, 3.5 trillion, something like that, and it is going to be 10 trillion whenever, like depends upon like, okay, obviously the dollar rate, etc., that is separate. But the thing is today, for that, the total private credit is around 60% of GDP. Now, if it becomes 10 trillion, can you imagine how much credit will be there in the market? So the problem domain is not something like sort of an incremental 10%, 15%, 20%, right? It has to jump like sort of make almost like paradigm shifts, right? And that's where what we are enabling in this financial ecosystem is that we are creating digital twins for every credit underwriter in the banks. Doesn't matter where they are. We are creating digital twins for the collection managers and risk, assessors. So that like whatever they are able to do, for example, X, with this type of digital twin of themselves, and they are able to do almost 10x, 20x of that. So that is the approach we are taking. It is not like sort of like you're managing how credit is flowing in India from your phone and how loans are going to everyone. It is not that. It's a very involved process where the digital twin is there to take care of every aspect of the mundane decision making, etc. You feed more and more and more rules, identify patterns. If you see the RBI circular recently, which is like the lending has to be based on the ECL, which is the expected credit loss. How do you calculate that on a real-time basis? The more efficient we make, the cost of credit goes down. And that's where a large part of the population will benefit because the cost of credit is going down and they can sort of get the credit at what they deserve, right? And make businesses out of it. So that's how we are approaching it.
Thanks, Krish. I think if you would have imagined something like this 3 years before, I think it would have not ever existed as well. It is still very hard to believe you are processing some millions of transactions through systems, and it's what, 8 seconds, right? It's that's the power of AI and the systems. Thank you so much. So I'll move to you, Nishan. So Angel One is transforming into an AI-powered financial super app, AI-led personalization, real-time analytics, and high-scale engineering to serve millions of retail investors, right? So how close are we to fully autonomous investing experiences for retail users?
Interesting. Good afternoon, everyone. So that's a very aspirational ask, actually, and it's amazing to think about it, right? So the short answer is we are very close to autonomous experience and intelligence, I would say, and some distance away from autonomous investing, right? So what is autonomous investing? Think of it like, you have AI, not necessarily agents, but yeah, the whole stack. And as you're sleeping, it knows about your goals, your financial goals, your assets and liabilities. And at 2 a.m. in the morning, as Fed moves the market, it is able to rebalance your portfolios, understand the risk appetite, and keep your, your financial journey on track, right? So that would be a wonderful business, right? Now, if you look from a different perspective, right, the way I look at it is, if you compare it with autonomous vehicles, for example, right? So this is also a similar journey in that sense, but with autonomous vehicles, you know exactly where you are headed, right? And you can take a linear path around it. But when it comes to investing and finance, especially investing, it changes with the life stage, your risk stage, the market fluctuations. So it's not a linear journey. It's a lot more nuanced in some aspects, right? So, if you look at autonomous investing, for example, what you call as AI funds or hedge funds or high-frequency trading, these large firms already had this kind of autonomous investing driven by machine learning for quite some time now. And, they have the risk appetite, they have the risk controls in place to make these things happen. But for retail investors, especially first-time investors who are coming to the market, this kind of information at the speed that is required and the financial literacy that is required is just not there right now. So I will break it down into 3 things. I think what we have today is autonomous experience. So you have portfolio analytics, for example, or basket of stocks. Then there is autonomous knowledge and operations. So as a retail investor, you're probably doing tax harvesting or pulling up your taxes, or managing your cash flow, tracking your SIPs. All those can be autonomous in nature. But the autonomous investing is the tricky piece, because one mistake across millions of accounts can create a systematic impact across the market. But the interesting thing, so very recently, Robinhood in US, they opened up their platform for agents to directly place orders on their platform, and this was a very interesting development. And but the disclaimer is that these agents are completely managed by the end users, and Robinhood will not take any responsibility for those. And this is quite opposite what we have, where as regulated entities, the brokers have to assume the responsibility. So in that sense, crossing that chasm of getting into autonomous investing, we are quite some distance away from that. What we need is essentially what I will say is reliability of the systems. Those are very important because you're making these decisions across millions of retail users. And the reliability bit and the suitability bit, right? Whether this decision or the strategy is relevant for that particular investor or not. So I will say, we are some distance away. We are coming close to autonomous experience and autonomous, what you call knowledge, information. And these are the areas where we can scale autonomous systems. But when it comes to investing, we should wait for the users, the investors' consent. That's the most important bit.
Thanks, Nishant. I think basically what you're trying is the data readily available for the users, enable them to take quick decisions. Maybe if we have a similar event after 3 years, maybe we can head towards an autonomous investing where India regulation may allow direct connections with their users' AI agents. Thanks for that. So I'll move to Jyoti. So Deutsche Bank is driving AI through India GCC AI Forward with some 100 AI ideas in 100 days. Right? Heavy investment in cloud partnerships like Google Cloud and large-scale AI upskilling 20,000 employees. So the question is cloud now a prerequisite for your autonomous finance journey?
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. So in our India GCC, so we are doing the AI Forward program. Through that, we are trying to achieve 20,000 plus employees to get trained on AI and LLM implementations and all the cloud-related knowledge sharing. So with this initiative, so the short answer is yes. So we are trying to do this complete transformation towards the AI journey.
Maybe a mic closer a bit will help.
Yeah, and at the same time, so we are making sure that the governance and the compliance is related to the banking and the financial institutes context that we are taking care. So along with the partnership with the Google Cloud, so the cloud provider is a Google, but at the same time that Google provides the capability and the infrastructure, but the proprietary data and the risk and the governance framework which is coming from the Deutsche Bank's domain expertise.
Thanks, Jyoti. So the question is, what is not the question, but it's a question to be asked within the organization, whether it's a build versus buy kind of a thing where you can partner with the readily available technology and build on that, which will be a faster track. So I'll move to Anil. Anil, SDFC Securities, right? Investing in technology centers, high performance, computing, data analytics, risk system, while focusing on integrating AI with legacy systems and enhancing client experience, right? So how are you embedding AI into existing platforms without disrupting your core operations?
Hey, good on everyone. So yeah, we are investing in AI. That has been the part of talks everywhere. And even we have seen some improvement occurs. How are we ensuring that we are not impacting the existing systems? While we are doing it engineering side, we are taking care of the governance, the first things, because we cannot check out everything that's available. First thing, we are checking out what can we do within our governance framework. Second part, on technical side, we are also checking out that how cannot be impact the existing systems. So instead of directly integrating with the critical systems, we are identifying be it by sidecars, other ways to that we are not impacting any of our customer behaviors. While at majority of systems, it will be possible, but for some systems, we are having those hiccups to identify. We are technically identifying that what can be done next, instead of doing everything, doing CDC and other part. That's how we are doing it.
Thanks, Anil. So maybe let's do one more round and get more deeper into it, right? So again, back to you, Krish. You guys have used AI to reduce collection costs significantly and scale transaction volumes, which we would have never heard earlier. Where do you see autonomous decisioning coming into lending?
So collection is a very interesting space, right? So they say that for collection is always dependent on two things. One is capacity to pay, the other is intent to pay. Okay, so whether it's capacity to pay, don't worry, AI agents will do wonderful, right? Like sort of, with the capacity to pay, you need to be reminded, you just missed something, okay, fine. Everything is coming and all those things. So there we are able to sort of like wherever there is capacity to pay and where there is intent to pay, we are able to handle a lot. And that's how it is like doing it systematically and particularly with the DPDP guidelines, the customer PII data has to be protected, right? So we are doing it in a compliant fashion. The challenges come when there is a intent to pay issue, right? And how do you do that? Now, either you say you have heard horror stories also, like how collections happen, but that is changing drastically, okay? So today, imagine what happens is that wherever there is an intent to pay issue, how are you able to influence the data with respect to that, why they should be bothered about a good credit score. Why they should be bothered about saying that what happens in this case, what are the settlement things, what are they saying, how to show empathy and all that. So for every form of platform, what happens is that whether it is a voice bot or whether it is a telecaller, does not matter. They are getting almost autonomous cues that, these are the things which has happened in the past in terms of interaction. And this is where I think you should be very empathetic to them to create a settlement rather than use brute force, right? Along with that, every call, imagine this, okay? There are lakhs and lakhs of calls which are happening from human agents as well as AI agents and bots. Every conversation gets classified automatically for almost 8 different parameters of whether I was compliant, whether I was aggressive. If the conversation overall was aggressive, who started the aggression? Right? Imagine now, for a bank, able to get all this data, which was never available earlier, right? For their entire user base, every day, right? So this is what we are able to enable through AI. And when you say that cost is coming, it is not like some magic bullet. It is about that when you understand that how to approach, what are the different cohorts, what are the different things, and how can you sort of almost democratize how they are being reached, right? Because for whatever the case, banks have a extremely high CAC when they're getting somebody as a customer. Their real return comes when the LTV increases over a period of time, right? So how do we sort of help them that nobody churns out? Does not matter, right? So that's how we are approaching it. So long story short, it is not autonomous. Trust me. If somebody says that everything is happening, I lend money and then I go on vacation, money will come back. It will never come back, right? So you have to be sort of very clear about the problem domain partition, right? Where there is good intent to pay, capacity to pay, versus there is intent to pay, maybe they are not having the capacity now to pay, versus there is a complete gap in intention to pay. And then you have to apply very, very different type of strategies in each one. That's what we automate almost at a very, very high scale for all the banks. Okay.
Thanks, Krish. I think this is something amazing doing at scale. Basically, different strategy for different cohorts of customers. That's really amazing. And then I think now customers will not understand whether they are getting called through an AI agent or a human agent, right? That's really amazing. Again, coming back to you, Nishan. So with this AI driving personalization, how do you ensure fairness and avoid bias, especially when influencing retail investor behavior?
Yeah, I think for retail, we have to have additional responsibilities. So I think these standard problems of fairness and bias, right? So if you train ML algorithms on historical data, right? There's always a chance, because the way the data is distributed, that it can, work against an individual or a group of people or certain geographies. So that's a very standard concern that is always there. And yes, engineering has to take care of those challenges. But when it comes to retail investors and in the investing domain, right, there's another interesting aspect that happens is, the behavioral bias is amplified. So I'll give an example. Say, we have a lot of users on the platform, and this is true for any broker in India and abroad, is that, if you start noticing your user behavior, are they overtrading? Are they trading derivatives on expiry days? Are they selling panic selling at the bottom of the market? These are very standard known behavioral patterns, right? And if your algorithms have started understanding these patterns and they're just optimizing on the action bit, right? Then we are effectively saying that this user most likely will end up in a loss-making situation. And this is, I think, if you are active on any of the broking apps, right? There are standard disclaimers. Even SEBI by their own data says 90% or more F&O traders have been losing money consistently, and yet they continue to trade for more than a year, right? So that's the behavioral amplification that is happening. So then the question is, how can we address this, right? And I think the addressal to this is at the architecture level itself, right? So most ML systems work with first predicting what the user's intent is going to be next, and then prescribing what to do about that particular intent. What happens is typically in most engineering cases, these two layers are collapsed. And so the optimization is for the what is going to be the next action. Show him top movers, top price movements, top gainers, right? And the user is continuously shown this, and the user is not, the investor is not smart enough, and at some point of time, he may get influenced by this, right? So how can we rectify this is effectively saying that the the prediction layer, if it says that the user wants to invest in an IPO, for example, right? So this is a useful thing for the user also, right? Because we are showing him irrelevant IPO statistics, right? But when it comes to prescription, is where the guardrails should be built in. So the guardrails could be here, for example, is the valuation valid? Is it valuation fair? Or it is overly valid? Rather than just saying, okay, go ahead and invest in this particular IPO. So when you start encoding these guardrails at the prescription layer, is when the fairness and this amplification is manageable. And that is the most important aspect that the engineering and the business teams are supposed to take care of. The second aspect I will say is what exactly is your ML algorithms, ML systems actually measuring. So most of the time, for example, in e-commerce, right, you optimize for click-through rates, right, or session length. Or in retail, we also look at, whether, the propensity to trade. Is he willing to trade and how quickly can he trade, right? So if these optimizations are there, then this may not be suitable for the investor. For the investor, especially in investing, you want good outcomes. Good outcomes in the sense, for example, is the portfolio being diversified better? Is he taking too much risk? Is the risk to reward ratio very skewed? Right? So these are the better outcomes which can be driven by for the investor. So if you design these systems in such a way that the prediction part and the prescription part are separate, and then there also has to be a little bit of tiebreaker in here, right? So both, for example, in businesses, both of these can compete. So who is going to win at what point of time? So this encoding defines the fairness aspect and the application aspect. So that's why I believe the fairness should not just be a value poster in the company. It should effectively be looked at the objective function. The objective function is where the fairness gets implemented, and that's where the most responsibility lies in.
Thanks, Nushan. I think that's really impressive. You basically curating data for investors. They might be feeling they are in a safe hands, right? Because the trust is the important factor. The trust in the data, trust in the institution, trust in the algorithm, and then it will enable them to invest more. And that's how all of us will grow. Thanks, Nishan. That's really interesting perspective. Jyoti, so with this 20,000 employees trained on AI, how important is organizational readiness versus technology readiness in driving successful AI transformation?
Yeah, the technology readiness is training the employees to get into something which is a capital investment for the organization. But the organization readiness is something, a cultural shift. So in this journey, the second one, the cultural shift is a little harder because the organizational shift can be achieved by making some investment and getting the organization level massive trainings can be conducted. Certifications and several other activities can be performed and can be achieved. But if the cultural shift doesn't happen on time after this, there is a resistance from the workforce where the employees are not really understanding what is the motive for this kind of cultural shift. If it doesn't happen on time, so then the ROI is getting to be a zero. So that's where the organization has to making sure that the cultural shift happens. And that's where we are in Deutsche Bank, we are trying to see that there is a very limited room for this resistance for the cultural shift. And most of the employees are cooperating on the AI-related upcoming innovations and the changes and contributing for the AI journey.
Thanks, Jyoti. So basically, it's like an army on one single mission, right? So that's the level of mind shift is required if we have to transform at scale, at pace, right? Thanks for that perspective. So Anil, back to you. Legacy integration remains a challenge. Right? what has been your most practical approach to make systems AI ready?
So some of the question or some of the context is already given by Jyoti and earlier too. So the first thing is like when we talk about leakage system, we have to do the both teams and cultural shifts. So we have been successful in that one. Now coming to the third part, the system. Now on the system side, the one thing which I earlier mentioned that what can be done keeping those guardrails in mind. Understanding that what that particular system is doing and what can be optimized across and what will be my ROI on that one. So first thing, understanding. Second one, what can be the best approach? Can I just left shift? Can I just remove this component? Considering the finance, the one of the things that's the maximum is the user impact or user trust. While we want to build the new system, we also want to ensure that we are not impacting any of the intended user behavior right now. So one of the approach that we have been taking, keeping the pilot system for the time being. Develop new systems, identify that this is something that we'll be doing, then taking forward to the next level. At last that we have been doing, again, merging the both stack and bringing it to the one platform.
Thanks, Anil. I think this is the toughest part to solve, right? I think where I come from an accounting outsourcing background where our clients keep asking whether you can use our systems and give us some productivity and efficiency. So I think this is the hardest part to solve. Thanks, Anil. So maybe a quick kind of a 2 question on the fireside, kind of open to all the panelists. Interesting one. Human in the loop. Right? Is it a myth or a necessity? In 3 years, whether humans still approve AI-driven financial decision. So open to the panel, whoever wants to pick it up and we can make it quick.
So I would like to take it up. The human in the loop is essential. So when it comes to the financial organizations, when many things can go wrong if AI is made as a autonomous, not as a co-pilot, anytime the financial decisions can go wrong. For example, if a capital investment and some volatile market condition, if the capital allocation has not happened on time, maybe due to a data drift, or it could be due to the training data of the AI. So that can lead to massive business loss for the client, and it can lead to various problems later. So due to that, there's always a human in touch and human in the loop, which is required for the final verification or a validation process to ensure that so it is not completely autonomous, but we use AI as a co-pilot.
Yeah, please go ahead.
I will tell one more thing. I think like with AI, I'm sure most of you are realizing that all left brain activities that we are doing will be taken up by AI, okay? Your left brain, you can rent it out to somebody else, okay? Because most of those analytics will be done by that, okay? And they will do a fabulous job than what you are doing or collectively what we have been doing. So we have a term, actually what we are seeing is that okay, it is not just human in the loop. It will actually be master in the loop. Because you are managing what all these agents are doing, right? It is not that you are labeling something, oh, you are right, you are wrong. Nothing like that, right? I think like that, just the strategy part of it. And deciding that because you are still the decider, all these agents will work. But this whole right brain thing of like, okay, now what is the right thing to do? What is human empathy? What is what I should say, motivation? What is creativity? And what is the right priority for the bank in terms of credit decisions for a particular sector? So a lot of this right brain thing will be performed by the master in the loop, right? Because that's why they will become very, very the right combination between the two. Okay.
Thanks. Really interesting. Just to check whether our audience were engaged with us or were having a sleep after lunch. Maybe if any one of you from the audience want to have one question to the panel. Yeah.
Thank you. So I'll ask for the representative from Angel One. So you guys have retail investors, and it's quite less expensive when compared to other banking organizations offering trading sites. So Angel One is sorry, it's for you, sir. It's for you. So Angel One is quite less expensive compared to other trading platforms. So when you're charging less to the retail customers, how do you make sure that you get that enough money to invest in your technology and AI?
Okay, that's an interesting one.
Out of the syllabus question.
Yeah, slightly outside my domain of engineering. See, I wouldn't say, so there's an era of discount brokers. There's an era of full service brokers. Angel today, I think, is in the hybrid space, right? And especially after regulations, I think we are charging for all the trades that you're making, both for delivery, intraday, derivatives, right? So, and I think it's very competitive when it comes to other brokers in the segment. So I wouldn't say we are, I'll say we are competitively placed in terms of the charges that we have. Angel definitely wants to be product and technology driven company. And of course, a lot emphasis is there on both product, technology and data. So I think our financial statements are available to the public. You can look at the last year's financial statements, and that will give you the expense and the investment, the profitability and the margins that we have. And of course, that is going towards investment in these, as well as developing other businesses on the Ionic Wealth side and the AMC side, right? So there are multiple lines of business now. So that's where I will say that. But certainly for the broking arm, we are investing heavily on the technology, product, and data.
Thank you.
This is Venkat here. I have a question. How does the AI institutes ensure the data privacy while using the customer information?
Sorry, can you repeat it once again, please?
How does the AI institute or AI model that is going to ensure the customer data is safe and privacy?
I can take a crack at it. See, AI models don't care about PII, honestly. So anybody sending PII to AI is like outrightly stupid, I would say, okay? So AI does not care about PII. And every company who is doing all of these things, first of all, they have to create a complete, what I should say, almost a vault, that no matter what model I use, how many agents I use, no amount of PII will ever flow out. Right?
It's about the privacy of the data.
It will not flow out. I'm saying that, see, if no PII is flowing out, it is just bytes of data. Right? So I think like that's how everyone is getting. And I think like in India, if you see very recently, even RBI has put together a circular where every bank, particularly with mythos coming in, like every bank has to now come back and sort of say that what is the preparedness to handle the threats of mythos, right? So it is not only just about the what I should say, the privacy of the data, but also about the vulnerability of the entire like large leaks and all that thing, right? So, yeah.
I will take one more question. Ma'am, please ask your question. Ma'am, please put the mic on. Or please change the mic. Yes, we have another mic too for you.
Hello? Yeah. So you had mentioned about collections and talked about capacity to pay and ability to, capacity to pay and the intention to pay. So in a dynamic situation, because you have the life cycle of a loan product, how do you manage that, the capacity to pay?
Excellent question. So, see, I'll take you a real life example. I will not tell the bank, but we did a agri loan collection for one of the largest PSUs in India. Okay? And we did in zip codes which had seen recent droughts. Right? But over a period of 6 to 9 months, the amount of money that we collected from them, right? Not through any coercion or anything like that, but through customer education and as well as creating the right settlement, what I should say, deal for all of them, extending that thing, giving the right moratorium, etc. It has become a case study there. So the point of saying that, yes, like the world is very binary where people have intent to pay versus no intent to play, actually not. Right? And this is one of the toughest, what I should say, segments. Okay? Because we have to deal with saying that one election happens, somebody comes and says, okay, all loans are waived off. Whether that is true or not, nobody knows. The bank does not know how to deal with it. Right? And then 3 months down the line, somebody will say, oh no, I was under the impression everything has been waived off. right? So this is one of the most toughest sections, and we actually could turn it around by employing technology there, right? What we don't realize in a lot of cases is that even in India, where almost 80% or 90% of the people live in rural areas, can you believe we found one that he had to travel 30 kilometers on his cycle just to deposit and pay his EMI. So sadly, even with all this UPI and all those things, this is the level of things that we have done. So if you remove friction, suddenly we'll see that what you have been categorizing as an intent to pay is not a category of intent to pay at all, right? So I think there is a lot of variations, and when you start looking at data at a very, very high scale, at a country level, when you are trying to see across multiple zip codes and multiple asset classes, very different type of insights come along, okay? Sorry about that.
So that's fine. We'll take one more question. I guess the gentleman have a question, so please ask your question.
So I think we discussed about ML models, right? So, we know that ML thrives on rich data. Say, for example, if, we have liquid stocks like Reliance, and also they are trading on a million times a day. They have a lot of data points with respect to asset class and price and everything. But we also have another class of transactions, say corporate bonds, which only trade twice in a year or twice in 2 years, something of that sort. So there's an extrapolation which is taking place with respect to such transaction assets. So, what governance model should be applied here? Because these corporate bonds are basically looking at other bonds, how they are behaving in the market. So there's no fixed historical pattern here. So what exactly is your synthesis about this, or what is your viewpoint about this? How can we get someone spoke about ML models.
You can take that. I will just give it. Go ahead. No, go ahead. I'll tell you, and this is the thing. Whenever we give agri loans, how many EMIs do you think they have to pay? Okay. When we give education, the agri loans, how many EMIs do you think they have to pay in a year? 2. Right? That's the data. Right? So there, you can't categorize somebody there, okay, last month the EMI did not come, so he's an NPA. It is not. Right? So I think we, as a country, have a lot of different variations of data. Right? And that is, for corporates, for example, even though there are 69 million MSMEs in India, right? There is data on MCA. There is data on the GST returns. There is data on ITR, right? All of those data are there, and these are used for sort of the understanding the creditworthiness or establishing that what is the credit limit somebody should be given to. Go ahead.
I'm not very clear on the data. Sorry, the question, there's something about corporate bonds that
No. What I'm saying is that one is data rich, one for some other transactions, we don't have the requisite data. So over there, the extrapolation actually takes place, where it's mimicking what exactly is happening in the other transactions. So I'm just trying to understand, is there a way we can actually say, there is no bias happening or hallucination happening with respect to that, something of that sort?
So on our side, I think on the retail side, we have a lot of data. So as I already explained in my point that, the biasness is more of protecting the investors' objective of, achieving a financial objective, right? Specific returns or specific goals. It's an optimization between risk and, returns. So, and that's a completely different aspect because that goes into the wealth management space, right? And not on the broking space. So yes, I'm not sure how this extrapolation can, match on both the sides. I think these are two separate questions for me. But maybe if you want to give more context, I'm happy to step outside and have a word with you. Thank you.
Mr. Agarwal, we want to sum up?
Yeah. Thank you so much for that. So if we just try to summarize the discussion today, right? So India is no more follower, right? So the kind of scale we have heard, right? The millions of transactions getting processed, 100 AI ideas in 100 days, investor personalization, legacy integration with AI, right? This is some great examples where we are leading at pace, right? It's no more a follower kind of a story. And then what we understand is automation or autonomous is no more binary, right? It's not that AI and human are working in different silos. I think both of them are augmenting each other at different level of interventions and at different levels, right? And I think the technology is obviously improving. Models are improving quarter and quarter. But what is required for an enterprise to move at scale is, I believe, a cultural mindset and the trust. I think trust is the currency, right? Where if something goes wrong with an AI, so the trust is completely eroded and you will never be able to rebuild it. I think trust is important, where we need to have enough guardrails where you want to play with AI. And I think the cultural shift, right, where you need to have an army kind of a mindset, you need to do some reskilling, skilling, do that kind of a bonding with the team, and they understand the importance of it and they are ready to take up the mission. And then only any automation or AI will be a successful for an enterprise. Right? So thank you so much for coming on behalf of entire Guild team and on behalf of my panelists. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much, everyone. That was such an informative panel. Can we resounding applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our moderator and for the panelists? Now I request Mr. Akbar to please do the felicitation of our panelists on the stage. First, we'll have a group picture. Ladies and gentlemen, our speakers will be here throughout. So if you have any offline questions, they are most happy to take it. Yes, offline. So we'll have Mr. Krishnendu Majumdar, CPTO, UB Group. Mr. Shishant Chandra, SVP Engineering, Angel One. Ms. Jyoti Kodankiri, VP Cloud Engineering, Deutsche Bank. Mr. Anil Yadav, VP Engineering, HDFC Securities. And I would like to take this privilege to felicitate Mr. Akbar Ali Sheikh. Okay, everyone, now, so again, we are going to have a transition where we'll be merging the hall back. But before that, I have a special announcement to make. Thank you so much, panelists and the moderator. Well, everybody, in the beginning of the event, while we were commencing the AI Innovation Summit, I have announced for the Buzz Creator Contest. How many of you are actually sticking to that? I mean, uploading pictures on LinkedIn or maybe social media handles using the hashtag yes AI can, hashtag AIIS. So how many of you have already done that? The person with the most number of engagement on the post is going to get rewarded right now. We have an air tag as a gift. So let me just come down. Let me see how many of you have posted already. Can you please raise hands? So you have posted it. How many likes you have got? Very less. Oh my God. So ek bhi nahi hai kya? 4. Okay, 4 likes. That's fine. Anybody have more number of likes than 4? So how many likes you have? 8. Wow, spectacular. 8 likes. And anybody else? So how many likes you have got? I just want to check the caption and along with the hashtag. Ladies, what are you doing? Please do it. Ladies have got maximum number of likes. Sir have got 6 likes. 1 like unka khud ka hai. So we'll not just calculate that. So how many have already done that? Because the competition is on, you need to get more number of likes to win the air tag. So now we are going to have a transition. So we are going to get on a break for next 10 minutes and then we're going to merge the hall. So everybody, will see you next 10 minutes. And please take that Buzz Creator Contest seriously. We have a lot of prizes still pending.
I live in the silence. In the moments before it all goes wrong, I prepare, I plan, I never switch off. Because every name in our system is a person who trusts me. Every password is a door I'm responsible for locking. And when the threat comes, and it always comes, I'm the one who stands in front of it. I hold back the chaos, controlling the descent, knowing when to push and when to turn. We get it, you and me. We know resilience isn't just about bouncing back. It's about being ready, being better, thinking smarter, and moving faster. It's the pressure that fires you up. It's trust in the process, in your people, in yourself. It's how we show up every single day. Resilience. It's a movement, a mantra. It's everywhere.
वाह, great choice, ma'am.
Thank you. Actually, Ajay ने बहुत help किया. He totally gets me, yeah.
Oh, hello. Nobody gets you, huh?
Ajay.
Who's this guy?
Guy नहीं sir. Agent Force का AI. हमारे AI agents customers को सही समझते हैं.
Oh, साथ में insurance भी दिया है. Very nice guy. I mean AI.
Agent Force, sales, service, marketing को बनाए और भी amazing. तो sir, बात पक्की? Agent Force, what AI was meant to be.
See this? Nice, na? Ah.
अरे सुनो, मैडम को नारियल पानी.
Dravid sir, आप यहाँ?
क्यों नहीं? Business is चमकाविंग.
क्रिकेट फील्ड से ज्वेलरी फील्ड.
अरे इस फील्ड की सेटिंग तो इजी है क्योंकि यहाँ पे श्योर शॉट मैच विनर है. सेल्स फोर्स करे आपके बिजनेस के लिए एवरीथिंग. सेल्स, सर्विस या फिर मार्केटिंग.
तो ऐसे बिजनेस ग्रो करते हैं.
बिल्कुल फ्रंट फुट पे. सेल्स फोर्स हेल्पिंग इंडियन बिजनेसेस ग्रो.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want all of you now to please take your respective seats. So everyone has, I mentioned since the morning that we had multiple activities going on. So we have already announced the winner for the puzzle activity, which was being done by our engagement partner, Equate Me. So we have got 3 winners. 1 winner is still pending, and I guess they are not here at the moment, but we'll keep on announcing their name. Okay, everybody, now, the moment of truth. So somebody came to me and said, ma'am, also please check the LinkedIn impressions. That is more important. So now for the Creator Buzz contest, we are going to check the impressions as well. Somebody who has more number of impressions on the post you have made today here at the AI Innovation Summit. So I want everyone, please start clicking your pictures and upload it on social media. We have 1 prize still left. So we have 1 prize still left, ladies and gentlemen. And that is an air tag. So Has anybody posted anything for now? So I'm coming to you. And let me check the impressions, the like, and the engagement on the post. It is not necessarily that you have to post on LinkedIn. You can post anywhere. Just use the hashtag #YesAICan and #AIIS. Yes, I can see that. Yes. 17 likes and 258 impressions. Okay. Somebody who have more than 258 impressions. So what are your impressions? Can I just see the phone first? I want to see the... Okay. Sir has 1,282 impressions and 68 likes. Can I see the hashtag also? Sir got 68 likes. That's the highest for now. I have heard since morning. 68 likes. Sir, I'm telling you are quite popular. 4 comments also he has got. And he has posted me only 4 hours back. Okay, everybody, 4 hours back he posted and he have got almost 1,300 impressions, 68 likes. Anybody else who is in the competition? Because I think I've got my winner. But that's too soon to say anybody is a winner. Anybody else who wants to compete? So can I have a good name? Alok. Anybody who wants to give Alok a good competition? I think nobody is here. Well, let everybody come inside. If nobody turns up, we're going to declare Mr. Alok as a winner of the Creator Bus Contest. So, Bus Creator of the Day Contest, as you can see it on the screen, #YesAICan. I want everyone to please come back. Can we please disseminate the message outside that we are starting with the sessions? I want everyone to please be seated. All of the people who are outside, please come inside. Can I have everyone come inside, please? Everybody, all of you at the pre-function area. So everyone, we have a Bus Creator of the Day contest going on. This is the last prize we have left with. And most number of impressions on LinkedIn on the post which you have done here at the AI Innovation Summit 2026, the 7th edition. You must have to use the hashtag #YesAICan and #AIIS. That is AI Innovation Summit. Anybody who have got more impressions than 1,300 and more likes than 68? Still, there are people walking in. So I want everyone to please quickly come back. Otherwise, we have to decide the winner. All the people who are going to sit at the back, please come forward. Please start occupying the front row seats. All the people who are sitting at the back, I want everyone to please come forward. I can see there are a lot of networking happening on the booths. That's really impressive. And do not forget to fill the feedback form once you'll be leaving from the venue. After showing the feedback form screenshot at the registration desk, you're going to collect your giveaways. So please do not forget to fill the feedback form. Submit the feedback form online by scanning the QR code. This is the QR code which we have displayed right now on the screen. Scan the QR code. You will receive a token of appreciation at the end of the event from the registration desk. So claim your prize once you'll be leaving For your houses, for your homes, or maybe for your offices, somebody who works on night shifts, maybe. I want everybody to please come back. Yes. I think everybody have already scanned the QR code. This is for the feedback form. Please do it. I want everyone to please come back quickly inside so we can start with the session. Yes, please keep on coming. All the people who are outside of the pre-function area, the high tea is already over. Okay, everyone. So I think you must know that we are running a contest. So we have got one contender who had 1,300 impressions and 68 likes on his post. Anybody who can claim more than that? Anybody who have posted on LinkedIn today and have got more than 1,300 impressions and more than 68 likes? Nobody? Okay. All the people at the pre-function area, I request all of you to please come back inside. So everyone, now I think we have got a winner. And the winner is Mr. Alok, if I'm not wrong. Mr. Alok, can you please come on the stage? Can we have a resounding applause for Mr. Alok, ladies and gentlemen? He has posted today on LinkedIn about the AI Innovation Summit. Can we have the prize, please, Abhishek? So, Mr. Alok Nathopadhyay, Mr. Alok, you have such a huge fan following on social media. What do you want to say about that? Is it real? Is it original? Not really. So we have for you a air tag. This is for you. And you are a creator, the bus creator of the day. So can we have a resounding applause? He is the creator of the day. Before that, we have got a women as a winner. And now it's you. Congratulations. Thank you so much, Mr. Alok, for joining us today at the AI Innovation Summit 2026, the 7th edition. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to start with the partner keynote address. I request everyone, please come inside one more time. And do not forget that at the end of the event, we have lucky draw contest. Absolutely. So we now move to our partner keynote address presented by Cohesity, titled Cyber Resilience, the Foundation of AI-Powered Business Transformation. Delivering this keynote is Mr. Lallan Prasad, Solution Architect, Cohesity India and SAC. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Lallan Prasad to the stage, please. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Lallan Prasad. It's good to see you, sir, here. Over to you.
Thank you. Okay. Good evening, everyone. It's been a long day, and a lot of information has been flying around today. And I have with me 15 minutes, and I'll make sure that the next 15 minutes are something that you take back with you, which is worth, knowing something that we are talking today. So we are going to talk about, cyber resilience, which is AI powered. And every discussion, and it's an AI summit, So let me start with today morning. When I was coming for this event, I was thinking, what should I start with? So what happened was, I received a quote on my feed. It said that people are saying that, okay, AI is going to do everything. So what are we going to do then? Well, in that case, we can do whatever the hell we want, right? If we are given a choice, we would always want to do what we love to do, right? So that was a quote on the AI piece. So to begin with, artificial intelligence in itself is, if I may say, hollow. Now, why it is hollow is simply because it depends on the data on which it learns. It makes a meaning out of that data, and then it presents to you whatever you seek from it. So it is like it is reading, understanding, learning, and then it is giving the data. So that is the reason it is as good as the data that it learns from, it retrieves, and then it acts on that data as well, right? So whatever be the model or the RAG agent, the LLMs, the key piece here is the data, okay? Now, when we talk about the data, there are two kinds of data. One is a primary data, which is your production data, and the second part is called as the secondary data, where you take the data and you keep a copy of it so that in terms of, let's say, any catastrophic event or any breach or anything, your business is up and running and it is not hampered, right? Now, in the age of AI, both the primary data and the secondary data are actually at the risk. Why? Because just as we are using AI for good purposes, the attackers are actually using it for their advantage as well at machine speed, right? So faster attacks is something that we will see. And just 2 days back, I think we all know about Mythos, right? So Mythos public review is on the card. They already released Fable 2 days back, and it has created a havoc in the cybersecurity world. So I come from a cybersecurity background, having spent more than 2 decades in it, worked in companies starting from the network perimeter or the network perimeter security companies like Cisco's and the Junipers of the world, to later the cybersecurity on the endpoint like Sentinel-1, Zscaler, and so on and so forth, on the identity piece as well. So what I have seen over these years is that the attacks have also gotten very sophisticated, but now with AI, that sophistication has taken an exponential jump, right, which is very hard to control. Smarter intrusions, and then why everybody is talking today about identity. Identity is in the crosshair, as you can see. So why? Because 95% of the attack that we have seen today are somewhere or the other, the starting point is always your identity theft or identity compromise. Because most of the attacks are done, number one is because of unawareness, second, gullible audience, and third is the design of the identity products that we use today. And whole in whole, if you see the data that is your primary target, both your primary data and secondary data. Now, when I say secondary data, we can say that, oh, you know what, that's a backup data and who really cares, but that is not the case. Whether it was the attack on the AIMS or some of the other attacks, like for example, the world's most notorious ransomware, right? Lockbit. If you see Lockbit, it will just go ahead and it will do a GP update and it will try to replicate itself everywhere, whether it is your primary data, secondary data, and basically it creates an havoc on that. Yeah, this is my most interesting slide deck for today. So normally what we have seen is when I talk about backup, it is always an IT problem. It's an infrastructure problem. If I go and talk to a CISO, or the security team, he thinks of backup as a insurance that, okay, if something goes wrong, I will, restore the backup and I will, bring back my business online. So it is always a ping pong game that happens between the IT and the security. But today, if you see, I have just tried to make a clear differentiation here that when we talk security, it is prevention first. And when we talk data, it is always resilience first. So in security, if you see, we are talking about we will try to stop the breach from happening. In resiliency or in the backup world, we talk about if we are breached, how soon we can be back. Clean and fast recovery. Right? And the final point, if you see here, backups treated as an insurance, not a target. But in recovery world, recovery is the strategy and it is not an afterthought. So backup is actually your strategy when things go wrong. How fast can you bring back your business? Because sooner or the later, some breach or some events are going to get happen. And that is the acceptance that we as an organization should always aim for. So how does AI comes into all of this in the security world, in the backup world and all that? See, today if you see AI, it trains on data. Now let's say if your data itself is corrupted or manipulated, the AI takes that data as the benchmark itself. So when you take the poisoned data as the benchmark and you start building things up with your AI, it is going to be a disaster. So when we talk about artificial intelligence in organization, we talk about two things. One, artificial intelligence for end users, where you use the chat GPTs of the world, you use conversational AI, you talk about different kinds of applications with AI for the end users, video editing and all that stuff. Second part is using AI in your infrastructure or in your organization itself. Okay? So when you're talking about AI in your infrastructure, that is where you use AI for example, to do an anomaly detection on files, to find out if there are any malwares hiding in your files or not. You can use AI for that. So these are the good things or the two good use cases which most of the organizations work on when it comes to AI. So if your AI is training on a corrupted data, that is where the challenge is. Because then it is used as a weapon. The corrupted data will be used as a weapon. So Cohesity is working on AI for the backup data, for the secondary data. And as we speak, just a week back, precisely I think 3 days back, we have secured our first and one of the earliest patent in this area, in this backup segment, where we are using RAGs, right, on the secondary data, on the backup data. So that is something that we have achieved as an organization just recently. So 4 capabilities, 1 resilient data core. So number 1 is your protection, right? So when you try to protect your data, your secondary data, what happens is, first, you have to make sure that nobody can corrupt that data. So immutability is something that has to be built into it, right? Encryption, okay? There is something called as air-gapped vaulting concepts, which after this event, if somebody is interested in these concepts, I'm out there and we can discuss more on this, right? So that is the protection part, where you can have both encryption, immutability, air-gapped vaulting systems to make sure that your data is secure, it's clean, and then you can also restore it when time comes. Second is your detection. As I said, we are using AI to actually do anomaly detection. We use machine learning to scan the files and to find out if there are any anomalies, there are any malwares. We use threat intelligence from Google Mandiant, and we can make sure that the data what you are keeping as backups is actually clean and secure. The third is responding. So when I talk about responding, I'm talking about isolating your blast radius in terms of a breach, right? And then hunting the threat and then finding your last, clean copy to restore back the data. And then finally, the recovery piece, which is your mass restore clean data, and that too at a scale. So one of the reference I would give is, I hope everybody knows about NVIDIA today, right? So NVIDIA as a company is one of the investors, and they have invested in this field, seeing the value of the innovations around the artificial intelligence in terms of security from Cohesity. So one platform, and then yes, so this is where Cohesity stands out, because it's having a single platform where it is delivering data security, resilience, and all of this in a converged fashion. Whether it is your immutable backups, whether it is your threat detection based on machine learning, whether it is your threat and malware scanning, whether it is your identity resilience with our technology partners, whether it is your clean room recovery, or whether it is your AI-ready data services, which is again data classification, DSPM, which is again with our technology partners. So what we have done is we have taken the best of the breed which are available in the market to give you one big holistic solution and not some silos approach and piecemeal solutions for each use case. Sorry. Yeah. So quickly moving on. So after talking on all this front, the data that you protect today is the data that you transform. What does that mean is, this is a one single approach wherein you are securing, you are transforming, and also you are trusting the data, and then the resilience and the AI, they go both hand in hand. And it is not a trade-off, like, okay, if I'm doing resiliency, I should not do AI. If I'm doing AI, I cannot do resiliency. Not like that. So it should go hand in hand. Now, I think some of us here are from the boardrooms as well, who go to the board meetings and all. So all this technology and all these things is fine, but when it comes to the board, these are some of the things that a board will look into, or they demand basically. The faster recovery. How soon my business can come back if there is a breach, if there is a downtime, if something happens. How fast is the recovery? What is a provable compliance? How many compliance factors do I basically adhere to? If my business is asking for a GDPR, can I do it? If my business is asking for a CIS or a NIST or any other framework, do you comply to it, right? From an auditing and compliance perspective. And then using all this data and AI, how soon can I churn new solutions? How soon my innovations can be done so that I am basically one step ahead of my competition, because that is what the entire game is all about, right? And then the customer trust, of course. So today, the backup you are taking, or how secure your entire strategies around your data, whether it is your primary data production or your secondary data, both are important, right? So that builds the brand, that builds the goodwill in the market. So these are some of the factors that translates directly into the business value from a board perspective. So to close it all, this is what the takeaway is that you cannot build AI on a foundation you cannot trust. That means a data has to be secure, and then on that data you are building the AI, and not just simply you are using AI on any data and all. Because cyber resilience, again, is that foundation where you can use this to securely build stuff on AI and head to the next phase of innovation. So with that, I think I have just 20 seconds left with me. And thank you everyone for listening to me. I hope this was informational, and any feedback or any questions are most welcome. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Lalan Prasad, for such an insightful presentation. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's a compelling session. And now can we please have the token of appreciation? So, ladies and gentlemen, up next, we are coming up with a panel. So, anybody who is still wants to show their LinkedIn that I have got good impression or maybe good likes. How many of you actually posted on LinkedIn? How many likes you have got? 18. Okay, 18. Anybody else closer to this? 10. 100. Are you serious? That's more than Mr. Alok. Alok, what he's claiming that he have. Okay. You can post it anywhere, either on LinkedIn, either on Facebook, either on any of the social media platforms you want to. So that's the impression. So we have got 1,300 impressions today. That is of Mr. Alok. Yeah, it's still above. Yes. You have got 103 impressions though. How many impressions you got? 17 likes and impressions. 276 impressions. So we'll see in the last, like how many of you, so how many impressions you got? 33 likes. 507 impressions. That's fine. That's good. That's a competitive number. Anybody got more than 33 likes? We have already got the winner, that is Alok. But now yes, just finding somebody the second position. So sir, for now you're standing with 33 likes. 41. So let me just come and check. We'll just definitely want to verify. So that's 41 impressions. So you have got 33 likes, right? 33 likes. That is, and 276 impressions. What? How many impressions you got? 507. So you have got 590 impressions, 33 likes, and 2 comments. Let me see the hashtag. Yes, the hashtag is there. So for now, second position is definitely there with Mr. Piyush Kumar Soni. Dr. Piyush Kumar Soni. Well, okay, perfect. So after this panel discussion, we're going to definitely verify and we'll announce the final winner. But now it's time to dive into the next panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, the next panel discussion will be cybersecurity in the autonomous enterprise. We now move into the most critically important conversations of the day. Cybersecurity in the autonomous enterprise, defending the AI native enterprise. So moderating this session, we have Mr. Sundareshwar Krishnamurthy, Partner India Cyber Leader, PwC India. Please put your hands together as we invite on stage Mr. Sundareshwar. And joining him, our panelists, Mr. Kuldeep Singh Tomar, CISO Big Basket, Mr. Santosh Kumar, SVP and CISO Emphasis, Ms. Ishita Day, CISO, Diageo India, Mr. Venkata Prasannaji, VP and Head Technology Risk at HCL Tech. Well, we have a very seasoned and distinguished panel joining us for this next panel discussion. But we also have a Mentimeter quiz. Can we have the Mentimeter poll, please? So please be seated. So we're going to have a Mentimeter poll quick. Please scan the QR code and get yourself registered in the Mentimeter poll. Can everybody please do it quickly? So we're going to see the live poll. Scan the QR code to participate in the live poll. Everybody, you can scan the QR code. It's displayed right on the screen. Even it's there on your badges as well. Just turn your badges. You'll find it. Okay, can we see the poll, please, Rohit? What concerns you most about the enterprise AI adoption? Sensitive data leakage through AI systems, AI-generated decisions that cannot be explained prompt. My connection was interrupted, but not yours. You can start live polling. We'll see it on the screen. Well, we'll have the results. So, meanwhile, we can start with the panel. What do you say? Please put your hands together for the panelists one more time, and over to our moderator, Mr. Sundareshwar.
Audible? Yeah. So thank you very much, panelists, and thank you everyone for being here. Today's panel discussion is around cybersecurity in an autonomous enterprise. When we think about autonomous systems, the first thing at least that comes to my mind is an aircraft. Because 85% of the flight that we take from point A to point B actually runs on autopilot. And these autopilot systems have, so to say, three things that actually make them work most times. The first one is essentially around instrumentation. So you have agents and systems working in the background. But if you look at a cockpit, there is this entire instrumentation visibility that's available to the pilot. And in the cybersecurity world, we call that observability at all points in time. The second one, which makes it work, is what we call envelope. Envelope essentially means that whether an agent or a pilot cannot actually instruct the plane to perform something which is extremely dangerous. For instance, tilt the plane in a manner that it can actually crash. In the cybersecurity world, we call that guardrails. And the third one is really around what we have heard about black box. In an unforeseen event that happens, if you've seen aircraft investigation, the first thing that's actually recovered is a black box. Because the black box essentially has all of those instructions, conversation between pilots that have happened, which is used for any forensic investigation. And in the cybersecurity world, that's about explainability of systems that's there. So in any autonomous enterprise where we implement AI, I think it's important to make sure that at least these three are well protected and well implemented. With that context, I'll probably invite the panel for their first comments around what do they think is really the future of cybersecurity in this age of AI, and where is the opportunity for India as a country and enterprises here in India? Maybe we'll start with you, Kuldeep.
Thanks, Sundar, and a very good analogy with the cybersecurity and AI and running, running aircraft in autopilot mode. So, thanks for that. So, from India perspective, right? And very first thing is about AI adoption, right? And I think every yeah, okay. So I hope that I'm audible to all. So from India perspective, all the organizations, whether it's a startup or whether it's a enterprise, they are moving in a direction of adopting AI. AI is not just for adopting AI and it's a buzzword, but it's kind of helping moving into the direction to running things in autopilot mode, which you have talked about that, many things, mundane tasks which can be automated, can be done easily and can help us to run the organization into autopilot mode, where you have the right guardrails, governance available. And it's not just about, execution, it's about scale. So if I talk about my organization, Big Basket, we are into a quick commerce. So it's not just about, doing the things. It's about doing the things at speed, scale, where if you need to deliver the things in, let's say, 10 minutes or 15 minutes or 7 minutes, whatever, you need to look at not, doing the things. You cannot do the things manually, right? So look at the life cycle of delivering something. So the person need to pick up something from the warehouse, need to pick it up, keep it at one place, and deliver it. So that way, this is one thing, right, on the business side. But if I talk about on the cybersecurity side, we cannot do things manually as well, because the number of transactions, the number of events, number of things which are happening. So kind of detecting, I can give the example of SOC. So if you start doing if you start monitoring things manually, it's not possible. So you need AI to kind of process at a scale and with this speed. So whether it's a cyber security or a business, you need AI, and I think it is going to stay over here.
Sure.
Thank you. But I will like to take a step back and come to when in 2017, I think, LLMs were introduced. So as of now, we are still in a discovery mode. So in 2007, OpenAI came up with a paper, Attention All You Need. And it came out with the concept of emergent behavior. That means I made a tool to convert English into German and back to English, but suddenly I realized that it has much more potential and it can predict something. So that has been a discovery. You tried to invent something, you discovered something else. Similarly, Mythos has come recently Anthropic has come with Mythos for a development tool. But they discovered that it has much more potential to find out vulnerabilities. So we are still in a discovery mode. As of now, entire world is still in a discovery mode and finding a lot of use cases. And as the number of parameters increase, the potential of these AIs or LLM tools or their behavior through agentic patterns are going to be evolved, and still for few years we are going to be in the discovery mode.
Got it. Yeah, Ishita.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. If I look at the current state of cybersecurity in the enterprise today, we all are either in the experimentation stage or we are moving from experimentation to launching it in production based on the success of the use cases that we had tested in the POC or the experimentation stage. But looking at the larger picture, and if I caught your question, you did ask about like what kind of a role India can assume. So looking 2 to 3 years down the line, I do see India as playing a very strategic role to develop some of the best-in-class next-gen cybersecurity solutions. And the reason I say this is because if we look at the last 1 decade or 2 decades, we have been able to create one of the world's best or largest digital public infrastructure, which has components like digital identity in the form of Aadhaar. We have digital payment systems in the form of UPI, and then DigiLocker, which is digital credentials. And we have been able to scale it to the extent that it is secure and it is also reliable for millions of users as Indian citizens. So that is one of the global benchmarks that India has been able to set and which other countries can also follow. And there are a lot of countries which are actually following our way of doing digital transactions through UPI. Apart from that, we have also embarked on a journey. If you look back in 2024, India AI mission was launched, right? And with that, we have been able to kind of start our efforts, our journey, and invest our efforts in the creation of sovereign AI. Now, when we talk about sovereign AI ecosystem, it does not just have models or data or infrastructure in place. Security and governance also plays a big role when you talk about sovereign AI governance. And with the kind of talent pool that we have, we are home to the world's, I would say, the most populous engineering workforce. We have a very strong IT sector. We also have universities that are into AI research. So with these capabilities, I think India has the potential, and it is, it can be said that, these capabilities will position India in a strategic
place where a lot of cybersecurity solutions like observability platforms, etc., and strong governance structures can be developed, and we can make progress in the cybersecurity journey for AI.
Sure, great, thanks. Over to you.
I think the question is about opportunities for India, right? Before I get into the question, I really want to get into the flight black box stuff, and right? In a emergency flight situation, we want to go for the black box. We need the black box. In an AI environment, you don't want the black box. You want something to be explainable, right? Just for the lighter note. So coming back to the question, I would definitely segue with what Ishita just mentioned. There are 2 points she covered. One is about our BFSI landscape. It's very tried and tested. Many countries are still experimenting UPI and all that. And we are also, RBI recently spoke about the free AI framework, right? These are some of the frameworks that are available today. And I believe, it's my personal belief. I believe there is a governance gap globally. And having all this BFSI landscape, we have experimented and we have complete regulatory environment that is under pressure and bringing a governance gap, right? If I talk about DPDP Act today, we went into an enforcement mode last year, 2025. In similar lines, we have to bring something around AI governance as well. So this is a gap which can be filled by India, given the background we have with BFSI and the current AI gap. If you talk about European Union AI law, it is still under implementation, right? And when I talk about US's AI framework, the law is not from a federal level, it is at state level. So India can look at these as an opportunity and start bringing an enforceable AI law along with the DPDP Act. That will make us a forerunner in the environment. So this is one. And very important thing I would say is the second item is talent. We are around 2.5 million, 3 million STEM graduates coming every year, right? So if we adjust the curriculum a little bit to include NIST, RMF, ISO 42001, OASP, Agentic Top 10. These are some of the things that we can include in the curriculum so that the gap of talent can be easily addressed, right? So these are some of the opportunities I think India can leverage in the next 2 to 3 years and be a leader in the segment.
Sure. Great. No, thank you so much for your insights and warming up the panel. I'll stay with you, Venkat Prasanna. You spoke about governance, and I'll latch on to that. I think because of whatever is happening at the speed at which it's happening, everyone's curious to play around with AI. And therefore, you have everyone spinning up AI models in their enterprises, calling it innovation, but they're being a little careless about what gets exposed, etc. So there's a lot of shadow AI that we talk about. In that context, I wanted to hear from you, how important is visibility, observability? And are these just buzzwords? How do you get that implemented in reality?
So with respect to observability, right? So if I step back a little bit, in our traditional IT environment, observability is all about my infrastructure is up and running, is my servers are performing well, are the systems giving out errors? These are the areas that I generally look at. But AI works at a higher layer. So while I'm saying the underlying infrastructure, traditional IT observability is required, on top of it, we also need to look at AI level of layer. For example, is my model performing what it is supposed to perform? Right? Or it is doing something else. Am I able to look at what and explain what is happening, what decision it is taking? Can I reason it out? These are some of the things that we need to look at, right? this may be an engineering problem, but it is also an audit and a risk problem, right? So from a tech risk point of view, we take this area very seriously. While the traditional IT-related observability is required, on top of it, we need to have a layer from an AI resiliency point of view. So those are some of the things I would say are required from an observability point of view.
Sure. Santosh, I want to flip to you. I mean, in the sector that you work, you service clients pretty much sitting out of India, world over. And you have all of these clients who are implementing AI transformation programs, and your organization is a part of these transformation programs. So obviously security is embedded into those transformation programs, but notwithstanding, you've got to make sure that your enterprise itself is secure from an AI standpoint as you bring in efficiencies, etc. So how do you go about doing this? Can you just demystify this for us?
So presently, most of our solutions are AI based. So the first aspect is coming on to, when you see the customer part of it, is the governance framework. How do you implement visibility, transparency, explainability, bias, threat, drift in the model, human in loop behavior, and all those things. So those we cover up with we were the early adopters of 42K, and which mostly aligns with most of the standards. Presently, it is only the EU standard which has come up. Others are still emerging. So those are the client aspect, how we audit our system. We carry out internal audits. We carry out gap assessment as regard to these requirements. And then we do internal audit, all those things. As regard to our own enterprise network, we require visibility. So visibility, we ensure through DLP, Synapse solution, other places, you identify shadow AI networks. So there are tools and mechanisms where we ensure that we have full visibility of whatever is being implemented into the enterprise environment. So that is the way we are going. Still, we are expanding onto it because still there are issues because the adoption of AI is very big. It is moving on exponentially. So that is the way. So basic, what I would like to say is the visibility of all the assets and AI assets is important at this stage.
Sure. No, thanks for that. Kuldeep, in a consumer-facing business where, at least they've been the first adopters of AI, whether it's to do with chatbots, whether it's to do with dynamic pricing, and so on and so forth. As a security professional, while all these changes kept happening in the business model and digitization, specifically when AI models started getting implemented, as a security professional, did you change any strategy? And if you did, what were those changes that you made?
Okay, so very first thing, you need to understand the business. You are a business enabler, right? And these are the key aspects of business where you need to make sure that whatever feature you need to enable, whether you need to, look at something like high demand generation, modeling, or predictability, right? So my idea of being is kind of understand the use case, right? And AI is not a traditional IT security where you need to just look at to protect system data. It's about behavior and business aspect of it as well. You need to look at what are the kind of models being used. Are the models secure enough to protect your data? So the landscape is that you need to look at, you need to protect your data, you need to make sure that the right models being used, you need to look at the feature they are building is kind of secure, because it's not about the code you are generating can be exploitable now. Now it's about the behavior, the instruction, or the data which is kind of shared with your feature. that can also be harmful for you. So you need to look from that perspective. We are, so my core task was to kind of work with engineering team, make sure they are using the right models, there is a governance layer, the feature they have built is enough tested on the content side as well, that cannot be prompt injection or any bad data, which can also lead to this feature to be broken. So that's the whole aspect to look at and support your business on this one.
No, so I think that's a lot of work to be done. But in this whole equation today, we have adversaries who are moving faster than all of us as defenders. And as they move fast to do what damage they can do, and we've got to defend, at least my interactions with industry professionals has been that team size is not increasing. In fact, we are being asked to shrink the team size because everyone understands that AI brings in efficiency, and therefore you can do a lot more with lesser people. The jury is not out on that, but let's talk about that a little bit. Ishita, over to you. What is it that actually can get automated through AI when it comes to cybersecurity? What is the efficiency that it will bring into SOC, security testing, governance, IT audits, security audits? Where is the opportunity, and what kind of use cases are available?
Sure. So one of the best, or I would say, the most common use cases of AI within cybersecurity would be how it can be applied to SOC, Security Operations Center. If we look at a traditional SOC, then you would know that it generates very high volume of telemetry data, threat feeds, and a lot of alerts. And the security analysts, the team of security analysts who are supposed to be looking at these alerts, they need to manually look at them and triage them to understand what are the false positives and kind of filter that out and work on the ones which are true positives or actual issues or incidents. So the volume is so high that it sometimes it actually results in alert fatigue. Right? So one good use case would be applying autonomous or AI agents to do the triaging of AI, L1 level alerts in the SOC. So that's where rules can be created to see what are patterns for false positives, and that can be filtered out. So that is one of the use cases, and we are also contemplating, in my organization, if that can be applied. So we are still in the POC phase, and it should successfully move to a phase where we can introduce that kind of a mechanism within production. The other areas would be like AI agents doing automated reconnaissance and penetration testing, also vulnerability scans. Audit is an area which requires a lot of judgment, so that is probably not something which is going to catch up very soon. And what is not going to be touched, at least for some more time, is OT security in manufacturing, because in OT security, when you go to a factory or a manufacturing setup, you have the OT networks and systems, and if you kind of apply automation in areas which are high stake, where if an automated decision is taken or an action is taken and it cannot be rolled back, then it can eventually lead to very high stake situations like human safety can be jeopardized. So that is one area which will catch up slowly. So this is my understanding. But I'm going to end this by saying or mentioning a caveat that, with the advent of frontier AI models like Claude Mythos, we are in a situation where AI is a double-edged sword. So a defender who can use the same AI model to do vulnerability scanning and discover a lot of vulnerabilities and improve SOC operations, the same AI model can be used by an attacker to do automated reconnaissance and launch massive cyber attacks. So how to regulate that kind of a dual nature of AI within cybersecurity is something I'm sure industries and the cybersecurity experts, professionals, us, are going to grapple with for some more time.
Great, thank you very much. I know we've run out of time, but I have one last question, which if the conference producers permit me, I'd like to ask, but I'd like to check with the audience and give you an option of asking a question, otherwise I'll shoot. Yes, please.
Yeah, good evening to the panelists. I really enjoyed the session from the panel. I have a question. It's slightly a long question, but mostly to Ms. Ishita ma'am and the gentleman on the right. You mentioned that India leads in the digital infra, which could be your Aadhaar, the UPR, such examples that India has already given to the world as a leader. And when you see governance, coming to the question where you mentioned about the governance, we are mostly, if you see, all this is coming towards a financial materiality, which is only due to regulatory enforcements. As such, it is not coming up voluntarily. While if you see, there are geographies which are like EU, which has made it many companies voluntarily come and disclose their information over there. Why do you think India is lacking behind in this space when it comes to this infra? I would take the recent example of what has happened with the CBSE issues in terms of cybersecurity.
Can you please repeat the last part again?
Okay, there are geographies which are most forward when it comes to disclosures voluntarily as such, where we see India is more as a regulatory enforcement. And when it comes to any companies to follow the regulations, it's merely because it's due to the enforcement, people are coming out with it. There's no voluntary disclosures in many cases. Okay, but in terms of your Aadhaar or UPI or any other infra-related platforms in this line, India comes forward. So why is India lacking behind in terms of a cybersecurity related to this aspect? I want to quote it from the recent example of what happened with the CBSE.
So if you see regulation also, other countries have more regulations than India. India has just come up with DPDP. What was the question to her?
I mean, it was a combined point from all.
So GDPR has been existing since World War II in one or the other form. Finally, it got into GDPR form in 2016, but there were regulations in other countries far before we started off. So, as saying that we have more of a, we comply by the regulations or we have less regulation, other people comply by the regulations.
I think his question was a bit different. So, his question was that in the European world or other developed country, the disclosure are more.
The disclosures are more, but also the
voluntary disclosure
forthcoming is more prominent over there.
So if I can interrupt, globally, PwC has done a survey. They surveyed some 4,000 odd executives, business and tech executives, across 70 odd countries globally. They say, regulations helped them get cybersecurity investments from the board. Around more than 70% have said this. So, right? So this is not something we can put to a particular location, but overall, globally, regulation helps. But why a country should come forward from a voluntary is your question, right? Why it's not coming through? That is more of a, I don't know, I cannot comment there, but it is more of a cultural expectations, right? But to do a segue to what Santosh said, globally this is the case. Regulation is pushing cyber investments. 70% people agreed for this out of 4,000 people who had survived. These are technical business people across 70 different countries, not just India.
I'll just add on, because since regulations has been for very long, people have adapted to that requirement and such disclosures. So in the outer world, because regulations have been since long, so they are used to, now they have adapted to disclosing such thing, even if in some particular sector there is no regulation per se.
But again, don't you think if the cybersecurity space was taken care much earlier, the kind of issues that we have been seeing through would have been avoidable?
That's always there, because 20 years before you never knew what is cybersecurity. What was cybersecurity, at least? Most of us didn't know what was cybersecurity. It is again an emerging field. There are a lot more vulnerabilities coming up. There are good attackers coming up. So that is why it is emerging. That is why regulation has to come in, so that we reduce such vulnerabilities, we enhance product support, enhance the productivity of the support. So it is over a period of time. Even the cybersecurity regulation across the world, first was the data protection, and cybersecurity was built over data protection.
Can I just answer in then? Yeah. Look, I think whether it's India or world over, if you look at all the digitization that has happened and the underlying fulcrum around that is the internet that we are using. Internet works on TCP/IP stack. It was never built for security. Security always came as a patch on whatever is being built, right? Now, in that context, recognition that cybersecurity is important and converting that into regulations, whether it is prescriptive or whether it is principle-based, some of the other countries across the world have taken forward steps to go about and doing that. Within India, over the last 12, 14 years, citizens have started using internet-based applications, predominantly after Jio launched at great prices, which is affordable, etc. And once that has happened in the last 12, 15 years, the government, the ministries, the Home Affairs, the CERT-In, the NCIIPC recognize that citizen security on the internet is important. And therefore, the regulations have started to, come up quite fast. Now, the implementation of that has to happen at organizations like ours, right? And that implementation is at varying levels. Because some of them are high because they have higher budgets, they've implemented it. Some of them are low because they didn't see a risk, etc. Over a period of time, that will normalize. But the good part that I at least see in India, and we work across the world, is most of our regulations are principle-based. They're not prescriptive in nature. Like, for instance, you touched upon AI regulation in the EU, right? It's a very prescriptive regulation saying if it's a high-risk application, this is what you're supposed to do. That at some point in time stifles innovation. We are not at a stage where we can stifle innovation because, we are a different kind of an economy as opposed to someone else. So there will be a spurt of attacks that will happen. But do we have a framework so that we are able to identify and recover faster? I would say yes and no. We are probably more on the yes side, but it's a journey to go. This will always continue to happen. Yeah.
Thank you for your question. Rest of the things we can have offline, definitely, because we are running out of time. So I request, Mr. Krishnamurthy, if you want to wrap up, or shall I just start with the...
No, so I'll just say a few things, 30 seconds. I think, thank you very much for the good discussion. I think my takeaway is that, look, AI is here to stay, and cybersecurity within AI is extremely important for AI to be successful. As adversaries use AI to proliferate into our enterprises, I think for us it's important to turn AI inward, which is to use the same AI models to be able to protect us, as opposed to what the adversaries use to actually penetrate into us. So that's really what I would take away. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Krishnamurthy, and to the entire panelists for those sharp, intelligent, and incredibly relevant perspectives. Can we have resounding applause, ladies and gentlemen? I request Mr. Krishnamurthy to please come forward and felicitate our panelists. So we'll have one group picture and then we'll start the felicitation. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with this, we are going to have the last panel discussion for the day. Thank you so much for staying with us till here. We have the last panel discussion now. So I request Mr. Krishnamurti to please felicitate Mr. Kuldeep Singh Tomar, CISO Big Basket. Mr. Santosh Kumar, SVP and CISO Emphasis. Ms. Ishita Day, CISO Diageo India. And Mr. Venkata Prasanna Ji, VP and Head Technology Risk at CL Tech. And I would like to take this opportunity to felicitate Mr. Sundareshwar Krishnamurti for being a remarkable moderator. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with this, we have came at the end of the panel, the last panel, I mean, not the end, the last of the panel. Oh, what a relief, right? People, again, I can just see people sighing in relief. Yeah. But definitely post this, we are going to have a lucky draw. So please be ready for the lucky draw. And lucky draw only have one rule. First, if you are not here, then the gift is going to get passed to the another lucky person. So make sure that if you are lucky enough and your code is being displayed on the screen, you have to come on the stage and claim your prize. Otherwise, again, we are going to do the shuffling. So now we arrive at the final panel discussion of the AI Innovation Summit 2026, Cross-Industry Power Conversation Engineering Competitive Advantage through AI. Enterprises that scale AI effectively are achieving faster decision cycles, higher efficiency, and deeper customer personalization. So, ladies and gentlemen, please be ready as this moderator, the moderator for this closing session is Mr. Anuj Kumar, Partner Data and AI, KPMG India. Please put your hands together for Mr. Anuj Kumar. We have with us Mr. Shashi Mohan Singh, Chief Digital Officer, Reliance Consumer Products, and Ms. Shruti Sivaramanna, Head of Engineering Automation, Nokia. Before we hand over the stage for the last time today, our fifth and final Mentimeter poll, can we have, are we going to do it at the end? Perfect. So I request Mr. Anuj Kumar to please take the conversation forward.
Thank you. A very good evening, everyone. And thank you so much for staying back. While she already thanked everyone, I would like to say that again. And hopefully we'll keep it interesting for you. So I think the topic of the panel is very pertinent. Throughout the day, I hope all of you had a lot of insights from different perspectives on how AI is getting adopted, how AI can be applied to different fields. We just heard cybersecurity, or in different domains, different sectors. So the question is really clear. It's not about whether AI will create advantage. I think the answer is clearly yes. But I think the question that we as part of this panel will try to elaborate on is why some enterprises will possibly pull ahead while others may continue to focus on pilot or may still keep discussing other areas, while some will clearly be AI leaders in that space. And I'm joined by two esteemed panelists, and I can assure you that this time that you will spend here will certainly be worthwhile, because when you were exchanging notes before the panel and before that as well, I think that truly from the organizations and in their own domains, AI leaders, so they can give you great insights around that. And I'll request both Sashi and Shruti to quickly introduce themselves. My name is Anuj. I'm part of KPMG. I lead the data and AI portfolio and look forward to the conversation today.
Good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm a Chief Digital Officer for Reliance Consumer Products.
Hello, everyone. I'm Shruti Shivraman. I'm heading engineering automation, and I am a part of Nokia. Looking forward to having an informative conversation today. Thank you.
Thanks, Shruti, and very warm welcome to the panel. Let me start with you, Sashi. I think many of the examples that you mentioned sounded to me to be great AI adoption stories, right? And let's first focus on AI adoption. So we've been talking about it a lot, right? But there is a meaningful difference between just adopting AI versus leading with AI, right? So from the vantage point where you sit and on your experiences of becoming an AI leader in your organization, what is the clearest signal that you see which separates a true AI leader from organizations that is probably doing AI in a more sporadic manner?
Thanks, Anush, for this great question. So AI is a buzzword which is happening across the world. Many organizations trying to do a lot of pilot. They are trying to see what value they can get out of it, but still it is not in the mind of boards or CXO office where they can say that AI investment is really going to bring value for the organization. So when we connect AI directly or embed AI into the business process optimization, driving the top line growth or bottom line productivity, at that point in time, AI can bring a lot of transformation, revenue for the organization, process efficiency and effectiveness. Then only AI will truly sense is part of the leadership conversation where every leader is going to talk about it. Every leader is going to use AI for their day-to-day decision making. So the signal is when the AI is embedded in the business process transformation, there it is going to be part of the leadership conversation and boardroom meetings.
Thanks, Ashi. I think great point. So if I can just double click on that. So you're saying essentially when we are trying to reimagine business process with AI, that creates a clear differentiator for somebody who leads with AI. Now, Shruti, let me pivot on the engineering side. Now, are there any specific architectural or maturity markers that you look for when you're looking at organizations that have really scaled AI, or let's say your organization which have really scaled AI? And what does that look like on the ground for the teams which are actually building these kind of AI solutions?
To answer your question, yes, we do have architectural markers that we look at before we design. So when we have a use case, we look at the design. There are three major parts that I look at personally before we scale up. First, we look at whether the data that we are dealing with is trusted. Most of the organizations that go a long way back, they have multiple different domains. They have different data sources. There are multiple sources that are claimed as source of truth, but there are duplication of data. So it is important that we ensure that the data that you are embedding into these AI agents are trusted. So the first part would be to check whether your data that you're embedding is trusted. The second part would be deciding on the platform. So the platform that you're trying to build, we will have to ensure that they are scalable. If you're building on a scalable platform, that secures the future, not just for that particular use case, but for all the other use cases that are related to the entire ecosystem. Then what comes into the picture is, if we have built certain AI use cases or AI agents that are relative to the ecosystem, if they have been, we need to check, we need to have markers to ensure that they are still in use. I have seen many such very impressive demos, very good presentations, but none of them really bring in the ROI that was initially projected. So it's important for us to ensure that we look at our ecosystem end to end, identify which are the key decision-making points for our use case. And in the past, it was all about what is going to be the cost saving that our use case is going to bring? How is it going to affect our run cost? How is it going to make a difference to our budget? But now, it's all about how good decisions are your agent able to make. So it's no longer a decision where, can you build an AI agent for this use case? That's no longer a question. That is for sure possible. But the question is your agent able to make the decision? So decision velocity does make a huge difference. And if you're able to build them on reusable platforms and scalable platforms, that marks as an identity or a decision-making point while we design those AI use cases.
Thanks, Shruti. And let me add one more question on top of that. So in addition to scaling, organizations also want to ensure that they are scaling with the right, without losing control, right? So what role does governance play, and especially in the era where we have started talking about AI autonomy? So how important is governance? How do you balance the speed and the innovation with the kind of safety and governance that may be needed? And does it really become an enabler or does it become an impediment in your experience?
I think governance and security, they are very unfairly labeled as applying brakes to innovation. I do not really agree to that because I also have a cybersecurity background and I understand the importance of having these governance frameworks. The problem that I see is most of the use cases related to AI, when they kick off with a design, they kick off with an architecture, they build, they deliver, and then they bring in governance. That's where the problem starts. Your governance and security have to go hand in hand. The moment you decide to kick off a particular AI use case, your design is in place. Even before you finalize your design and architecture, it is important that you take feedback and consult the security teams and the governance teams to ensure we have the right from authentication, authorization into your agent. You are using the right frameworks, it's important. Or else, what happens is, then we have these questions that pop up. Is it stopping innovation? Is it applying brakes to innovation? Is governance slowing down the entire innovation process? But in my opinion and in my experience, when we start including governance and security right from the start of your project till the end, when governance is included, your feedback is included and incorporated, it never acts as a braking system. And they actually help us identify roadblocks well in advance.
Great. And Sashi, from your standpoint, somebody who is building these things for the enterprise, putting these into production, scaling these capabilities, what is your perspective on governance? Is it only something that a risk function should be worrying about? And how do you build a governance model which actually enables and does not restrict or does not put at brakes? I mean, to put it simply, is it, how do you match the fact that we accept certain risks to move fast? And where is that boundary line? Where do you draw the line?
So I go with what Shruti was saying, that anything or everything from inception has to be followed, the risk and governance in place. Take an example of driving car at a faster pace, like Formula 1. If you don't have a guardrails, what will happen? Accident, right? And nobody wants accident. Hence, the governance has to be in place. It has to be followed diligently. If we can have the governance in place, well-defined, well-informed to the people, onboarding the stakeholders, and then driving this entire transformation, I don't think it is going to work as a showstopper or reducing the speed. It will ensure that the pace at which the organization is driving, it will go and execute at that pace in a secured manner. So governance is really important to ensure that organization is safeguarded. Yes, I agree with you, some of the use cases which may not be that critical or not going to bring the risk to the organization, there we can have some leeway. But most of the organization-related data, business processes, which is automated by using AI agents or agentic, that has to follow the guidelines and guardrails described by the governance team. Otherwise, organization will not able to secure because of the speed at which it is driving, and AI is augmenting the speed of the organization for driving it. So governance has to be important.
I think great point, by both of you, Sashi and Shruti. And Sashi, let me come back to you and now shift the gears to the economics of AI. you're dealing with a lot of your senior leaders, with the board as well. And increasingly, I'm sure the question is, where is the AI, where is the ROI, right? The investment in AI is quite significant, and therefore there is real pressure to show real results. So how should enterprises think about measuring the economic value of AI, and how and what guidance you would have in terms of areas which go beyond just efficiency?
Great question. So yes, these are the questions which we are dealing day in and day out. So as a digital function, our job is to bring organization at high speed, quick decision making, high efficiency, high profitability. All these are the guardrails which are getting from the CXO and boardroom, that how we can transform by using AI. And whenever we go for investment, as you rightly mentioned, it is not coming at a lower cost. It is significant investment. So we have to convince and educate, improve the awareness in the organization that AI is here going to stay over here. It is really going to transform the organization in short term, medium term, and long term. With AI evolution and came into picture, the journey of long term, the definition of long term got redefined, which is in 6 months or lower than that. So AI can bring a value within 6 months, and that is how we have to set the standard to the organization and board level people or CXO, that when we invest into AI, 6 months can be ROI. That is not 3 years or 5 years down the line. How we convince people? We have multiple initiatives. When we go for quick turnaround, like productivity improvement, reducing the time on data crunching, creating the dashboard, these things can bring the productivity in weeks. That we need to define. Based on those use cases and quick wins, we can take for long-term initiative, which is 3 months to 6 months, where we do a AI agents creation, orchestrating with the agentic AI, and bringing the value at growth level, productivity level, like supply chain, manufacturing, logistics, augmenting the salespeople performance by using AI, and there we can bring a lot of transformation at the top line level and bottom line level by implementing AI and agents. So that is how we can convince our board level people, by showing the quick wins and giving them a long-term picture how this in use cases is going to help us to bring revenue as well as productivity.
Okay, so tying it back to a lot of business drivers, business benefits, and having a, like you mentioned, short, medium, long-term horizon. Now, Shruti, you also mentioned earlier about investing in the right set of platforms and right set of infrastructure, and overlaying Sashi's new definition of long term. In those cycles, how do you really create the economic value of making those long-term AI investments? And specifically, not on only the use case of productivity, like Sashi mentioned, but also in use cases which would need a long gestation period, whether it's about building more trust, right? Whether it's about improving decision quality, as you earlier mentioned. So what would be your guidance in terms of building such economic cases where it is not an immediate line of sight in terms of outcomes, and with the new definition of long term?
Thank you for the new definition of long term, Shashi. To answer that question, there's a mantra that I very diligently follow. We call it, we buy for standardization and build for differentiation. So when we are about to choose an AI platform for multiple AI use cases, the first question that hits the leadership team is, do we build it in-house or do we buy a platform? So when we say buy a platform, that actually starts with, if your use case is standardized and it's going to remain the same for the upcoming future, but it's better that we buy it from an out-of-the-box solution that's available in the market. But if you see that your particular use case is specific to your organization, your needs are specific to your organization, that's where we look at building it in-house. Now that by itself gives us clarity on what our ROI is going to be. And coming back to the new definition of long-term, as I mentioned earlier, Last year, or maybe 2 years ago, the discussions across the board was how much cost are we going to save. Now, the decision and the mindset has completely changed. Now, what leadership wants to know is how fast can your agent make a decision. Decision velocity is what is making an impact. They don't want to know whether your agent is going to give us the right output, whether it's going to perform, whether it's going to hallucinate. They are no longer points of discussions. Points of discussions are all around decision velocity. So if you have a unique use case, and when it comes to productivity gain, efficiency gain, when you are able to project that your agent is able to predict and give you decisions much better based on data sets that a human would do, and also highlight the risks, that's where your decision velocity increases, and that's where our focus should be. So I stand by the mantra again. Buy, and when we have to differentiate, or when we have to make a decision between build and buy, stand by the mantra of buy for differentiation, buy for standardization, and build for differentiation.
Yeah, I think great point. I'll remember that. Buy for standardization and build for differentiation. And another important mix in this whole equation is certainly the talent, the people, the culture of the organization, and more importantly, the leadership alignment as well. So the question is to both of you, and maybe we'll start with Sashi. So we spoke about technology, we spoke about economics, we spoke about governance. But most of the AI transformations that probably don't see the light of the day or don't give the right sort of ROI is primarily because of people, culture, and not necessarily the technology. So what is the leadership behavior that you have seen, Sashi, which mostly accelerates an organization's AI ambition? And as well as how do you really build that organizational influence so that it becomes strategic and you have leadership alignment to drive strategy from an AI perspective?
Yeah, this is people is a, we call that as a human in loop, right? So human has to be in loop everywhere. And we cannot shy away from them when we are taking a decision related to AI implementation or AI adoption across the organization and driving the growth and transformation with AI. So as a leadership, we have to walk the talk. If we are trying to preach something to the organization, we need to ensure that we start using it, and we are showing to the people that what differentiation it is bringing to increase the velocity of decision making. So leadership always need to start during the review. I can say during the review they can start using AI, show to the people that what kind of insights is it bringing, which can help them to take a decision at a faster pace and bring the value to the organization. Along with that, they also need to demonstrate that how they are using in day-to-day life for their day-to-day activity, be it meeting, minutes of meeting taking, be it data crunching, looking into the insights, taking the quick decisions, and communicating and cascading those decisions to the people. Once the leadership team is using it, it will automatically cascade to their N-1 to N-4, N-5, or N-N, because they can see what the leadership is doing, they are following it. Whatever the communication we can do to the people, they will not follow unless until they will see their immediate boss or bosses of the boss are following those things. So it's better for educating, improving awareness, and ensuring that leadership people are start using AI, and that message getting cascaded in terms of review, in terms of decision making, in terms of cascading the insights and taking the action on the ground.
Shruti?
My take on this is slightly different. For me, it is more about curiosity and decisiveness, right? So we ensure, we as leaders, it is our duty to ensure that we bring in this, cultivate this culture of curiosity within the team. A quick tip that I follow is within the team meetings, at the last 10 minutes, we have a session. We have a separate section that we call as the learning section. in that section, what we do is each of the team members comes up and talks about one new learning that they've had in the past few weeks, or any new, it's not just learning, it could also be an experience that they can share. They could have deployed an AI agent, but that did not really work. The adoption rate was low. Why was it so? So that becomes a learning. And also we also talk about new models that are launched in the market and what are the capabilities of those models. How is the industry evolving around AI? So these are topics that cultivate the culture of curiosity, and that helps that has helped our team go a long way in the learning journey of AI.
Great. So walking the talk and
10-minute learning section.
Yeah, learning sessions and curiosity. We are towards the closure of the session, so maybe one final question to both of you. So if you had one sharp answer or one advice that you would like to share with everyone here, which is not a framework, which is not a methodology, but one hard-won truth that you've seen in your experience to build that competitive advantage with AI or leading with AI than just exploring AI, what would that be, Sashi, starting with you?
So, making AI as a decision making at the board level and CXO level to drive the revenue and drive the growth and productivity for the organization. If we can embed AI at that level, I believe it will do the complete organization transformation. It will also not going to hurt organization. It is costing too much because it is driving the key levers, key drivers for the organization to be successful. And automatically that will get cascaded across the organization for driving it.
Shruti?
My take on this would be a small advice from my end, based on my experience. It's not the right approach. It's not good to start identifying AI use cases randomly and start implementing them. The best way or the best approach is look at your entire ecosystem end to end. Identify which are the key decision-making points that an agent can help you. Do not look at tasks that are repetitive and the agent should work on. Look at those key decision-making points. Build over those decision-making points. Identify the use cases related to those decision-making points. Then have an orchestrating layer that connects all of these child agents together. That is something that helps you with AI adoption. Or else when we start working in silos and start building AI use cases, which are only specifically useful for your team, that's where AI adoption becomes an issue, and then we run into different problems related to that. So that's my advice about how you should identify your use cases.
Great. Maybe we have some time. One question can we take from the audience?
So we can take one question. Anybody have any question to put up? Or everybody's waiting for the lucky draw? Everyone is waiting for the lucky draw.
Okay, then we won't keep you away from that. But thank you so much, Sashi and Shruti, for your insightful perspectives and sharing your insights from different vantage points, different industry. I think throughout this, there were many learnings for me as well personally. I think specifically things like governance is not an impediment. We have to keep it from the start. It has to be in our mind. Even when we're designing agents, walking the talk from a leadership point of view, keeping that element of curiosity within your teams to proliferate AI, as well as making it not as a tech agenda alone, but as an agenda for the top leadership, for the key decision makers within the organization, and looking at it from different personas and end-to-end perspective. As AI gets embedded for enabling those decisions, other things will certainly follow. So thank you so much for your perspectives. Really loved having the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, our moderator and our panelists. Well, what a wonderful way to close today's conversations. Thank you, Mr. Kumar, and thank you to all our panelists for a session that has truly brought the summit to a full circle. Well, I request Can we have the gift, please? Anushruti, can I have you on the stage, please? I request Anushruti to please deliver the token of appreciation and gratitude to our panelist and our moderator. We have with us Mr. Anush Kumar, Partner Data in AI, KPMG India. Mr. Shashi Mohan Singh, Chief Digital Officer, Reliance Consumer Products. And Ms. Shruti Sivaraman, Head of Engineering Automation, Nokia. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I've just got a cue that we are only going to do the lucky draw when all the people who are sitting at the back will come forward. I'm really sorry, I've just got the instructions. It is being just delivered by Prime Minister. I'm really sorry. I didn't mention the Prime Minister of where, but I just mentioned Prime Minister. Yeah, so I want everyone at the back, can you please come forward? Otherwise, we are not going to have a lucky draw. Some tactics always works. So before we move to the grand finale of the evening, I would like to invite Anushruti Singh, Assistant Editor at the Guild, to deliver the closing address, and then we're going to have the lucky draw.
As we wrap up our 7th edition of the AI Innovation Summit 2026, I want to take a moment to reflect on what we have really learned today. Across every session, one idea stood out. AI advantage will not come from adoption, it will come from execution at scale. And throughout the day, we heard a consistent narrative. AI success is no longer about building smarter models, it's about building smarter systems around those models. The conversation has firmly moved beyond asking, can we use AI? The real question now is, can we operationalize it economically, securely, and responsibly? Today's discussions made a few things very clear. AI success depends much on systems and data as on models. Scaling AI requires discipline, cost, governance, and architecture. And the biggest shift is that humans, AI, and AI are no longer separate workflows. They are co-creators. But with that comes responsibility too. Because autonomy without governance is risk. And governance without execution is inertia. The organizations that will lead are the ones that balances both. Before we close, I'd like to thank our partners once again. Our presenting partner, Salesforce, our co-partner, Atlassian, Cohesity, our cyber resilience partner, Snowflake, our AI data cloud partner, and EquateMe, our engagement partner. And of course, our speakers and all of you for making this highly engaging and insight-rich day. Let me leave you with one final thought. The shift to the autonomous enterprise is no longer a strategy discussion. It's an execution challenge. And that execution starts the moment you walk out of this room. Thank you once again for being here.
Thank you so much, Anushruti. Well, everyone, thank you so much for being the part of AI Innovation Summit 2026, the 7th edition. Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, this time is the moment of truth. Okay. So, first of all, how many of you know your lucky draw codes already? If you don't know, I'll tell you the process. Can we have the lucky draw QR code again? Please scan it, all the people who have lost their QR codes. Because once you'll scan it, you'll be able to find that exact code which you have already lost. So, please scan to know the exact the code you have got. If somebody has lost it in case. Yes. Okay, now perfect. So, what is the third prize looks like? Can we have the third prize? So everyone, this is how we have embedded the numbers, the codes inside. There's going to be a raffle draw. So test your luck and stand a chance to win exciting prizes. Can I have this third prize, please? For the third prize, we are going to do it, right? Are you people ready? I think nobody's ready. Just give all the gifts to me. I'm going home. So it's already started. Can we please increase the speed? Yes. Increase the speed. A little. Yes. Now that's better. So everyone, let's see for the third prize. You're doing. Yes. Everybody, whenever you want to say stop. Stop. Okay, stop. It's 91181. 91181 is here. 911811. Nahi hai. Third prize is what you can see on the screen right now. It looks like a trolley bag. Can we do it one more time? Nobody's here to claim the prize. Start. Increase the speed. Yes, that's better. And we say stop. 60812. 60812 is not here. Again, not here. We'll do it one more time. And we say stop. 36230. I think nobody is interested. I think that you people don't have a good fortune today. Next one, please. Start. Stop. 20581. It's going to take another century now to win the, to announce the winners. Okay, loud. Anybody want to say? Stop. 22724. 22724. मैं ये देख रही हूँ जिसका नहीं आ रहा है वो ऐसे से कर रहा है मैम. Sir, patience. Next one. Please keep on moving until we don't find a winner. We'll keep on moving. Stop. 13034. So is it yours? Finally, we have got a lucky charm today. So pack your bags, plan a destination or vacation, whatever is there on your mind, because we are giving you this. And for giving the award, may I please have Anushruti, can you please join us on the stage, please? I request Mr. Amit Pandey to also please be there here at the stage. Congratulations. Sir, क्या करेंगे आप इतनी बड़ी धनराशि का? सामान पैक करेंगे and next AI Innovation Summit की तैयारी करेंगे. That's so good to see. Now coming to the second prize. Second prize, everybody. The gifts get better and bigger. Stop. 96561. Sir, क्या बात है? आप दोनों planning करके आए थे क्या? These two of the gentlemen sitting together and got the prize. That's destiny, ladies and gentlemen. That's the lucky charm they have today. So I just want to match the code. 96561. That's correct. That's correct. Absolutely. Shweta is here from the team. Shweta, please hand over. The prize is bigger and better. I think it's an air fryer, if I'm not wrong. Sir, क्या करेंगे आप air fry का? What are you going to do with that? You will use it for what? To make the fries. Okay, that's amazing. Good work. Now, everybody, the first prize. Let's see for the first prize. Now we're going to just build some suspense and some hype around that. 77794. Anybody for the first prize? No one. Start. So all the numbers who have already came, you can see that we have already displayed it below. You can see that. Start. Okay, now we're going to just do it one more time. Start. Yes. Everybody, let's see the first prize winner. And we say stop. 20399 is here. 20399 सब एक दूसरे की शक्लें देखते हुए. Nobody's here. Everybody's watching each other's faces. Wow, that's great. Now we'll start one more time. Let's see if we get our winner or not. Stop. Again, it's 20399. 20399 is not here at the moment. 85912. 85912. It came there. Is here? Not here at the moment. Start. Get ready. Stop. 67091 is here. Nobody is here. We'll start again. Tough luck today. Now people you say. Wherever you want to say. Okay, stop. 98176. Okay, well, again start. Now you have to say stop wherever you want to. Wherever you feel like, you can say stop. Stop. 67471. Nobody is eligible for the first prize, I guess. Next one, please. We'll shovel it again. Wherever you want to say stop, you people can. Stop? Okay, stop. 14487. 14487 is not here at the moment. We'll again do it. First prize. Come on, everyone. And then after this, we're going to have a bumper prize. Come on, people. I think you must be lucky for yourself. You can say stop. Okay, stop. 75639. Anybody here with this number? Nobody. Let's do it one more time. And this is the only place where I can say the technology is dangerous. Stop. 16260. So you have it? Please come here. Finally. So ladies and gentlemen, we'll just check the code. And after this, we have the bumper prize left. The first prize. $16260. That's absolutely correct. So congratulations, you are the winner for the very first prize. Please come at the center. And now, ladies and gentlemen, last but not the least, the bumper prize for the evening of AI Innovation Summit 2026 7th edition. And let's see who gets it home. Fingers crossed. Yes. Wherever you want to say stop, guys. Stop. Okay, stop. 75705. So you have that number? So that's the number, are you sure? 75705. That's absolutely correct. And we have the bumper prize for you. It's a foot massager, if you can see. Thank you so much, everyone, for being the part of Salesforce Presence AI Innovation Summit 2026 7th edition, co-powered by Atlassian. Thank you, everyone, for being the part. Have a wonderful evening. Enjoy your day. We'll see you again in the next edition. Thank you.